Are we ready?
Recording in progress.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call to order the September 9th, 2025 meeting of the Santa Cruz County Board of Supervisors. Will the clerk please call roll call?
Supervisor DeSerpa.
Present.
Cummings.
Here.
Martinez.
Present.
Koenig.
Is there any late additions, deletions to the regular or consent agenda or any other updates?
Yes, good morning, Chair Hernandez and members of the board. We do have one correction that is on the regular agenda, item number 8. There are additional materials to the Planning Commission, which are late mail items 1 through 3, which should be inserted after page 116. In addition, we do have a late item to add to the agenda that came to our attention yesterday, Monday, September 8th. This is item 3.1, which is to direct the chair of the board to send a letter of legislative support for HR 4669, the Fixing Emergency Management for Americans Act, which includes several changes for the Federal Emergency Management Agency operations, and which is strongly supported by counties nationwide. The previously agendized matter was lost from the agenda during the regeneration process completed on Friday, September 5th, 2025. This item remained as part of the packet under agenda item 21, but was inadvertently removed from the PDF agenda and the HTML agenda due to a technical error. This legislative matter is time sensitive and needs to be addressed prior to the Board of Supervisors meeting. Therefore, what I'd request is that the board make a motion and vote to place this item on the consent agenda as item 46. And then you'll have to do that now. So make a motion, place it on the agenda as item 46. You'll need to take public comment just on this item, and then you would come back to the board and vote on it.
Is there any other updates?
Oh, that concludes the updates. Thank you.
Okay. So first, I'll take it out to the public to see if anybody would like to make public comment on this item.
Thank you, Becky Steinbrunner. Can you please explain for the benefit of the public in more detail what this is? It seems to be very important. And I just want to say that this new public portal and the electronic system that the county has changed to is very problematic, and this is just one example of it. So if you will, please explain a little bit more for the benefit of the public what this piece of legislation is. Thank you.
Rachel Sotos, I would like to second that. I did walk in a bit late, but it seems that that's a sort of sudden way to go to proceed about things, and it would be very good to have public discussion about anything that's important. And so I would second the previous suggestion.
Good morning. My name is Jamie Sealing. As a point of order and clarity, is this a pre-public comments just on this item? Okay. Well, I would agree with the previous public speakers that it's not really clear to me, but I walked in a little bit late, so I'll save my comments for public comments. Thank you.
Respectfully, I'm a little concerned if this was properly noticed. So that's a question for county council, because if you're going to be voting on something, I believe it's supposed to be noticed 72 hours prior. Could be wrong. Thank you.
Anyone online?
Yes, Chair. Call-in user 1, your microphone's now available.
I agree with the previous speakers. My understanding is items need to be on the agenda 72 hours before being printed. What is this about? I always have questions when something is rushed through under the rubric of emergency. Clarity, it was error. This is very problematic, and I question the legality of doing this. What specifically, please give an explanation of this system that is being proposed nationwide. People need to know we're supposed to be informed in a democracy. And should you not answer this question and provide clarity, what comes to my mind is there's some kind of cover up here. Answer the questions put by the previous public speakers, please, and do it now. Thank you.
Yeah, you already spoke, man. Sorry.
Well,
I'll bring you back to the board and see if county council would want to address any of the questions.
Yeah, there's this
Number 46, HR 4649 on the consent agenda.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion from Supervisor Cummings and a second from Supervisor Martinez. We could take a roll call vote.
Thank you. Supervisor DeSerpa.
Aye.
Cummings.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
Koenig.
Aye.
And Hernandez.
Aye, motion passes unanimously. With that, we'll continue to see if any of the board members like to remove any items from consent.
I'd like to pull item 35 for discussion.
Anyone else? Okay. Not me. So 35 will now be
If you want to hear it now, you could do it as, if you want to hear it immediately after public comment, you could do 6.1.
It'll be quick. We'll do 6.1. We'll now move on to public comment on items on not on the agenda. This is opportunity for members to make speak regarding the items that are not on the agenda, items on the consent agenda. If you'd like to speak to us regarding an item on the agenda, please wait for that agenda item to come up.
Yeah, good morning. My name is James Ewing Whitman. I think that this is a very interesting explanation, and I question some things in this room and I question don't. Thank goodness there were at least four people that suggested a caution, and I don't know if I'm in agreement with what Jason Heath's explanation is, but what I'd primarily like to talk about 18 U.S. Code 2384, seditious conspiracy, and 18 U.S. Code 2382, misprision of treason, which all of you are guilty of. You're just pawns. So I think one of the better, something I have had difficulty capturing because it keeps getting erased, was some misleading information. So I'm going to read this into the system if my device allows me. So I think the vaccine issue is a psyop. Not that vaccines aren't terrible, but that the vaccine issue is being used as a psyop to get us focused on just that, rather than recognizing that we're being bombarded with nanotech via chemtrails, food, water, personal products, etc. So there's no such thing as a pure blood anymore. So now that they've got us all fighting and dividing, I think they're going to make vaccines non-mandatory, at least in the US. And the level of one truthers are going to celebrate and think we won and RFK is a hero and all that crap. But in the meantime, the newest vaccines are officially, quote, self-amplifying, meaning whatever is in them spreads from the people who took it to the people who are around them in social situations like this damn room. And we are still being sprayed and we're still being zapped by frequencies. So the nano networks are still growing in our bodies and the agenda can continue regardless of whether we get vaxxed or not. Making vaccine voluntary is meaningless unless spraying stops and they stop putting shit in our food. And
Thank you. Thank you. There's other people that'd like to speak as well. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Laura Chatham. I came to talk with you today about an item that you had on your agenda on August 19th. I asked that you drop the idea altogether and not ever bring it up for reconsideration, because it would only increase the number of homeless folks living on the street, which I think we can all agree is not what we want. I understand at the last Board of Supervisors meetings, you all were considering taking people's last refuge, towing vehicular homes and destroying them without even waiting for the victim to have a chance to reclaim any of their property. What kind of people are you? I can tell you that allowing towing companies to destroy vehicles that people are living in to save you from having to pay the cost for both towing and storing, it's a distraction from the real problems we face. It's like you were trying to arrange the deck chairs on the Titanic instead of dealing with this sinking ship. Can you imagine yourself or a loved one in a similar situation? And right now in this country, we are all vulnerable, even those who don't think they are. Would you hope that someone would reach out a hand to help? RVs get towed while people are standing by, crying and begging them not to tow their home. I wouldn't be surprised if some of the tow companies folks don't want to be part of this. If you were there, you might probably feel the same. I help represent a group of people who are unable to represent themselves, and on their behalf, I would like to ask you to drop the idea of destroying more people's vehicular homes. It would make more sense to find more places for people to safely park legally and safely, unless you are really trying to increase the number of homeless people on the streets. Logically, the more homes you tow, the more people we will have living on the streets. Please don't entertain such heartless ideas.
Thank you.
Thank you for listening.
Good morning, board. Good morning, board. My name is
Lift the mic up closer. There you go.
Good morning, board. I'm here to read the proclamation. I work for the County of Santa Cruz. I used to be the Suicide Prevention Program Coordinator until that job was cut in June. But it's still something that I care about deeply, as we all should. So I'm here to read the proclamation. Proclaiming September as Suicide Prevention Awareness Month in Santa Cruz County. Whereas suicide is a significant public health crisis, claiming more than 720,000 lives globally each year and representing a profound loss of human potential and community strength. It affects individuals, families, and communities throughout Santa Cruz County. And whereas the causes of suicide are complex and multifaceted, influenced by an interconnected web of social, cultural, biological, psychological, and environmental factors that develop and interact across an individual's entire life. And whereas suicide is preventable through evidence-based interventions, community support systems, mental health resources, crisis intervention services, and collaborative efforts involving healthcare providers, schools, families, and community organizations. And whereas for every death by suicide, there are many more individuals who attempt suicide. And research demonstrates that a prior suicide attempt is a significant risk factor for future suicide in the general population. And whereas Santa Cruz County is committed to protecting the health, safety, and well-being of all residents through comprehensive suicide prevention approaches. And whereas reducing mental health stigma and promoting awareness of warning signs, risk factors, and available resources is essential to encouraging individuals to seek help and support it when they need it most. Every life has a meaning.
Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Dana Wagner. I'm the Director of Meals on Wheels in Santa Cruz County. I'm here today to share data with you from the fiscal year that just ended on June 30th. For fiscal year 2025, Meals on Wheels delivered nearly 164,000 meals to 988 homebound seniors. We conducted over 2,100 wellness checks with our participants to ensure their well-being and coordination of services. Our 47 volunteer drivers provide weekly greetings and let Meals on Wheels staff know if they encounter any issue of concern that requires further attention. At our congregate dining sites, we served close to 32,000 meals to 638 older adults in fiscal year 2025. We also arranged for educational presentations on fraud and scam prevention, a topic of great concern for the elderly, dental health, and lowering PG&E bills. We routinely have volunteer musicians play at London Nelson and Watsonville Senior Center, and our dining locations at 4 county community centers promote socialization, activity, and well-being. Seniors participating in Meals on Wheels are overwhelmingly satisfied with the service they receive. 100% of those receiving home-delivered meals stated that our service helps them avoid institutional placement. And 96% of congregate diners state that the congregate meals help them to eat healthier. I wanted to present these numbers today to let you know that county dollars are well spent and optimally utilized to ensure the health and well-being of our growing senior population. On behalf of over 1,600 seniors participating in Meals on Wheels, I am very grateful for your support. Thank you for your time and attention.
Good morning, Chair Hernandez and members of the board. My name is Nicole Coburn. I'm an assistant CEO. Today, I'm pleased to introduce Kimberly Finley as the county's new Director of General Services. Kimberly has built a distinguished career in public service with extensive experience in capital projects, facilities management, and real property programs. Since joining the county in 2020, she has served as Chief Real Property Agent and most recently as Interim Director of Capital Projects, where she provided leadership for more than $75 million in active development. Her work has included oversight of complex acquisitions, high visibility infrastructure improvements, and strengthened collaboration across county departments, regional agencies, and community partners. I also want to note that prior to joining the county, Kimberly served as the statewide leasing and facilities manager for the state of Alaska, where she managed more than 500 leases and 1.5 million square feet of state-owned facilities. She also brings private sector experience as a licensed California real estate agent. Throughout her career, Kimberly has been recognized for her collaborative leadership, financial expertise, and ability to deliver results on complex, politically sensitive projects. Please join me in welcoming Kimberly on her new role.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to say how honored I am for this opportunity. I want to thank the County Executive Office for their support and my colleagues for their support as well. I look forward to continuing to work with this board and collaborate with you to support our county departments and our community as a whole. So thank you so much.
Hey, good morning, board. Rebecca Downing here, your chair from Santa Cruz Metro, along with Tiffany Martinez, to thank you for your proclamation in advance of Week Without Driving, beginning later this month. The RTC, Santa Cruz Metro, the Community Traffic Safety Coalition, and the County Office of Development and Infrastructure are announcing their participation with activities and events planned for the week, including the countywide celebration at the Capitola Mall on Tuesday, September 30th. So during the week, we invite our county to take a trip without a car. Walk if you can, ride your bike, take a bus, and see how important it is to have a sidewalk, a crosswalk, a ramp, a protected bike lane, or a bus shelter. And when we drive, it's simple. Pay attention so all of us can make it to our destinations. Some of you and your staff have already signed up for Week Without Driving, and Metro Board members are joining Supervisor Hernandez and Mayor Orozco of Watsonville on Route 78 for a ride around Watsonville on October 1st. If you have something planned, a walk or a bike ride or something else, please let us know so we can share it with the community. Access to mobility is a fundamental part of public health. Connecting residents to each other safely is the sign of a strong community and poses a challenge for those who do not have a car. The transportation and infrastructure decisions that you make really affect the travel for all of us, especially non-drivers. So the Week Without Driving presents a week of opportunities for us to get out of our car and give us a better understanding of the challenges faced by our county residents who walk, cycle, roll, and use transit. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Shirley Flores Munoz. I'm a resident born and raised in Watsonville. I'm here to say that I go out every week and talk to people about the lithium battery site on Minto Road, and the majority of people, in fact, only one person I ever talked to was willing to have it there. Everyone else is willing to sign my petition, which I mail to you weekly, to show you the names of people in Watsonville who do not want this. Toxic chemical release will have a negative effect on the local economy, public health, animal poisoning, and a direct impact on the sea and ocean life. I will tell you one thing. I know you're well-meaning, well-minded, and I will tell you that people who brought the plant to Moss Landing were the same. But I'll tell you also that I don't care what you put on paper, who signs it, what guarantees they give you. There is no guarantee. I'm sure that people didn't know that fire was going to go off in Moss Landing and affect the community that way. Surprise, surprise. So what does that mean for us? I'm going to tell you straight up. My house, the housing area where I live, homes are selling for $2 million. What does that mean for you? Coffers of $20,000 property tax to the county. That will end because people will not want to move to Santa Cruz County. They're moving here because it's a clean community, air is good. We have had Marty Warmhout, Mike Rodkin, previously John Laird on this Board of Supervisorial panel, and they protected the community. I'm asking you please for that protection. I understand that fossil fuel is an issue. I'm behind it 100%, but I have to tell you that I believe that there's other ways of getting there. And you don't have to place these plants right next to people's homes. You don't have to place it over the strawberry fields. 40% of the strawberries in California comes from California for the world. Gross national product in the world, California is fifth. We don't want to lose that status, and we certainly don't want to lose it in Santa Cruz County. We're going to present a threat to that whole process, and I don't want to see that happening. New York, you would be joining. Is it already done? Oh.
Yeah, thank you.
Sorry, look up New York State Energy Research because they're backing out on all of their contracts because they understand the vulnerability. And I know. One more thing is give every child in the school district a bus pass, and let's start the generation of going in the future because lithium's going to run out, fossil fuels is going to run out. 50 years, we're going to end there. Thank you for listening.
Hello, my name is Rachel Sotos, and I'd like to address you on behalf of the good fairies of good governance. If you will consent, I would like to offer a blessing for good governance, but only if you consent, because consent should be primary in everything we do. My blessing would be for policies that are good governance in the sense that they're synchronistic, meaning a certain type of policy might have more than one benefit. I'm not totally sure about what was recommended previously, but the fact that an organization of counties recommends it doesn't necessarily correspond with strengthening local democracy. So my idea of synchronistic policies are those which pursue the public good and at the same time strengthen local democracy. For that reason, I would like to reiterate my call for truth and reconciliation commissions that relate to every aspect of the COVID era. And there's many creative ways that we can think about this. There was a point in the French Revolution when, before the terror happened and everything kind of went astray, where there were lists of grievances read in every province of France. And there was much public discussion. And while that might sound like a far-fetched historical analogy, you might pay attention to what's happening in France right now, or what's happening in England right now, or what's happening in Germany right now, because we are in a revolutionary period. And I know that in California, some people are taking the approach that they want to oppose Make America Healthy. And I don't think that's the right way to go. And Jimmy Panetta sent out a tweet yesterday saying that he was going to oppose Robert Kennedy. And I don't think that's the right way to go. Mr. Kennedy said on Tucker Carlson's show that we're going to have truth and reconciliation commissions. I want to invite you all to show some leadership. No need to hire a fancy consultant. Just get testimony on the record for everything that's happened.
Thank you.
Good morning, Co-Britton, Matson Britton Architects. A number of the public, quite a few members of the public, expected there to be a hearing today on the SB 9 issue. Unfortunately, you all passed it on the consent agenda on August 19th. That's a violation of the Public Resources Code 30503 and 30006. That's part of the Coastal Act, and you administer the Coastal Act. That requires full public participation from those that requested to participate, such as Susan Porter, John Voris, just to name two, that specifically asked to be kept informed regarding this issue. This is a disturbing trend here at the county of not following the spirit of the law, not even following at times the actual law. Specifically what happened today regarding the Brown Act. I looked it up. Exceptions are for things that are needed, not wanted, needed. So this goes back to when there are people that want to know, you keep them informed. That's your job. It's county council's job. It's the CAO's job. So I'm requesting at least two of the members of this board to write to the Coastal Commission and note that there's a fatal flaw in what was given to them, that it violated the Coastal Act, and that there are a number of people that still wanted to discuss this with this board. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Kate McGrew and I staff the Latino Affairs Commission. On Monday, the 15th, we'll be opening our art wall celebration for celebrating the 60th anniversary of the Community Action Board of Santa Cruz County. I'd like to read this proclamation signed by Chair Hernandez. Whereas the Community Action Board of Santa Cruz County, CAB, was founded in 1965 as part of the National War on Poverty with the mission of eliminating poverty and creating opportunities for economic and social justice. And whereas for 6 decades, CAB has been at the heart of our community's safety net, providing essential services including housing support, employment training, youth development, immigration services, and emergency assistance. And whereas CAB has been a trusted resource for Santa Cruz County's Latino community, offering culturally and linguistically accessible services, empowering immigrant families, advancing workers' rights, and strengthening opportunities for generations of Latino residents. And whereas CAB's programs, from rental assistance to day labor centers to youth violence prevention, have helped tens of thousands of residents, including many Latino families, stabilize their lives, pursue education and employment, and contribute fully to the vitality of Santa Cruz County. And whereas CAB has thrived because of its strong partnerships with local governments, community organizations, and volunteers, reflecting the power of collective action to create lasting change. And whereas the year 2025 marks the CAB's 60th anniversary of dedicated service, an extraordinary milestone that demonstrates the organization's resilience, innovation, and unwavering commitment to justice and compassion. Now, therefore, I, Felipe Hernandez, Chair of the Santa Cruz County Board of Supervisors, hereby honor and congratulate the Community Action Board of Santa Cruz County on its 60th anniversary, commending its leadership, staff, and volunteers for their tireless service, and extend my deepest gratitude for CAB's ongoing work to ensure that all residents, especially those historically marginalized, have the opportunity to thrive. Thank you.
My name is Sally Lucier. and I live in Brookdale in the San Lorenzo Valley. I'm addressing the 2024-25 Civil Grand Jury Report on navigating the building permit process. Whereas the grand jury addressed ministerial permits covering single-family homes on standard lots with unsurprising features, many of us who lost homes 5 years ago in the CZU fire did not have single-family homes on standard lots. However, I'm suggesting that some of the grand jury's and Baker Tilly's recommendations do apply to legal multi-residences of the San Lorenzo Valley. Since the beginning of 2025, I've had the support and consultation with Supervisor Martinez. I've also had the help and support of CDI's Matt Machado. I've attended every Board of Supervisors meeting, and my son and I have met weekly with the Recovery Permit Center, building or zoning. I have to thank Bailey and Jasmine. They've been easily accessible and very helpful. Here are my suggestions for the permitting process. Number one, work on simplifying the language of the permitting process. Offer sample sets of plans. Encourage owner builders to meet regularly with UPC staff. Expand walk-in hours. A word of caution, be careful in selecting professionals to help you. So, Board of Supervisors, I look forward to your working with CDI and Baker Tilly to make the permitting process less complex for owner builders. Thank you.
Before you start my clock, I'd like clarification on the item that was pulled. Number 35, which I think has to do with public comment, is not what item 35 is in the materials, the book of materials. Can you please clarify what item has been pulled for the public?
Item that was pulled is the public comment item.
All right, very good. Thank you. It's item 36 out there in the binder. So thank you. Thank you for that. My name is Becky Steinbrunner, and I want to recognize that we are at the 5-year anniversary of the CZU fire. I want to thank the former speaker for giving you positive solutions to help rebuild. To that end, your board needs to look at how you are allocating the state's public safety monies for Proposition 172 that would better fund local fire districts. Felton Fire right now is struggling. Pajaro Valley Fire District is struggling. You have the ability to allocate money from the half-cent statewide sales tax that was passed in 1992 to support public safety. Now, don't you think that that should include fire? But right now, this county allocates 1/2 of 1% of the millions of dollars that come in every year in perpetuity. It will come. 1/2 of 1% that goes through county fires account and goes to the county fire chief account. This is wrong, and you have got to change it, and you have the ability to do it. I want to say that this week is the county fair. Just across from College Lake is the Seahawk battery energy storage project in permitting. I'm sad to say that because your board chose to put off for 1 year an ordinance regarding these, that now New Leaf Energy is saying they're likely to go to the California Energy Commission for an opt-in certification that will bypass us completely. You need to get a panel. You need to get going, and we need to stop lithium battery storage in our county. Thank you.
I'm gonna look this way because I look like Shamu if I overlook me. Okay, stay here. I've got presents first. I'll start with presents. Sergeant. Yeah, Sergeant.
You want to speak into the microphone. You want to speak into.
Yeah, you want to arrest me, right, Sergeant? I didn't steal the bread. I didn't get the bread from Beckman's free when they told me I could get bread at Beckman's. And you said, I'm going to arrest you for trespassing. I just remembered that when I saw you in the elevator. But you can have these because you need it. Hopefully. More stuff. This is for nothing for this man here. I just saw him. I said, did you read the book? And he looked at me like I had two heads. So I said, I guess he didn't. Kiss the ground. And my main thing is that I'm here is why, who the heck knows what's happening with mental health care action network, client action. Yeah. Who knows? Come on now. Somebody knows. Temporarily closed. Oh, I'm going to take all my stuff that I get there from Gray Bears and bring it here. Is that okay, Manu? I'm going to bring all my stuff here, sleeping bags, and especially for a woman named Mindy, who I met 4 Mondays ago. She said, I'm being drugged and raped along with other women between the fire station and Charlie Hong Kong's in the back parking lot there. So I'll bring her the tent here. She can come here because you're always open. Is that okay with everybody? I don't want to talk to him ever because he just looked at me like I didn't exist. So is that okay if I bring all the stuff here that I have in my garage? I'm getting donations from Peace United Church. Thank God. They're stepping up because they got brains up there and they've got money and they've got a garage that's full of stuff. And then we could get them on the buses. How about that idea? Buses. The woman there.
Thank you.
Yes, the analyst for him.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. This is public comment, not back and forth. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
I wanted to take this opportunity to introduce you to Connie Moreno Peraza as the new director of County's Health Services Agency. She brings decades of experience delivering county services across California and a deep background in mental health and substance use disorder. She has previously served as Ventura County's Health Care Agency Assistant Director for Behavioral Health and Director of Madera County's Department of Behavioral Health Services as well. She has also worked in Marin, Napa, and San Diego and Stanislaus counties, overseeing large complex systems of care and multi-million-dollar budgets. Finally, Connie is a licensed clinical social worker, bilingual Spanish speaker. Ms. Moreno Peraza has dedicated her career to expanding access to equitable, culturally competent services. So with that, I present to you our new director of the Health Services Agency, Connie Moreno Peraza.
Thank you, Mr. Palacios. Good morning, Chair, the members of the board, and our chairperson, Hernandez. It's an honor for me to be here. I'm very grateful to have the opportunity to lead the department. I've been meeting with some of you already, and I'm very honored. Also, our amazing team. And of course, Mr. Palacios' team has been just amazing, even before me getting here. So I'm looking forward. I know we have a lot of challenges ahead of us, but together we will make a difference and we will get the job done. So thank you so much. Muchas gracias.
Anyone online?
Yes, Chair. Call-in user 628, your microphone's now available.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, morning. My name is Richard Buckingham. I'd like to read again another excerpt from the book called The Unfortunate Truth About Vaccines by local author Leon Kennerow. Okay, this section is titled The History of Smallpox and the Vaccine. History of smallpox and the vaccine. One of the things the medical community prides itself in is the eradication of smallpox thanks to vaccination. If we look at history a little closer, we see that this is not actually the case. Many European countries during the latter half of the 19th century were making vaccinations compulsory, despite a growing number of deaths as a result of the smallpox vaccine itself. Nevertheless, with the rare exceptions, the smallpox vaccine continued to be defended by the medical community and government agencies. In March 1885, the outrage over forced vaccinations reached a boiling point when citizens of Leicester, England, protested in the streets against the law enforcing smallpox vaccinations under penalties of fines or imprisonment. In spite of mandatory smallpox vaccinations, outbreaks of smallpox increased, resulting in more vaccine-induced injuries and death. Dr. Hodwin, MD, in his book, The Case Against Vaccination, 1896, wrote, since the passage of the United Kingdom Compulsory Vaccination Act of 1853, we've had no less than 3 distinct epidemics. In 1857 to 1859, we had more than 14,000 deaths from smallpox. In 1863 to 65, the epidemic reached 20,000 deaths, and between 1871 and 72, there were 44,800 deaths. Stricter enforcement led to highest vaccination rate ever achieved in England in 1871. All these people were dying from smallpox, even though there was a 97.5.
Call-in user 1, your microphone's now available.
Marilyn Garrett commenting on the surveillance society we're living in and these flock cameras. I see on your agenda in the letters section, people have expressed their opposition. I want to read from from the Brave and Free agenda. We had a meeting. The theme was you're being watched. The police will be on their best behavior because we are constantly watching and recording everything that is going on. Citizens will be on their best behavior because we're constantly recording and reporting everything that is going on. Oracle CEO Larry Ellison, September 2024, stated, mass surveillance systems are sweeping across America, always being watched, always being assessed. Maybe it feels like they want to keep us in line. Freedoms don't come back and privacy doesn't come back. For example, Flock is a $7.5 billion surveillance technology company with a proven playbook of securing local government contracts behind closed doors. This is also on the Watsonville City Council agenda tonight, I will add. Flock has quietly expanded its reach across the United States, operating in over 5,000 communities across 49 states. Flock's license plate readers are only part of their public safety technology ecosystem that includes software like vehicle fingerprint and Flock Freeform, turning images into actionable evidence. No plate readers.
I see no further speakers online, Chair.
Thank you. With that, we'll bring back to the board. Or any questions or to move the item? Supervisor Martinez.
Thank you, Chair, and welcome to everybody who's here today. Appreciate all of the public comment. And on that note, I wanted to ensure that everybody was aware that today is the last meeting of this calendar year that will be held in this room. And I wanted to ask if CEO Palacios will give us an update on where the future meetings will be held.
Yes, thank you, Supervisor Martinez. The Board of Supervisor Chambers are going to be undergoing a remodel during the construction. The remaining 2025 board meetings, in other words, through the end of this calendar year, will be held at alternative community venues. Important to note that the funds being used to remodel these chambers are restricted funds collected from cable companies, specifically to improve the broadcast and public access to public meetings. And so they can be used for no other purpose and no general funds will be used for this. All meetings will be continue to be at 9 a.m. With remote participation available via Zoom. We posted the location and addresses of the relocated meetings on flyers, which are in the hall here, and they will also be available online in both English and Spanish. On September 30th, our next board meeting will be in the Watsonville City Council chambers. Again at 9 a.m. October 7th, we'll be at the Government Center Community Room here at 701 Ocean. That's on the basement of this building. October 21st, we'll be at the Scotts Valley City Council chambers. November 4th, the Watsonville City Council chambers. November 18th, back here to 701 Ocean at the Community Room in the basement of this building. December 9th at the Capitola City Council chambers. And then December 16th, the Government Center Community Room at 701 Ocean. And then the first meeting in January will be back in these chambers. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that update. And I wanted to ask you about that today because I want to encourage the public to continue to attend the meetings in public, or at our new locations, temporary locations, and hopefully encourage others to come as well, since we'll be in different parts of the county. Related to the consent agenda, I only have one comment, and that's related to item number 18, which was approving the responses to 4 of the 24-25 grand jury reports. Just want to start off by thanking the grand jury for providing the information that was provided. These are always very interesting and helpful as a supervisor. And as it relates to the item on county permitting, I want to acknowledge that a lot of the items in that report are also highlighted in the Baker Tilly report, and that the Board of Supervisors and the county are committed to streamlining the permitting process, taking some of the lessons learned from both the grand jury report as well as the recommendations coming from Baker Tilly to continue to make improvements to the permitting process. So we'll be getting another update in October on how that is going, and I look forward to hearing about that when it comes before the board. Thank you, Chair.
Supervisor Goding.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just one brief comment on the consent agenda on item 39, approving a multi-year agreement with Regional Water Management Foundation in the amount of approximately $1 million. Just wanted to thank our Health Services Agency, and particularly Environmental Health, for all their work on both the Groundwater Sustainability Agencies, the Mid-County Groundwater Agency and the Santa Margarita Groundwater Agency. The work of these two organizations has really put us on a great path when it comes to water. I know there's a lot of concern in our community generally about, particularly as we see the development pressures on our area about water. And the reality of this is a success story that's largely been solved over the last 10 years because of the collaboration between our water agencies, because some of the water swaps that are now happening. They're storing high water flows from the winter in our overdrafted aquifers, because of the increased monitoring, because of the efforts on recycled water. So I really think that we couldn't be in a better spot for water at the moment, and it's largely thanks to the efforts of all the water agencies throughout our community and the organizing that's happened through these groundwater sustainability agencies. I also appreciate staff's efforts to identify ongoing funding for these programs, as they already constitute a significant unfunded mandate from the state on our local water agencies, and hopefully we can find ways for them to be efficient going forward. Thank you.
Supervisor Cummings.
Thank you, Chair. First, I want to start by welcoming our new HSA director, Connie Moreno-Peraza. I'm very much looking forward to working with you. And then also want to congratulate Kimberly Finley on her promotion to the Director of General Services. So really going to be looking forward to working with you both moving forward. Item number 31, this is an item related to so the Parks Department budgeting to facilitate the addition of 1 full-time equivalent. This item is really going to help us as we've, over the past few years, been working towards the transition of Greyhound Rocks property to the county. As part of the MOU, there's a need to establish some educational programming. And so by creating this position, it's really going to help us continue to move forward with the transfer of that property to the county. And so just really want to thank Supervisor Martinez for support of moving this item forward. That's also going to help facilitate some educational programming in San Lorenzo Valley as well. Item number 46, this is the HR 4669 bill letter of support. I just want to thank CEO Palacios for putting this on our agenda. And while it was unfortunate it wasn't able to come on sooner, as many of you know, many counties throughout many neighborhoods and communities across this country and across the world have been getting just hammered by natural disasters as a result of climate change. And with this bill, which is a bipartisan effort, is to revamp FEMA to make the FEMA process a little bit more streamlined and to help money get from the federal government into communities' pockets. And given that there's a tight timeline on the vote on those bills, I'd ask if we could have this on the agenda, and I'm glad that CEO Palacios was able to put this on. Strongly support this and hope that it'll actually lead to meaningful change with FEMA at the federal level. And that concludes my comments.
Thank you. Over the weekend, I was honored to attend a gathering that was hosted by Erica Padilla Chavez, Crystal Saucedo, Maria Roscoe, and others, where I was able to see Robert Rivas in the flesh and advocate on behalf of Santa Cruz County. Additionally, on the same day, I attended a gathering put on by the Association of University Women in South County entitled Advancing Equity for Girls and Women. It was a panel of all women of color who are elected into their positions, and it was a beautiful day and a lovely presentation. And so I want to congratulate those women for having the courage to step forward and govern. And I want to tell people it's so important to step forward and run. It's a very, very difficult thing to do, but we should be giving people, in particular, our sisters in South County, a lot of kudos, because it's not easy to preside over the things that they're doing today. And finally, I attended on Sunday the Holocaust Memorial unveiling at the Home of Peace Cemetery in Santa Cruz. It's the only Holocaust memorial between San Francisco and Los Angeles. It was a beautiful day, and I want to thank the Jewish community for placing that at the Home of Peace. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, thank you all for public comment and welcoming our new department heads that we have. But I think I'll keep my comments close so that we can continue with the meeting. Bring it back to the board to see if we can have a motion.
I'll move the consent agenda.
Second.
We have a motion from Supervisor Martinez, a second from Supervisor Koenig. If we take a roll call vote.
Supervisor DeSerpa.
Aye.
Cummings.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
Koenig.
Aye.
And Hernandez.
Aye, that passes unanimously. Next, we'll move to item 6.1. Supervisor Cummings.
Yeah, so this item is related to, well, it's brought forward by Supervisor Hernandez and Supervisor Martinez, really to making changes to the agenda as it pertains to public comment. I guess one of the concerns that I had is if these types of changes need to come back to the board, because personally, I think that, having served as chair, having served as mayor of the city of Santa Cruz, I mean, oftentimes it's the chair's role to determine the length of the meetings, the length of public comment. And I just have some concern with this actually reducing public comment and public access, especially because of the fact that it would then separate the inability to comment on items on the regular agenda and only being able to comment on those when those items come before us. I think one of the things that's actually been beneficial here at the board is that, when people have to go to work and they're not able to attend the full meeting, they can at least come in and they can speak to the regular agenda item at the beginning of the meeting, and then they can go off and kind of, go about the rest of their day rather than having to wait for sometimes 2, 3, 4 hours for that item to be heard, which means that there's a greater chance that their ability to be heard will be lost. And so I just think that for one should be kept. But more importantly, rather than these changes having to come back to the board all the time, I think it would actually be more advantageous if the chair has the ability to make changes to the agenda on when items are commented on. And so that way there's more flexibility built in, especially because there can be days where right now we're going to go into we're hearing our regular agenda at 10 a.m. We only had an hour of public comment. There may be some other days where there's more controversial items. And, I think, the fact that I think that was mentioned in the agenda that there were 3.5 hours of public comment. One of the benefits there is that means the public is engaging with us. And I think that's what we want to try to promote. So when the time comes, I'd be inclined to try to see if we can work on some language that would allow the chair to have the flexibility of setting the agenda. And then however that agenda is set, that's fine. It's up to the chair. It's the chair's prerogative. But rather having it constrained so that any changes we need to come back to the board, I think is just going to be more problematic for the board rather than just having the chair make that decision. So that concludes my comments.
Supervisor Martinez.
Thank you for pulling this item, Supervisor Cummings. To clarify what this item is, it's an amendment, a proposed amendment to the language on the agenda around public comment that helps to set some process and procedure around how we hear public comment and helps to really set the expectation of the public about when they may be able to speak on items. What I have found as a newer supervisor is that when our general public comment period is intermixed with both comments on the consent agenda, comments that are not on the agenda today, and items coming up later in the day on the irregular agenda item, it becomes difficult both for me as a policymaker to keep track of all of the public input on what's coming up on the regular agenda item, as well as confuses the public who are here perhaps waiting for that item, and then they feel like they need to come up during public comment, and we end up with a less organized public comment period. And it leads to less organized discussion and dialogue. And then those folks are not able to come speak when we're actually hearing the item. And the board has had a staff report to discuss, the full information around the item. So this was really intended to create further clarity for the public. And it also helps to extend the language that's currently, or the time that's currently listed on the agenda that says public comment period is 30 minutes. It extends it to 60 minutes. And really, ultimately, I think the chair is able to operate the meeting as the chair chooses. That's the role of the chair. But my intent is really to create some clarity and parameters for the public to further encourage and engage the public to participate in a way that makes sense and allows the public to follow the agenda items that we're on.
Supervisor Koenig?
Sure. So first of all, thank you to Chair Hernandez and Supervisor Martinez for working to address this issue. I mean, I think it definitely has become a little bit problematic, and just in that the meeting has become so unpredictable in terms of when we're actually going to hear items. I mean, we've had times when the first item on our regular agenda, after consent agenda, of course, it ends up being heard in the afternoon, right? And that doesn't help people either. So I appreciate that you're bringing forward a solution. I'm willing to try it out. I certainly hear what Supervisor Cummings is saying about allowing people who have to go to work to comment. I mean, ultimately, if your schedule is that demanding or unpredictable, I mean, you can always write all of us or, your supervisor directly who represents you on this board. So I'm not sure that this is the perfect solution, but I think we should absolutely try it out. And I mean, already just the fact that today we may begin hearing our regular agenda around 10 o'clock, I think is a great step forward. So, thanks.
Supervisor Silva?
So I have some reservations about this idea, just that even just this morning, there are people that I know well who wanted to come and read resolutions, talk about outcomes for their agencies, but they have work to do today. There are teachers, doctors, nurses,
mothers, fathers. I mean, there are people who cannot sit in this audience and wait for the agenda number to come up. So I think that giving people opportunity to come up and say what they need to say and then get to their life and get to their work is really important. So anyway, so I'm not sure. So is what is currently proposed is that we would not allow that public comment anymore and they would have to wait until their item is called. That's what we're saying to people.
Right. What is proposed in the procedures in this item would be that if somebody wants to speak on an item that's listed on the agenda, they would need to hold their comments until that item is heard. And as Supervisor Koenig shared, they're welcome to write to us. They're welcome to call in our remote options. And, you know, ultimately, again, it's with the intent of allowing both the board and the public to have clarity when that regular item is heard, that the entire discussion is heard at a single time, as opposed to bits and pieces really earlier that then get forgotten. We might be hearing the item in the afternoon and those comments are kind of lost in the dialogue.
So while I appreciate that, I'm with Supervisor Cummings. I do think that people need to be able to have their public comment. To me, the only solution, if you wanted to do it the way that you're proposing, is to have our meetings at night when many people could actually attend after work, starting at like 5 o'clock. So anyway, that is not, I'm not trying to amend anything, but I do think people need to be able to come in and have public comment. I mean, Dana Wagner was here from Meals on Wheels. She's got 2 giant programs to run today. She cannot sit and wait in this audience until 4 o'clock to give her public comment.
Well, I would say she spoke at the right time for this item. So Meals on Wheels is an example of a public comment today that is a general public comment item, an item not on the regular agenda. So she spoke at the correct time, and that would continue to be the correct time. So for today's agenda, an example would be if people wanted to speak on items 7 through 13, they would speak on those items when we call those items on the regular agenda. And if anybody wanted to either speak on 14 through 45 or any other item at all, they could speak in the morning.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
With that, I'll take it out to the public for public comment.
One more comment.
I have one more comment.
Are you sure?
Yes. No, but I would want to say that if we're to adhere directly to this item, I think to Supervisor Serpa's point, I mean, we're going to cut public comment off in 1 hour and say we're going to reserve the rest of the public comments till later in the day, which is what's outlined here. Then that could become a problem for folks who want to speak to us on items that are not on the agenda. And currently, as it stands, it doesn't seem like we're adhering to the policy that we currently have in place, which says public comment for 30 minutes, which is even shorter, which I agree that it should be longer, but that's partly why I think building in the flexibility, you know, when you attend agenda review, working with the CEO to figure out how long is public comment going to take on the various items, it can be a lot. It can help facilitate public comment a little bit better. And I will say prior to this year, I mean, last year meetings were going a lot shorter. The year before that, they were even shorter. And so I think that, you know, being able to figure out how to run the meeting, I think is actually another thing that can help facilitate this process versus constraining ourselves in the amount of time that people have to comment on various items.
With that, I'll take it to the public comment. Anyone wishes to address us on this item, please do so now.
My name is Becky Steinbrunner. Thank you, Supervisor Cummings, for pulling this item from the consent agenda so we can talk about this. I do not support this at all because for many of the reasons that some of you have brought up is people who work cannot stay all day and wait until who knows when their item that they want to talk about would come up. And simply writing you is not the same as looking you in the eye and telling you what I think. And that's what people want. That's why they're coming here, to make that direct connection with you. And who knows, when you send in a written comment in that portal, where it goes. The public never sees them. And I don't know if you do, because we don't know. So I think it's wrong to make this restriction. I think that if people want to come and talk with you, they should be able to do so in the morning so that they can go off and do their work. Making them sit and wait all day is not right, and it is not serving the public's good to do that. It may be easier for you, but it is not the best for the public. And that's what you should all be thinking of. I want to say that in December, your agendas are often very, very long. And I have had to wait until the end of the day to speak on a regular agenda item. Not everybody has that time. So by changing this, so you have to do that, or if it's the end of the hour and the room has been filled with SEIU or people protesting, as what happened in April in the example given, closing MH you're not going to get your time. And that's not fair. Everyone should have their time in the morning. And the example given in the staff report was inaccurate. 3.5 hours was partly due to Supervisor Koenig pulling 2 items.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Tim Delaney, and thank you so much for hearing me again today. Just thinking about what was just last said, I'm kind of on her side on this one. You know, I understand trying to make things a little better for all of you and understanding what the general public is trying to say to you and so on. But anything that comes in the way of us trying to speak freely in front of you, you probably ought to consider. Again, you know, you don't want to put any roadblocks in there. You know, just so you know, my uncles, like, you know, they told me after their experiences in war, they saw horrible, awesome, terrible things. They heard the sounds, the smells, feeling. They visually saw this stuff. You know, and in the Korean War, Eisenhower, I think the wartime generals even wrote, you know, some of the most awful things about the Korean War was they heard the sounds of people crying. And whole families, whole communities, they heard that, and it was awful. So my uncles were quite forthright with me because they served in real combat. It's not like Donald Trump here, he was grazed by a bullet. This real combat, that's a whole different ballgame. And so there's real sacrifice and risk there. So they told me flat out, when you see things going wrong in American society, you have to speak up, even if you're in government. And I look at this yes man brigade here in the White House and CEOs here all patronizing them. And I just got to wonder, gosh, the whole darn country is so chicken. Everybody is afraid to speak. And my uncles saw all of their friends destroyed and killed in war. So I don't know. I wouldn't put up any roadblocks. I would encourage everyone to come up here to speak. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Morning, Chair, Supervisors. Mike Guth. I think there's another side of the public interest here, and I'm going to respectfully disagree with Becky. When you want to speak on an item that's scheduled for a hearing as a member of the public, like many people do and come, they in part gauge it by where it is in the agenda, and they come down. And if all of that comment for 6 different hearings gets to get packed at the beginning of the meeting and delay everything, 2 things are going on. One, it interferes with the ability of people who are speaking to things not on the agenda to have their time at that time, and delays the whole thing, and then breaks up when the comment is on the individual hearings, which for those of us that come, and many do, for those, we want to hear our fellow citizens speak about it, and you put it all at the same time. So I don't think there's anything so clear about where the public interest is, and I can certainly see why it makes sense that for items on the agenda, especially hearings, that comment is put in at that time. It seems like it'd be a real problem for council if they're going to preserve the record on an appeal issue if half the comments came at 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. instead of at the 2 p.m. hearing. So I don't think the public interest is nearly that clear. Thank you.
Coop Britton, Matson Britton Architects. as somebody that has been here for hours and hours waiting for my agenda item, I have to still say, I think the courteous thing is to allow people to speak towards the item if they can't stay. I think courtesy is a really critical thing. We're seeing a real breakdown of that. I leave that partly to our president, partly this the zeitgeist. But I think it's really discourteous to tell somebody that they have to wait. I think most people will. I think most people will be polite and wait till the time they speak. But I think it's better to expect people to be polite and allow them to be polite than to insist that they have to wait. Just seems wrong ethically. Thank you.
Is there anyone online?
Yes, Chair. Call-in user 2, your microphone's now available.
At a time when this country is becoming more and more autocratic, dictatorial, and threatening to the public, those of you who generally want to represent your constituency need to hear from people. Anyone who wants to speak, the time should not be curtailed. And I want to give a little history here as someone who's attended board meetings for over 20 years, except now with all the radiation emitting devices on the roof and the Wi-Fi, it's too painful to come. People used to be able to speak for 3 minutes, and they used to be able to pull an item from the consent agenda for discussion. And then in 2018, there was a change of that policy so that citizens can no longer pull consent agenda items. That's censorship. And I'm looking here at a document from the county, an email from Allison Endert to Rachel Dan. And it talks about, this is part of it, the issue of not letting the public pull items and instead making the public go through a board member. Board members are then in the position of having to triage consent item requests and be the one to make people unhappy if we say no. I'm not sure board members will say no. So what is the benefit in the end except making it look like we are less accessible to the public? I guess if we are solely thinking of Becky, then sure it might.
I see no further speakers online, Chair.
With that, I'll bring it back to the board.
Yeah. One more speaker.
We had public comment already, sir.
I was going to talk about this issue right here.
Yeah, we did have public comment about this. We went online, we went in public, and now we're coming back to the board for the hearing. Thank you. Go ahead. Supervisor Cummings?
Yeah, so
I hear it was just like a good
Ma'am, will you please let the supervisor speak on this item?
thinking about. Really thinking about.
So yeah, so I'll go ahead and I'll try to make this motion again. This is really trying to provide flexibility. So rather than having to come back to the board, the meeting structures, it's up to the chair. So if the chair wants to separate comments on regular items, that's the chair's prerogative. So the direction I would provide is move that the board give authority to the chair to adjust the timing of public comment as needed.
Say it again.
Direct that the board give authority to the chair to adjust the timing of public comment as needed.
Can I ask for some clarification? So I like that flexibility. I think that's great. Does that mean that what has been proposed then would go away and just we would have flexibility for the chair to make the decision? I don't know how everybody else feels about that. I'm okay with that.
Is that a second?
I'll second.
Thank you for that. I'm looking at the recommended actions prior to the motion on the floor, and I'm wondering if I could add a friendly amendment. Oh, it's actually really changing, but basically I would be open to adding that sentence to the end of the modifications as proposed. So it allows the flexibility of the chair to make modifications. It still will provide some greater clarity to the public about the timing and when they can expect meetings to be held, which was a part of my intent. And it will allow the chair to have flexibility if needed. So I guess it would
Basically, at the discretion of the chair.
at the discretion of the chair at the end of the public comment section. So I guess the recommended actions would be approve changes to the agenda language regulating participation in public comment during Board of Supervisors meetings as outlined below. And in the outlined below language, it would have at the discretion of the chair in it.
We do have a motion and a second. It would require
Friendly.
So
either that or an
accept
alternative.
that friendly amendment. I don't know if Justin would. And this isn't the be all end all. Like if for some reason, maybe this new process with the friendly amendment doesn't work, we could revisit this and look at it again. I think what Justin and I, because I served on another board for 14 years, we had the same thing where people could come up and give, hours of public comment at the beginning of the meeting. And yeah, it was hard. And it was also really important. So I think we don't want to squelch anyone's ability to come and give their comment in person, because for many people, they need to be able to come and say what they need to say. They cannot stay all day. So I think it's going to take a little more work on the part of the chair working with staff to really look at what's on the agenda and try to sort of guesstimate the timing that would be needed. But I'm willing to try it. I don't know, Justin, if you are.
I want to ask County Council for some advice here, because I'm wondering if this motion can be separated, because the one is to adopt kind of the recommendations as outlined in the staff report, and then the other is also adding this additional direction that would give the chair flexibility around timing. And so I'm just wondering if there's
that would be three motions I'm counting. So it would be your original motion was seconded, and that's on the floor. It's unclear to me at this point. I believe the Supervisor Martinez was asking for a friendly amendment to that motion. She could also do a substitute motion to address it. And if you wanted to add a third option, I would suggest you scrapping your original motion, pulling your original motion back if you wanted to do something akin to what you're talking about right now and separating the two concepts. But I think at this point, we need to get some clarity on whether Supervisor Martinez wants to do a substitute motion versus trying to get you to modify your original motion.
Right, because I think the issue that I have here is, the language around not allowing people to speak on items on the regular agenda during public comment. I think that's the one.
Yeah, and I think what I understood Supervisor Martinez to be asking is, can the board just go with staff recommended action and add a sentence on to the end that says all of this is at the discretion of the chair to modify as the chair deems appropriate. And if you would be comfortable with that, that would be the motion. I think staff understands what we're supposed to do, and you would see on the next agenda the language as the board memo recommends, with that additional sentence that it can be modified at the chair's discretion as the chair deems appropriate.
I'm going to bring it back to Supervisor Martinez, but I just want to say that, I think the majority of our bandwidth is not really on the public comment side, but also we have to take part ourselves. For us on this side of the dais, for spending a good chunk of that bandwidth that we have. I think this item is a perfect example. We have a scheduled item for 10:45, which we probably won't make, and we have workers waiting to speak on our first regular agenda item. So this is a perfect example of what we need to clear up. So Supervisor Martinez.
Well, we have a motion on the floor, and I was wondering if Supervisor Koenig or Cummings was going to accept the friendly amendment, or I can also make a substitute motion.
Yeah, I think the reason why I'm less inclined is because the motion that I'm trying to provide will give the chair flexibility. And like personally, I don't feel comfortable voting on eliminating people's ability to comment on regular items on the agenda. But if the chair wants to move forward with what has been outlined here, the direction that I'm providing will allow the chair to bring back if he wants to change it, or if the chair or anybody who becomes chair wants to change this process, they're able to do so. And so that's why I'm trying to build in the flexibility to allow for the changes to be made as the chair wants to make them, but then it doesn't. For example, I don't feel comfortable voting on eliminating the comments during public comment on regular agenda items. So it's trying to be a happy compromise here to allow the changes to be made without board members having to vote on something that they don't feel is appropriate.
Supervisor Martinez.
Thank you. I am also seeking compromise here. So I think I'm comfortable trying this. I'm hearing comfort from the chair. And so I'd like to propose a substitute motion to approve the recommended actions with an addition of adding this process is at the discretion of the chair at the end of the language outlined in the staff report or the board report. Thank you.
Second.
And can staff have a little flexibility on that language on that last sentence so that we're not putting it in verbatim the way you just read it? Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. So we do have a motion and a second, a motion from Supervisor Martinez and a second from Supervisor Koenig. If we could take roll call vote.
Supervisor DeSerpa.
Aye.
Supervisor Cummings.
No.
Martinez.
Aye.
Koenig.
Aye.
Hernandez.
Aye. Motion passes, one dissenting vote from Supervisor Cummings. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna look at the county council because it is 10:30 and we do have the scheduled item for 10:45. And we have a long agenda item for the regular agenda, which is item number 7.
I think you could proceed with item 7 at this point, and we will hold the 10:45 scheduled item right after item 7.
Okay.
Yeah.
Next, we have agenda item number 7. Consider the status report on closure of health services agency, radiology and laboratory services, health services agencies. I'll turn it over to Connie Moreno Barraza, Director of Health Services Agency, Jen Herrera, Assistant Director of Health Services Agency, and Amy Peeler, Health Centers Division Chief, for the presentation.
Good morning, Chair Hernandez and the rest of the members of the board. Good morning. We are here to provide you a status report on the staff layoffs and radiology and laboratory alternative services. Jennifer?
So for some background, On June 10th, 2025, your board accepted HSA's budget with the deletion of 74.4 FTE positions, 11.6 FTE of which were filled. Funding was provided to HSA to support an extension of our lab and radiology services through September 30th. And HSA was directed to return before September 30th with alternatives and an update on the staff layoffs. So first, a review of the staffing updates. The staff layoffs as of August 20th, 25, we have here. The 12 staff impacted, or the 11.6 FTE, was actually divided between our health centers and our behavioral health division. Behavioral health holding 4.0 FTE or 4 staff, and our health centers holding 8 staff, or covering 7.6 FTE. Of the 12 staff impacted as of late August, 6 have had found county placement. 1 still is seeking county placement. 2 are retired or retiring. 1 has resigned in lieu of placement. And 2 staff will be laid off effective September 30th due to our inability to place them due to pay preference. And supporting the staff has been in collaboration with our county HR. Before I turn it over to our Chief of Health Centers, Amy Peeler, I want to provide a little bit of context of the landscape of which our health center division lives in, which is the Health Services Agency. This graph here is something you've seen before. This was included in our budget presentation. It's our department's operating budget increases in net county costs over a span of 10 years. The blue bars indicate the non-county revenue. The orange bars indicates the general fund or net county costs. And what you see here is just a rising cost of expenses over time and the continued non-reliance on general fund. So as much as we can, as a department being one of the largest or the largest department in the agency, in the county system, we really try to be as self-sufficient as we can with our operating expenses because we know there isn't enough general fund to reallocate back to our services. So this is the landscape that our health centers is living in. As you see in this current fiscal year 25-26, we're actually starting to see a reverse trend of our operations because we are starting to decrease based on the expected impacts of our budget. Our budget in this blue area is primarily Medi-Cal reimbursements, grants, fees, and fines collected, and state allocations. This Medi-Cal infrastructure funding and state allocations is really what has helped subsidize the budget overages in our health centers, and we have new pressures added onto that safety net funding. One of those pressures is related to our intergovernmental transfers. It's also known as the Voluntary Rate Range Program. This is funding we receive from the state via Central California Alliance for Health that supports Medi-Cal infrastructure. And starting this year, this funding allocation is now split between us and the Pajaro Valley Healthcare District as another public entity now supporting Medi-Cal infrastructure. So we have less of that funding coming in, which has been the primary source of subsidy for health centers. We're also, as the board is very well informed, we do have low CalAIM reimbursement rates for our behavioral health systems. So this is another pull on our safety net infrastructure funding. And lastly, we're funding multiple, what I'm calling startups. So our Hope Forward program, the new youth crisis center, behavioral health bridge housing is another new project, and Watsonville Community Hospital has been a continued priority for our agency to help support in any way that we can. And with any startup, you need initial funding, and then you have to have some safety net of funding to support it as it gets stood up and until it reaches its own sort of sustainability process. So with that, that's the landscape that the health centers division is living in, and which is why we've looked at our health centers at making some adjustments in order to think broadly about how we think about this funding source, not just for the health centers infrastructure, but for our healthcare infrastructure broadly in the county. And I'll turn it over to Chief Peeler.
opportunity. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Jen. Thank you, board, for this opportunity to report back. Okay?
You're good.
Okay. So to get a little bit more specific about our health centers and what the trend has been like over the last 5 years, as you can see in this graph, our expenses rise at a quicker rate than our revenue does. And we've done tremendous work over the last year to close this gap, but we continue to see our expenses rise at a faster rate than our rate for services. We are not alone in this. This is the graph of most of the federally qualified health centers in California. We are all experiencing this cut in margins of revenue, and we are looking at some truly significant financial hits with changes to Medi-Cal at both the federal and state level. So as we developed our proposal, our goals were to maintain access and quality of care to our patients, to create sustainable operations by mitigating future financial risks and current financial strains, like Jen just showed us, and to minimize the impact on our staff. So we looked at all areas of the health centers divisions, and we've been asked to come with alternatives. So these are the different things that we do in the health centers. Our mission, our primary mission, is primary care for Medi-Cal and indigent populations, and that is what we're required to do by our federal oversight agency, which is HRSA, or the Human Resources and Services Agency Administration. As we delved into all of our different services, lab and radiology stood out. They are essential services for primary care, but there are options to provide these services to patients in a different way and in the community. So reconfiguring these services have the greatest savings and the least impact on the number of staff layoffs. And at the same time, they have great value to our patients. So to look at what happens as it relates to lab for our patients, a patient, this is current, this is the way our existing model is. A patient comes in to any of our clinics. At Emmeline and Watsonville, our staff draw the blood and it gets sent to Quest Diagnostics. And there's about a 1 to 2 day turnaround. And this is historically how we've done it and currently how we do it at our Watsonville and our Emmeline Health Centers. At HPHP, traditionally, historically, the staff there draw blood and then it gets sent to Quest. And that also is how that works at Juvenile Hall, where we provide care for the youth in Juvenile Hall. So on the right, you'll see the impacts to our budget and to our staff. And as part of this, we have to consider how the health centers lab supports public health and also behavioral health. As we look to what the redesign could look like, I just want to reiterate that as of the approval of HSA's budget back in June, including the closure of lab and X-ray at the end of this month, we began working with Quest to establish an agreement not for services, but for the space, the county space in which they would provide services to our patients. So it is a new model. The lab processing time we anticipate will be the same as Quest always has been for us. And like I said earlier, there are some considerations. Of our 6 laboratory staff, only 2 remain in their positions, and one of those 2 will be retiring at the end of September. So functionally, we don't have a lab every day in the way that we did before June. So as we look at the existing model for radiology, the patient comes in, we can provide x-rays at both Emmeline and our Watsonville Health Centers, and then they go into the patient's health record, which in our case is Epic. If there are other needs for radiology, ultrasound, CT, MRI, et cetera, they are referred and have always been referred off-site to various radiology groups, hospitals, et cetera. And then they come into us, into our health record from there. And again, on the right, you can see the cost to our budget, the staffing and considerations that we made. Our X-ray volume is low. It is high cost for the number of FTEs we have. And through calendar year 2024, we did see an increase in X-rays of over 3,000, but this is still at about 20% of what an outpatient benchmark capacity is. Sure.
We also want to just highlight the unique value that radiology does have within the health centers, because this is a radiology that is, internal to a public health system. Most county residents in our community with tuberculosis are managed by our health centers. So there's been definitely some utility there of having an in-house radiology. Public health departments aren't required to have an embedded radiology department, but usually they do have some sort of partnership with the healthcare system, whether it's internally or with a partnership with another health system, to ensure that patients with communicable diseases like tuberculosis, which requires some frequent radiology needs, are seen. We're also the local, just to be transparent, we are also the only local safety net clinic with an embedded ortho specialty. And of our radiology, specifically X-ray referrals, 2024, about 11.6% of those radiology referrals came from our ortho. And we have been told based on data, Medi-Cal data shared with us from Central California for Alliance for Health, that our county health center patients do have higher acuity, specifically with behavioral health needs compared to other health centers. So we do want to be transparent that there is high value of having an in-house radiology service. However, what we are balancing is the fact that we do have pretty low utilization based on the funding amount, and all the additional pressures on health centers and our health system that I mentioned before. The other thing we'll mention too is that we also have capacity in our community for X-rays. Where we don't have capacity are more of the higher needs imaging services like CT, ultrasounds, those type of things. For X-rays, our community partners have said that there is capacity. But we do want to be transparent that this would require a different workflow, which I believe Chief Peeler will go into in the next couple slides.
This is out of order, but this is highlighted in yellow, is showing back to our lab services what will change. So what will change is that at Emmeline and Watsonville, it will be Quest who is drawing the blood. And our staff will, at HPHP and Juvenile Hall, will make sure that the blood that gets drawn gets to Quest. Okay, back to radiology. So the redesign we're looking at is having patients be off-site for their radiology. And their results will come in to our electronic health record. And if we don't have that connection with the provider of the X-ray, we will ask patients to come back to us with a CD or a disc. But ideally, we would like it to all be electronic and come back into our system. So the cost to us is no different than the cost to us is now, as it refers to paying for those services. So the outside providers will be able to bill Medi-Cal or any other insurance a patient might have. And if a patient is uninsured, it is our requirement as a federally qualified health center to make sure that patient is able to get their x-rays, even if that means we pay for it. And that is the way it is now, and that is the way it will continue to be. So in this scenario, we would not have any HSA staff. And the considerations we looked at were making sure that there is capacity and that we do have the logistics to make this happen.
So part of the direction to the HSA staff was to work with staff impacted on alternatives to maintain services. So we did coordinate with SEIU and our county human resources. On June 10th, our county HR director did reach out to SEIU right away. We did coordinate and schedule a meeting, which was held on July 17th. And since that meeting, we've corresponded formally through memos. So that formal communication with the specific recommendations are included as attachments in the board item. But I did pull out on this slide specifically the revenue growth strategies verbatim that was proposed to us from our SEIU staff. So in general, we did take a look at all of the recommendations, and based on the revenue generation, there's some concern of how it would be pretty minimal considering the large amount of funding or the funding gap that we are trying to close. And a health center does have an ongoing deficit for many years. And it's been subsidized by the safety net funding that, as I mentioned earlier, has additional new pressures on. Also, Health Center's primary mission is to support the Medi-Cal and or underinsured population in our community. We're not looking to compete with other healthcare systems. We're really meant to be a safety net program. And so that's something we were keeping in mind as we reviewed the proposals. Health centers, what else was in the proposal was a recommendation to look at expanding our ortho specialty, which we are looking into, and we are working with our other FQHC partners to see what the potential space could look like to get, again, in an effort to support the Medi-Cal and uninsured populations. Health Centers is always exploring our partnerships with other safety net partners. We have engaged with the other safety nets to see what how many referrals we could look at for x-rays if they were going to refer patients for x-rays. Again, there is capacity in the community, so this isn't necessarily where the need was, but they absolutely were willing to help and support. It would still be pretty minimal in terms of the volume we would see, even if we had invited our safety net partners to refer x-rays to us. And the proposal of increasing revenue through provider billing really is the most impactful. This is the primary revenue source for our FQHCs, our federally qualified health center. However, our current productivity is low. It is absolutely getting better through the efforts of staff. But that is not something that's like a light switch that's going to see revenue generation immediately. It takes time. There's a lot of change management involved, and we need to make sure that the working conditions the staff are supported in their working conditions to increase their productivity. And so lab and radiology, this redesign of services, as Chief Peeler mentioned, these are essential. We cannot do primary care without lab radiology. We are just doing it in a different way. And so this redesign is something that would support sustainability of our health centers, allows for flexibility of the safety net dollars that we have, especially in light of the federal and state impacts that hasn't even hit us yet and wasn't even fully a consideration at the time of this proposal, but we know is coming, and we have some estimates of potentially in the millions of dollars hitting us this year and ongoing years. And one of the other recommendations from our staff was the desire to collaborate on some solutions. And we do want to collaborate with staff. And specifically, we want to collaborate with staff on how to support the ongoing, our core mission of primary care. So how do we actually sustain health centers in this environment, especially knowing if as an agency, we have to have clarity on what our mandates are. Having an FQHC is not a mandate for our county to run. As Director Peeler mentioned, only about 7% of California counties hold an FQHC, a health center. And we see that there is such a need for primary care. And so that is our primary mission and something that we would like to work with staff on figuring out solutions for how do we maintain primary care and integrated behavioral health, because that is also high needs of our specific patient population. So with that, these are recommendations of considering this report, and we are happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. With that, I'll bring it out to the public to see if anyone would like to address us on this item. Come on up.
Good morning. Thanks so much for the opportunity. The reason that I came here, I was not aware about the agenda. I just came back from the doctor. I had a small accident and I had an x-ray this morning. And I have been using the clinic for many years. And I was extremely shocked to understand the whole news. And here, your explanation, I could not grasp the whole information, is not for me or for many people probably. This is a prevention because you feel that the future is coming where you're not going to have the money allocated, or as you started talking about the staff, I didn't understand if it maybe is the lack of staff to be able to serve the public as is. And also you mentioned as well as the possibility of you have a refer job to the clinic, and therefore there is a revenue can be created to close this gap. And what I'm kind of a concern is the infrastructure that is so well done, and how much it will cost for us to terminate it and go to Quest, that is a great vendor, but it will be a disaster to be, I know Quest very well, they are very good, but in terms of serving the community is going to be a disservice for the community, and it's too soon for you guys to be closing the end of the month. I think this could be something to be discussed, and we needed to do a petition.
Thank you.
To the public.
Good morning, members of the board. My apologies for my frustration. It's been a rough week with MHCAN closing their doors unexpectedly. We've lost Planned Parenthood. We've lost Telos. We are bleeding services left and right. And I understand, as I've been here twice, members of the board directed HSA leadership to suggest alternatives. And I'm a little confused because I'm still not seeing alternatives being proposed. The only alternatives that you've seen in this presentation are the alternatives that we presented. And there are good reasons why some of those might not be enough. But SEIU, as always, puts out the call that we ask for HSA leadership to work with us in devising alternatives, not just finding reasons why the alternatives that we suggest are insufficient. We are going into unprecedented territory, and in just the last couple of months, we've seen massive loss in public services. You have a chance here to protect remaining public services and to insist that your earlier orders are followed and that alternatives are presented. I ask you, please use that opportunity protect public services, protect Santa Cruz. Thank you.
Is there any other further public comment?
Yes, thank you. Becky Steinbrenner. I also found this a little confusing, and I don't understand how it can be a cost-saving thing when I think I heard that it will cost about the same to have Quest do this service as it would for the current SEIU employees. So that doesn't make a lot of sense to me. And I also, in thinking about the level of service to the public, have great concern about someone coming in and being told that they have to go somewhere else when maybe they can't, when maybe that's just too much for them to do, and so they won't. And then what happens? So I think that you should continue this item. I don't think that things should be closed down. I think you should talk as the speaker before me, in a meaningful way with those who are involved and come up with a different solution. Thank you.
Any further public comment from the dais? Please come up. If there's anyone else, please come up behind this gentleman.
Yeah, thank you. Just a quick clarification. I was just looking at the proposed 25-26 budget for the county, which shows the actuals for the health centers over the last few years. And it shows different numbers than what was presented on the graph. I get what you were saying about the intergovernmental transfers, but also it shows different numbers on the expenditures, not just the revenues. So just clarification on where those discrepancies are would be appreciated.
Thank you. Anyone online?
Yes, Chair. Call-in user 2, your microphone's now available.
Yes, there's a massive loss in public services due to Trump's executive orders. It's like a dictatorship. That's why I kind of cringe just now when you have put public comment at the discretion of the chair rather than rules that provide for the public well-being. Needed services are being cut while money goes to the military. It's very, very disturbing and damaging. Regarding radiology, I appreciated the report given and that some services can be provided in a different way. Radiation is actually a dangerous, expensive technology, needed sometimes, very overused, and a cause of cancer is medical x-rays. We need to keep staff and have more holistic approach to health than this expensive, dangerous technology. CAT scans are I don't know how many x-rays they're equivalent to. So I think we need to have cities and counties demanding that the money going towards the military be redirected towards our needed public services here. Since the core mission is primary care, we need to have the funds to do that. And we are in a dark period in this country of military dictatorship. We're in big trouble here. But radiology.
Jason, your microphone's now available. Jason, we're not able to hear you. If you would please try muting and unmuting yourself.
Unmuted.
We can hear you.
Hello. Yes. Good morning. Hi.
My name is Jason Johnston. I'm a physician assistant for 10 years with the county clinic system, working in homeless health care, primary care provider in addiction medicine in Watsonville. I helped prepare the response from SEIU and have written a recent op-ed in the newspaper on the public health impacts of this. I'd add, I'm also being investigated by Ajita Patel from the actions I've taken in order to communicate with the board today, which is concerning and illustrates the need for a change in the culture in Health Services Agency to allow collaboration with frontline staff for service improvement, which is what our report to the board is focusing on. You asked us to give a detailed response. In good faith, we put extensive work in preparing detailed proposals that not only improve revenue, but expand services. We can generate 2 to 3 times the revenue through improving services and expanding services that you can generate by, or that you can save supposedly by eliminating services for the community. And we've detailed that in our report. We have capacity today to add 2 primary care providers to the Emmeline Clinic, which would generate enough revenue to fund labs and radiology for this year. The board can easily pass a measure today to do so. We have extensive other recommendations in this report. Labs and radiology. Labs are disaster service workers, responded to the COVID as essential workers, recently responded to the measles outbreak. All Janus methadone patients in Santa Cruz have labs drawn at Emmeline Health Center. Behavioral health depends on them critically, and you have tens of millions in downstream costs if you can put up more barriers to access to care for these patients. Please consider the downstream costs and the good faith attempt by the frontline staff to collaborate with you as you requested us to do so. Thank you for your time.
Kevin, your microphone is now available.
Hello.
We can hear you, Kevin.
Great. Supervisors, thank you for hearing me today. Right now, our county health centers are facing painful cuts. Clinics are reducing hours, staff are being laid off, and families, including my own mother, are losing access to the most basic medical services they depend on. These are not numbers on a budget sheet. These are people's lives and health at stake. Yet at the June RTC meeting, Executive Director Sarah Christensen said that rail could be made viable if we prioritize this over other needs. You continue to review concept reports for this project, but the draft already shows it's not feasible. And more importantly, even considering putting rail ahead of essential services.
We're on item
message
8.
to the community. Yes, this is about focusing on what we need for the community. We cannot have it all. Every dollar, every ounce we focus on chasing a speculative project is energy taken away from things that matter today: our healthcare system, public safety, housing, and infrastructure. These are the areas where cuts are happening today, where our community is already feeling the pain. I urge you as supervisors and RTC commissioners to put first things first, protect the public health and safety of our citizens, keep our clinics open, and invest in services that make our county livable and resilient today. Our community deserves leaders who prioritize people over projects. Please show us through your actions that you are those leaders. Thank you.
I see no further speakers online, Chair.
Thank you. With that, I'll bring you back to the board, starting to my right. Supervisor Supa.
Thank you. I have just a couple questions. One of the things I saw on the list of services we provide is acupuncture, and I'm wondering about that cost. How much does acupuncture cost our clinic system?
Acupuncture is actually a moneymaker for us because it is Medi-Cal reimbursable. And so we have both a physician who does acupuncture and then a doctor of Chinese medicine who also does acupuncture in all 3 of our clinic sites. And then we were able to bill every one of those and get the same rate as if it was a physician assistant or a psychiatrist or a doctor of other means.
So that particular line item is self-sustaining, it sounds
Yes.
like. And then I'd like a little bit more information about the PV Healthcare District. I didn't realize we were splitting money, so I'd like to know, where does that money come from? And why now are we splitting it with the PB Health District?
So this is from the state. This internally we call it intergovernmental transfers. The Alliance calls it voluntary rate range program. As a public healthcare district, they are allowed to get some of this funding that supports not direct services but Medi-Cal infrastructure.
And how much of a loss was that to our county clinic system?
I believe it will be a ramp up of eventually a loss of 4 million
per year.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Cummings.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, staff, and thank you, members of the public who commented on this item. I guess I want to start on page numbers, but the second to last page of the staff report where it discusses the expenditures. And so, for example, laboratory services would be about $1,137,600 and generate approximately $20,000 in revenue. And then radiology costing $393,851 and generate approximately $60,000 in revenue. How do we get to a point where we have had these services going on for decades and now we're only able to generate such small amounts given the expense? I think it's really it's really confusing to me, and I think to many members of the public, how we've gotten to this point where there's so much higher expense than the revenue that we're bringing in. So I'm just wondering if you all can speak to that.
Sure. So nothing really has changed about the way in which we are able to bill for the lab and x-ray services. The lab and x-ray services are seen as ancillary. When a patient comes in and they see their primary care clinician or their behavioral health clinician or acupuncture or the dentist, we are able to bill our respective payment system rate for that visit. When a patient comes in without a visit and gets an x-ray or a lab, we're able to bill for that, and we get a small amount of money, and that's the 20,000 and 60,000 you see. But what we're seeing is that our expenses, by far, our staff, our people, are the most expensive piece of our budget. And that is increasing. Inflation for everything we do is increasing. And certainly that's not going to get better in the short term. So over the years, we have been subsidizing the lab and x-ray, and we are at a point where we still have a deficit. We're looking at bigger deficits with the federal and state challenges with Medi-Cal, and in using our considerations of least amount of impact to staff and patients and most positive impact to our budget. That's how we came to these two services.
Thank you. And then I guess one of the concerns that I have is that back when the board had taken action on this item on June 3rd and June 10th, I think the board's intent was really to have staff come back with options for us to consider. And I think part of why we wanted to have this conversation before September 30th is that September 30th is our final budget hearing, and that we really want to try to get to a place where we could have staff working with our frontline workers so that we could try to figure out an alternative, because we know how important these services are and for the community, and really wanted to figure out, is there any way to maintain these? And I just don't feel like that. I mean, it sounds like there was a meeting with SEIU. They work to provide options, and most of what we've heard in response is why we can't do those things and have to transition to closure. And I think for me, I'm really concerned with the opportunity to have meaningful engagement with SEIU, and that maybe that didn't happen, and that we really want to see these services not just continued, but also the fact that we want to figure out ways to increase productivity. If productivity is low, increase opportunities for people to come in. And I get it that we're moving into really tough times, but I also want to remind the board that we do have a new HSA director. I think there's an opportunity for us to potentially have her work with staff, with SAU frontline workers, really try to address some of these issues. And so when the time comes, I'm inclined to propose a motion that maybe provides a better opportunity for our HSA director to work with our staff and to figure out how we can increase productivity to close some of these gaps, bring more patients in, and maintain these services for our county. Because, I mean, if we can, and I get that, you know, acupuncture is a revenue generating service, but it's that, but, you know, having that service over something like x-rays and blood draws, I think there's an opportunity for us, if productivity is low, to figure out how we can raise productivity and provide these services.
Thank you, Supervisor Martinez.
Thank you for the thorough presentation. And I just want to thank the HSA team. I also want to thank our labor partners. I've had an opportunity to meet with you folks and review every detail that you sent. So I've really appreciated the effort. And I'm looking at this as somebody, you know, who's really, I've committed my life to public health and ensuring that healthcare services are available to those who are most vulnerable, and in operating in a really challenging healthcare environment. So I'm well aware of the challenges that are ahead, and you know, working within limited resources, it's never an easy place to be. But I appreciate all the information that we have. And I just want you to know that I'm hearing a lot from kind of outside of this room, the broader constituency on like kind of what are we doing to prepare for the federal changes and, you know, the impact of HR1 and the rollback of Medi-Cal. And so I am seeing this conversation in the context of really what's ahead. And while, you know, this is a really difficult conversation to have now, I'm glad we're having it now, so we can just be clear and proactive where we can, and ensure that our critical and essential services are sustainable moving into the future. I do have a number of questions, so I hope we can kind of jump into those. You know, the report, as Supervisor Cummings shared, it didn't have really clear alternatives for us, and I'm wondering if that's because, you know, are there no alternatives? You know, my question is that, you know, we have mandated services to provide, and are there other non-mandated services that would be on the table if not these? You showed a slide that had like 2 color shades of blue, and was that trying to show us what's mandated and what's not? Maybe you could go back to that slide and just show us, you know, what you're looking at when you're thinking, when you sort of called out both lab and radiology as the place for changes.
Yes, so we did look at all of these, and we did really appreciate the suggestions from SEIU. We took them very seriously. We looked into each of them. And the fact is, we don't have an alternative that saves us close to $2 million with only 8 positions being affected. Any other of these boxes that you see are either mandated. We're mandated to have an electronic health record, for example. Any of these, if we, for example, if we got rid of HIV case management, that would be less than $200,000. Not a big chunk that helps our budget. If we got rid of medication-assisted treatment, that would be that would hurt our budget actually, because we've been so successful with that program. And our programs change as our world changes and as healthcare needs change. When I started 14 years ago, we did not have medication assisted treatment, and a lot has happened in that time that has created the need for that. And it's a very successful program. So again, when we looked at these services and we looked at what alternatives we could provide, and we looked into every one of the alternatives that were presented to us, there isn't an alternative that has less of an impact on position elimination and less of an impact on patients and our budget.
And I will add that the health centers was keeping in mind how to maintain all of our health centers to be sustainable. The way we have multiple health centers, some perform better in terms of the revenue, some need to be subsidized, such as our HPHP services. And that's a reality we accept, and we take a big picture view on in terms of how we spread out resources. So in this environment right now, to be transparent, we are looking at consolidation of clinics. What would that look like? We're holding on a backfilling of a health center manager position in Emmeline Health Center until we figure out that question. So we're looking at how do we work smarter with the resources that we have, which typically includes some sort of a different way of doing business, a different way of doing management, consolidating management resources. So that's a potential of consolidating clinics, and to be very transparent, really considering, are we able to maintain this as a business within a county health system? Like, do we have the infrastructure and support to maintain primary care to the level that we have? So all those considerations and what Chief Peeler mentioned is on the table. And the dark blue here were the areas of consideration. Again, lab and radiology service, I want to emphasize, they are necessary, they are essential. We can't do primary care without them, but we are rethinking how to do it and offer it to our patients.
Thank you. I'm wondering if it would be helpful to think about them as two different services, because in today's budget, you did sort of present them with two different pictures. So kind of starting with the laboratories, one of the primary concerns that I care about, right, and I'm hearing about from the public, is how elimination of county provided lab services would affect patients' quality of care and access to care. And so what we're hearing from you, what we saw demonstrated on the slide, was that your goal is to place the blood drawing specialists inside the clinics, and that there would be basically a seamless experience for the patients in making this change. So are you feeling confident that that's something that you're able to do?
That is what we are actively and have been actively working with Quest on since June. They are recruiting for phlebotomists as we speak. We have a check-in this week to see how that progress is, and that is absolutely our goal. And that is what is happening now at both Salud para la Gente and Santa Cruz Community Health.
And so do you have a sense of kind of how quickly you could expect that would be in place if we were to make these changes effective September 30th?
We have asked for them to be in place October 1st. I think that with any project, we can anticipate some bumpiness along those roads. Our patients right now are experiencing that bumpiness, as almost all of our staff have left. So as it is now, they're being referred out to Quest in the community. And we're looking forward to being able to continue to see them in our actual clinics.
And then kind of going back to Supervisor Cummings' question, if the county's not able to cover our costs doing this lab work, why would Quest want to do this? Why would they be able to cover the cost and do the work?
Sure. So if a patient comes in and sees their physician, whoever their primary care provider is, and they get labs ordered, and they go to our lab, they get their blood drawn, maybe they get an x-ray too, maybe they see a therapist that day, we get paid one rate for all of those services, whether all those services happen or only the physician who saw the patient. So we can't bill extra for the lab we do in that scenario. If a patient comes in, if a patient got, let's say, labs that need to be repeated in 3 weeks, and so they come and they just get that lab service, we can bill for that. And it is nowhere near what our rate is for our clinicians, but we can bill for it. So when a patient goes to Quest and they have Medi-Cal or they have any other insurance, Quest can bill the full amount for that service and get their full amount back. And that's the difference.
Thank you. So basically what I'm hearing is that largely we should not expect that our clients would have a noticeable difference in care if we were able to proceed with this change, and that it would help to address a deficit of nearly about 1.5 million by making this change. Am I correct in reading that most of the employees who have been affected by this part of the change have been able to be placed in other county employment?
In other county employment, and one has already retired, one is planning to retire, and one took a position outside of the county as a phlebotomist.
Okay. So given that, as it relates to lab, I feel inclined to support the staff recommendations as it relates to lab. However, when we move to radiology services, I also have some questions, and I would recommend looking at them separately. So correct me if I'm wrong, but if it's my recollection that by shifting radiology from county provided services to those provided by a community partner, we're talking about services provided to about 1,800 patients at a cost of about $443,000 a year. Is that correct?
Yes, that's not assuming that. Yes, that is correct.
And what's the current status of our radiology staff?
Our radiology staff are still with us and providing services.
Okay. And in your presentation, it seemed pretty distinct that for radiology, this is where there would be a change in workflow.
Yes.
Folks would have to transport to another site. What's your confidence that that would be able to be possible? What type of vouchers are available? What, based on your experience with our patients, what do you see as possible there?
Sure. So one way to think about it is it's a referral to get an X-ray, and our patients get all kinds of referrals all the time to a cardiologist, to a dermatologist, for an MRI, for a CT scan, orthopedics, gastro, all the kinds of referrals that patients need to get to out in the community that we don't provide in-house. So it really is the same in that circumstance. If a patient has a difficulty getting there, our Homeless Persons Health Project staff does quite a bit of transportation, often in mornings to the methadone clinic, and we have our street medicine team and our mobile clinic. So in that program, we really meet people where they are, but it is true at the same time that patients will have to travel. And we do have bus passes and some taxi vouchers for patients that really have a struggle in getting there, like we do for our other referrals too.
Thank you. So, I want an opportunity to hear from my other colleagues on the board. However, really thinking about this, I am concerned about the disruption of services for those seeking radiology. And while, I wish we had all the resources we could to continue to subsidize all of the services that are provided, if we need to make hard choices today, I'd be more inclined to support a continuation of radiology throughout the year, while continuing with the plan to transition lab to Quest, given the seamless experience for the patients if we use Quest for lab versus the radiology. So that's what I'll be looking towards when we get closer to making a decision on this. With that said, I'm done with my comments.
Thank you. Supervisor Koenig.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, staff and SEIU for all the productive discussion on this topic. You know, it's true, as the line of questioning that Supervisor Martinez just explained, I mean, we're really facing some perverse incentives here where Medi-Cal won't reimburse us to do this work, but they will reimburse a third-party provider. And so, I mean, I understand the approach that you brought us, which is in difficult times, let's let someone who can actually get paid to do the work, do the work. You know, on the other hand, I do understand, you know, the argument that we've heard largely from SEIU and from other people who utilize these services, and of course, the folks who have worked in the lab themselves, which is that we work with a patient base that are difficult sticks, right? And that it's not going to be easy to replace someone with decades of experience working with these kinds of patients, from, you know, their both ability to connect emotionally with patients as well as just to, you know, get blood draws in difficult situations. So I hear that loud and clear, and I absolutely share some concerns that it's not going to be a one-for-one replacement, even if it's in the same location, just because we'll be losing those experienced employees. And I mean, unfortunately, the reality is we already have, right? We're kind of mid-swing on this, whether we like it or not. And while, you know, I share the sentiment expressed by some of my colleagues that it would, you know, sure, we wish we had alternatives. The desire was to be able to identify alternative solutions. You know, it sounds like the primary alternative that or approach that's been suggested of trying to just generate more revenue. We're working on it, but you know, as has been explained, to make one primary care provider productive requires all the support staff, and it requires you know, the operational plan to actually make that work. And it's not something you can change overnight and just hire more revenue generating staff. And so we're trying to make our revenue generating staff, our PCPs, more productive as it is. And maybe we'll get there, but we're not there today, and we can't just flip that switch. So, I mean, that means that the reality is if we were to continue either of these services, we would have to find the general fund money to make that work. And I mean, even just radiology, which, you know, I'm also sympathetic. I hear the idea that, like, hey, we still have the employees for this. There's still a possibility to sort of continue the work. Yet I don't know where we would find $334,000 for the remainder of this year. I mean, what do we want to cut, right? Something else would have to be cut. So, and then, you know, the other piece of this is just the uncertainty for all of our employees. I mean, if we were to try to reverse course today and say we're going to maintain lab services, I mean, we've already lost the majority of our employees in lab. How are we going to go back and actually hire people when there's not a clear commitment to be able to continue, like, that we have the financial resources to continue these services, that we have the will to continue them? I don't think that's a great work environment for anybody. And that ultimately is true for both lab and X-ray. So unfortunately, I think we're at a place where we've really sort of already begun this movement. We've got to follow it all the way through. I think we should absolutely be tracking patient outcomes and see if we are seeing those drop-offs, if we can address them through you know, more sort of chaperone services, ensuring people are getting, you know, offering transportation to get to lab or X-ray services. And if we find that we just simply cannot replace these services, we should recommit with that understanding and that momentum in a way that says, you know, we say, this is an essential part of our service. We simply have to fund them. And we're going to do so going forward because it's an essential part of our model. I don't think we're there today. But if that's what the data demonstrates over the coming years, then maybe that's the approach we can take once the financial hurricane we're facing passes. And So I'm prepared, unfortunately, to support the staff recommendation. Well, basically accept this report and basically continue with the budget action we said, which was 3 months of additional budget for perpetuating these services. And then unfortunately we don't have any more, and that therefore they would come to an end on September 30th. Unless I, hear something that says where we could get the money to make it work.
Chair Hernandez.
Go ahead.
If I could comment, thank you. Chair Hernandez. Yes, I wanted to comment on a few things. One is a process issue that was raised about the budget. Just to be clear, the last budget hearing was on June 10th. That is how we do this in our county, and now most counties do. So the budget was approved on June 10th. We have to approve it by June 30th. That's when we approve the budget. September 30th, when we submit the final budget to the state, is primarily a ministerial action, not a public hearing on the budget. It's a ministerial action to submit the state controller forms and to carry out last day actions that the board authorized on June 10th. So the board, now there's a way around it. You can amend the budget anytime you want. So, but it's not, just to be clear, the budget was approved. There would be an amendment to the budget. Okay, so just process issue. Second of all, the alternatives are primarily, raise revenues. We looked at all those. None of them are a short-term solution. Some of them might be viable more in a long-term solution. We're going to work on those issues in the future, but none of them are the answer right now. Second of all, cut other places. Health Services has looked other places in their budget, and nowhere else in their department is going to have less of an impact. It's going to have more an impact on the community and more of an impact on staff. So this is the worst of evils facing us. The other alternative for the board is to look at other places like the general fund or one-time funds. So Health Services does have reserves. They're one-time funds. It's bad budget practice to use one-time funds to fund ongoing operations. It's just not a good practice, but you could do that. There's also general fund one-time sources like our contingencies. Again, using one-time funds to fund ongoing operations is not a good idea, but you could do that. There's contingencies in the general fund. You could take 400,000 out of those and fund it for another year. But again, it's not a good practice, but you could do that. Third thing is you could cut other places. You could cut other departments, right? Other general fund departments. All of them are there, and you can make ongoing cuts to those. And that would be what you should do if you really value this above, to restore it. Having said that, though, I'll make it clear that this is just the beginning of cuts that are coming to Health Services Agency. There's a bill called HR 1, which was approved on July 4th by the Congress, that was a product of the President Trump's initiative to make these kind of cuts. And so the cuts are starting this year. There's 5% less people with Medi-Cal insurance that we're already seeing a decline in, and everybody's seeing it already. All the FQHCs are seeing it. We're seeing it. The hospitals are seeing it. 5% of people already are losing their healthcare insurance. The Affordable Health Act, or California, what is it called? The
Covered California.
Covered California. Those subsidies are ending as well next year. So those cuts are going to be happening as well for many of people who have Covered California. And then over the next 2 years, you're going to see all the other cuts that HR 1 implements. And we estimate, the Alliance estimates that somewhere between 20 to 25% of people on Medi-Cal are going to lose their healthcare insurance. That's going to impact Salud para la Gente, Santa Cruz Community Health. That's going to include Watsonville Hospital, Dominican, every healthcare provider in our area, and including us, especially us, because we care for the people that are most vulnerable to the things that are included in HR 1, which are more frequent re-enrollment requirements, more strenuous and rigorous re-enrollment requirements that are meant basically to create bureaucracy to get people to drop their insurance. Let's be clear, that was the intent, in my view, of the legislation. And they're going to do that, and they're going to be successful at it. And then the other thing is the work requirement, which is going to require and affect many of our people. So we're going to be in a big battle just to keep our own clinics open over the next few years, as the hospitals are going to be in a battle just to stay open. As you can see, Hazel Hawkins, Watsonville Community Hospital are already seriously facing deficits as is. So anyway, I'll just say that as a caution as you go forward on this. I'm afraid that even if you find funds, you tell us what you want to do, but you got to fund it or cut somewhere else. Or you could use one-time funds, but again, that's a bad practice to do. And then, but again, that's up to you folks if you want to do that. And then, but know that in the next year's budget, you're going to see more cuts and they're going to be more severe. And then the following year, you're going to be trying to keep your clinics open. That's what you're going to be at. And again, we don't want this. None of us want this, but the Congress passed it. The president signed it and it's his initiative. That's what they're doing. Maybe in 2028 there'll be a new administration. Maybe things will change, but for now, that's where we're facing with. Thank you.
Thank you, Carlos. I only had one brief question. I know in the last meeting there was some discussion about kind of bringing the labs or Quest in-house. Is that still a consideration?
Yes, that is what Quest has promised us, and that is what we are planning on happening.
Okay. And, I also agree with some of the comments from Supervisor Martinez and Cummings about, that I wish we would have had alternatives that were provided, different paths. I know, obviously, it's budgetary constraints that we probably don't. But I still would like to have seen maybe our new health services director put her hands on it and, get involved and see how we could fix things up a little bit. Sorry to put you on the spot on your first day. Fix all our problems. But, I'd like to see something like that, possibly. But it's tough times, tough budget decisions that we have ahead of us. Supervisor Cummings?
Yeah, so with that, to keep this meeting moving, I'm just going to make a motion that we continue radiology services through fiscal year 2025-26 using one-time funds. Direct the HSA director to explore strategies to address productivity and revenue losses and report to the board at the mid-year budget hearings, and direct staff to include HSA director and her staff to work with SEIU and affected employees seeking options to maintain radiology and county services broadly. And I will say, so that's the motion. If there's a second, I just have a brief comment to make.
I'll second it if you can add, for us to get quarterly reports on this year, four reports on this, not just 6 months and 1 year. See how progress is going, but also to have that discussion with the labor unions and our health director.
And if I can just make a brief comment, I totally hear what our CEO Palacios is saying about not using one-time funds and actually the cuts that are going to be coming. But I do think we have a unique situation here where we have a new HSA director who hasn't had the opportunity to work with staff and work with SEIU to potentially address some of these issues around productivity and revenue losses. And I think that using one-time funds in this situation really will provide her the time and opportunity to see if there is a solution that can get worked out to increase productivity. And I think that it's worth us making that investment right now to try to see if we can maintain these services for the county. And so that concludes my comments.
So you accepted the friendly amendments about quarterly reports?
Yeah, so instead of the mid-year budget hearings, it'll be quarterly reports.
Yeah, keep better tabs on it.
Question is, so this will be, this is for this fiscal year 25 and 26?
Yeah, this fiscal cycle.
This fiscal cycle.
Yeah, so just this fiscal cycle.
Okay. I just have one more comment, a couple more comments actually. So many of you know I've worked in healthcare all of my career. Dignity Health, I worked in the clinics there. We take Medi-Cal clients, unlike Kaiser, unlike PAMF. We actually take them in primary care. We've had Quest labs always on campus with us, and they do a fine job of collecting specimens. Yes, these are people with hard sticks. So I understand that at the county, potentially, there's people with many, many years of experience. There also are at Quest too. So hopefully that will just be seamless. Because I met with you all, that I did have very grave concerns about losing our 2 radiology techs. our docs in those clinics and providers don't right now have access to actually look at films that come over from other providers. And so that they could just have an x-ray, walk in, take a look at it, to me seemed like a critical need. The other thing I'm really concerned about, like CEO Palacios talked about, is the loss of Medi-Cal for many of our citizens here in the county. 22% is what we're looking at. So divide 22% into our current Medi-Cal reimbursement, and that's what we'll be losing likely over this next year or two. So we have all these uninsured patients, and so our goal, not our goal, but our process was going to be to shift those the costs of that over to Dignity Health or Dignity Radiology or the Watsonville Hospital, where they can't bill anybody for those services. Like, that doesn't make any sense. They're already struggling, as you know. So it just seems to me like this is something that we should continue. I have met with SEIU. Thank you for coming and talking to us. And I also understand that we as a county need to make swift and deep cuts in order to keep the rest of our services rolling. I completely understand, like HPHP, for example. If we lose, when we lose 22% of our revenue, we're going to have to make some very, very difficult decisions. And this actually was probably one of the first. But I do think that being able to x-ray this population in the clinics is really important. Like, I can't imagine taking somebody with schizophrenia or some kind of horrible mental health disorder and putting them in a cab over to radiology, where they're going to be sitting in a waiting room and maybe not able to withstand, because of their mental health, that particular ride and the services that would be provided for them there. I just don't see that. I think they would get up and walk out, or maybe never get in that cab to begin with. So anyway, so I'll be supporting today. Thank you.
Thank you. If there's no further comments or questions, we do have a motion from Supervisor Cummings, and we do. Okay, Supervisor, go ahead.
I just want to say, I appreciate the proposal. I'm not going to support the solution. We have dangerously low reserves right now. Like historically low reserves. We have, again, it's not like staff wants to be making these recommendations. This is just the least bad option. I don't think that we should be spending down our savings account further when we have, not a perfect solution, but a solution ahead of us right now. So for those reasons, I can't support the motion.
So who does have deep reserves is CCH right now. And so we should be looking to CCH to help fund this particular thing.
Supervisor Martinez?
Can I ask the maker of the motion to repeat the motion one more time?
Sure. It's continue radiology services through fiscal year 25-26 using one-time funds. Direct the Health Services Agency Director to explore strategies to address productivity and revenue losses and report to the board at the mid-year budget hearings, which was amended to be quarterly as a friendly amendment, and then direct staff to include the HSA director and her staff to work with SEIU and affected employees seeking options to maintain radiology and county services broadly.
And so that means that we will be continuing with the staff recommendation related to lab services.
Yes. And again, I think part of that, based on the conversation that we've had, seeing as how the majority of those positions are vacant now, and those people moved on to other jobs while we still have radiology techs. It's kind of a compromise, and radiology is a much smaller number in terms of, the differential, right? It's, a few $100,000 versus like 1.1 million. So it seems like, if we're going to try to provide an opportunity to see if we can get some, if we can address some of these issues, and, it's a much lower cost program that could stay in-house and, provide that connectivity to care. I think that's the compromise that I'm trying to make here today. And again, it's just for this fiscal year. And when the budget comes back, if it turns out we can't maintain the services, so be it, we can move forward with the cuts at that time. But I think since we have a new director, let's provide it. While we can't keep the labs, let's at least help give her the opportunity to see if she can maintain radiology in some way, shape, or form.
Great. So just a couple of comments on this. I want to just start off by acknowledging that what we're proposing today isn't what staff brought to us as a recommendation. And I do want to thank you and appreciate all your work to date to get here. You are doing what we asked, which is to try to, address this systemic shortfall in clinics. And I also just want to acknowledge that I fully expect you're going to be bringing to us some really difficult decisions in the next fiscal year. Given the reality of HR1, given the reality of a decrease in Medi-Cal enrollees, given just so many changes in the healthcare landscape, I want to acknowledge that I recognize that. And I hope that for those labor partners in the room, for the workforce in the room, you recognize that there are going to be really difficult decisions ahead that we're going to have to make. That said, I'm inspired by having a new health director. I'm hoping that bringing some alternatives from other counties may help us start to bridge the gap in our existing services. I really want to encourage you to continue to work with our workforce to increase productivity. I understand that that's the goal. I know that's been the goal for many years. We haven't seen it yet, and so to our workforce partners, we need your help to increase productivity, and that's what we'll be looking for in the future. That said, I'm going to be supporting the motion on the floor today, and I thank everybody for your good work on this.
I just have a clarifying question for the motion, where the additional funds would be coming from.
So what I would suggest is that we come back at the next meeting with the plan to carry out the motion. So we'll come back on the 30th with the specific plan to carry out the motion. Okay, and I just want to thank Supervisor Martinez. I couldn't have said it better myself. I want to echo her comments because that's exactly my reservations moving forward. I know we are in tough, difficult budgetary times, and they're only going to get more difficult in the near future. So with that, we do have a motion. If we can take, Madam Clerk, if we could take a roll call vote.
Supervisor DeSerpa.
Aye.
Cummings.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
Koenig.
No.
Hernandez.
Aye. Motion passes with one dissenting vote from Supervisor Koenig. We do have a regularly scheduled item for 10:45. Or was it 11:45? Okay, next agenda item is number 13, to consider the community engagement plan for developing the county strategic plan 2032 and take all related actions. I'll turn it over to Nicole Coburn, Assistant County Executive Officer, and Erica Padilla Chavez, CEO of Second Harvest Food Bank, and Sven Stafford, Principal Administrative Analyst, for the presentation.
Thank you, and good morning, almost good afternoon. I'm Nicole Coburn, Assistant County Administrative Officer or County Executive Officer. So today we're going to be presenting to you on the county engagement plan for the County Strategic Plan 2032, which is the new strategic plan for the county. So today's purpose, again, we're going to be reviewing the county engagement plan. We're building on the past work in which we're centering equity, clarity, and accountability. This has been a partnership from the very beginning. When we started the foundational review earlier this year, we've been engaging with the Board of Supervisors, we've been engaging with staff, the community, and the partners have each had a role. So let's first off ground ourselves in the overall project timeline. You all are familiar with this. We've been showing it to you in each of our presentations to the board and in our individual discussions. So as you can see here, the plan runs through key milestones. We just completed the foundational review and presented that to you in August. Today, we are here presenting on our community engagement plan. We will be entering into the fall that engagement work with the community with the intention of coming back to the board in November to talk about focus areas that we'll be zeroing in on with the community and having the board validate those. Then moving on, we'll be drafting the strategic plan, and we intend to conduct a board retreat in January, which will be open to the public, and we'll be working on the priorities within those focus areas. We will bring to the board a proposed strategic plan in the springtime. We'll get your feedback and then come back with the final plan for board approval in June. At each milestone, we're hoping to connect and get input on the decisions that need to be made. This is a very iterative process where we're going out to community, we're coming back to the board, we'll be going out to the community again, and then coming back to the board to work through to get to the place where we have a strategic plan for the board to consider. So before we look forward at what we have planned, let's take a quick look back at some of the elements in our 2018-24 strategic plan. As you will recall, this was the first plan that the county had ever entered into. It was really set a shared direction and built on the organizational capacity for performance and collaboration. We're carrying forward with what worked. We're setting clear priorities, using data and working on cross-departmental alignment. We're also refreshing on where we need to reflect on current conditions and what residents are asking for now. So with that in mind, we want to show you what we have planned for Strategic Plan 2032. The top level vision, mission, and equity statement that the county currently has, we want to remain largely intact. We will take board directed changes if there's input that comes out of our community engagement plan that we hear from partners, staff, the community. We can look at taking any board direction on making some modifications, but we really want to focus in on the county values. We hope to go from what we currently have, which is 9 values within the current strategic plan, to 2 to 3 values that we can really better define and share the kind of county culture that we want to develop. We also have work that we want to do on the focus areas. Right now we have 6 focus areas in the strategic plan, and we want to, through our community survey, through focus groups and board direction, we hope to identify new focus areas within which we will then work on identifying the results that we want to achieve and what the work we want to prioritize within those focus areas. We're going to be doing this in partnership with the community. And again, this work is going to be led by staff and community work groups and validated by the Board of Supervisors. So now I'm going to pass it over to Sven Stafford, who is the Principal Administrative Analyst in our office, who's serving as the project manager for the new strategic plan.
All right, thank you, Nicole. Good afternoon, board. The focus areas are broad arenas where the county has meaningful influence and can meaningfully influence results. They help organize our efforts across departments and with our partners around shared outcomes. Each area will connect to existing initiatives so that we're aligning work and not duplicating work. To do this, we're going to go out and do a survey. So we'll be doing a press release today, and we'll be out at the county fair the rest of this week with a booth, trying to encourage people to participate in that. We'll also be using social media and email and other flyers and partners to get the word out around the survey. We'll be conducting focus groups with some of our commissions and advisory groups, trying to hit all the regions of the county, looking at the SLV Roundtable, the Pajaro Valley Collaborative, HIP Council, other places where lots of community partners are gathering. We actually met last night with the Teen Advisory Task Force and had a great conversation with the 2024 youth that are engaged in that. We'll also be working with county staff. Finally, we'll bring all that data back to the board for you to look at and review and help us finalize those focus areas for the new strategic plan. So within each focus area, we'll try to then specify the results and priorities that we want to see. The results will be the condition of well-being or what we want to improve for people here in the county, and trying to put that in plain language. Each focus area will have an indicator that tells us if we're making the progress that we want to see. And then within each indicator, we'll look at priorities. So the areas where if we focus, we can accelerate and move results more quickly. To do that, we're going to create focus area work groups. It'll be a combination of county and community partners. They'll get together for a number of meetings over the course of the next 3 to 4 months. And then we'll be going out and validating the work of those groups with the board and with the community through a board retreat that we're going to hold in January, and then community road shows that we'll do at least one in each district afterwards. Those will all be open to the public and will also help us validate priorities. So the idea is to go out to the community now, create the focus areas, do some work to get results and priorities within each focus area, and then validate with the community again. So there will be multiple places for various levels of input for community members, partners, and county staff. So delivering on these will require some clear roles and collaboration. Again, I mentioned that we're going to be creating this across board offices, departments, community partners, and residents. That leadership from the board will help set the direction. Staff will help steward that process through, and then the community will ultimately be informing the priorities that we come forward with. We hope that equity and transparency will guide the work so that decisions are reflective of the diverse expertise and lived experience that we have in the county. And I'm going to pass it to Ms. Padilla Chavez to talk about those standards of inclusion and engagement that we're setting for ourselves.
Thank you. See, I'm a newbie at this. I first of all want to congratulate the team for including a few of us to be a part of the design team. What a magnificent process this has been. And one of the intentional conversations we have had is around the values that we will use to guide this process through. So equitable, culturally responsive, and accessible, it will be key to everything we do as we engage with the community. So we'll factor the timing of when we meet with community, language access, all the very important elements that we know we need to factor to ensure that we are engaging all members of our community. We are interested in building trust, and what more important time to do that than now. So what that means is as we engage community members from throughout the county, we want to be able to loop back and report where we're at in the process and how their voice is articulated in this process. And we're going to use multifaceted and heated ways to engage them. So you heard Sven talk about the work that's going to happen at the county fair. We're going to do surveys. We're going to do conversations with community members. We want to make sure we have ample opportunity to engage our members of our community. And as we do that, and in your respective districts, engage the members of your districts, we also want to be mindful that there are members in our community and sectors in our community that are often not engaged in these kinds of conversations, or maybe often unintentionally left out. So we've identified a group of entities that we want to be mindful and strategic and engaging. We want to make sure that the South County community, the Pajaro Valley, Watsonville, the Freedom community is intentionally sought. We want to be mindful of our rural communities. We want to engage with perhaps groups and individuals that are already meeting in these particular areas that often express feeling geographically isolated. We want to make sure, especially at this time, that we're engaging members of our African-American Black community, our immigrants and refugees, our farm worker community, our LGBTQ, faith community leaders. We want to make sure we're engaging them. Of course, the community-based organizations, we want to make sure that all of them are invited to be a part of the process. The Mixteco speaker population, making sure that when we're engaging them, we're doing so, of course, with respect and linguistically aligned to their needs. We want to be mindful of families' work schedule too, and be mindful to hold spaces to engage our families who are working families. We want to make sure that we have victims of crime and survivors that have a story and a particular perspective in how they view our local environment, and we want to hear from them. And then key to the county and to every jurisdiction, our small business owner community, making sure we're hearing from them. They are huge contributors to our community. We want to make sure we're reaching the underserved areas in particular to make sure those members of the business community are heard. And one particular way that the board can support us, frankly, is asking you to help us engage all members of our community in this process in light of the narrative that aims to perhaps disqualify some members of our community. Your participation and encouraging engagement will be critical.
Thank you. So I just want to end by saying engagement is going to be an ongoing partnership. We want to engage with all of the people who live in Santa Cruz County. We do have some areas that you saw listed there where we are prioritizing some really thoughtful engagement, because these are the communities that either don't know how to engage with the county for a variety of reasons, they don't have the resources or the capacity. And so we need to be really thoughtful about how we reach them to make sure their voices are heard. So that's why they are listed there. But really, everyone within Santa Cruz County, we are open and wanting to hear from all of them. So we're excited, as Sven said, to get started with the survey that we're going to launch tomorrow at the county fair. We have a booth. A lot of us as county staff are going to be staffing the booth at the county fair. So we hope all of you and other members of the community to swing by and see us and meet with us. We're asking the board today to approve the community engagement plan and direct our office to come back in November when we'll be talking about the focus areas and having you validate those. With this roadmap and your partnership, we are really hoping to focus on the actions that are going to have the best measurable improvement for community well-being. So thank you, and we're happy to take any of your questions.
Thank you for the presentation. I had mentioned before, there's key events to find the Spanish speakers and farm workers. I think one of them is the Fiestas Patrias coming up on the September 14th. And I think the booths for community agencies are free, and I can even mention it up there on the stage as well. But with that, we'll take it out to the public to see if anyone would like to address us on this item. Seeing none, anyone online?
Yes, Chair. Bernard, your microphone's now available.
Yes, good afternoon, buenas tardes, Chair and Board, staff, Bernie Gomez with Milpa. My comment here is just really looking forward to engaging this process, learning this process. I know that, sometimes it's kind of discouraging sometimes to engage in some of these things because there's like a learning curve, and speaking with community members and folks that we work with and just our own families, right? And just, bringing this up to them and, letting them know like how important it is for our voice to be heard, and learn this process, right? It feels good right now that this community engagement plan is being tailored to all residents, right? As in the Santa Cruz County. So I look forward to engaging. We look forward to engaging this process and Yeah, I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much.
No further speakers online, Chair.
That I'll bring back to the board. Supervisor Cummings.
Well, thank you all for your work on this, and it's really good. Moving forward, it's really gonna be looking to see what comes back and what feedback we get from the community. One recommendation as well, I know Supervisor Hernandez recommended an event. UCSC usually does kind of like a welcome tabling event for all the new students on campus. I'm not sure when that's coming up, but I think it would be good for the county to maybe have a table there and to start engaging with UCSC students, especially the folks who are new to the community, who may be coming in as freshmen and might not know what services are available through the county. And so just being able to have that. And then just please share any information with us that we can share out in our newsletters so that we can help disseminate this information as well and make sure that, other folks like in my district, for example, we have the Davenport North Coast Association, we've got the Rural Bonnie Dune Association, making sure that they're sharing it out in their newsletters and then encouraging folks who have newsletters to share the information broadly as well. So thank you all and look forward to working with you all. Oh, and then the other point that I wanted to make was trying to connect with service industry workers. I think oftentimes some of our service industry workers aren't really as engaged in knowing what's going on. And so making sure that, those are some of the lower income people in our community who really struggle to be able to afford to live here. And so making sure that we're connecting with them, I think is really critical. Thank you.
Supervisor Serpa.
Thank you. And Erica, thank you so much for participating in this process. I know that underserved voices will be at the table because of the work that you're doing to help Sven and Nicole and everyone else. So thank you. And thank everyone who's participating. Nicely done. And I look forward to the results.
Supervisor Martinez.
Thank you for the plan that you've brought us today. I really appreciate your efforts to engage the community, not just in a one-time way, but it looks like you're hoping to have more ongoing engagement dialogue as we continue. And I just really appreciate that. And I appreciate your focus on, just really an equity-driven, results-based approach. And I think it's going to produce an outcome that's better because of it. I do want to just ensure that disaster survivors are included. I saw that it was listed in the staff report, but not in the presentation. So it's just an important voice as you proceed to get feedback. And then just another question, I've been working really hard to try to communicate with my constituents, both in a variety of ways, both using social media and then off social media as well. And I'm wondering if are there going to be paper flyers or is everything involving technology or?
No, so we actually plan to have an insert in the property tax bills, for example, that are going to go out soon. With the QR code for the survey. So we will try alternative methods. And then Sven, if you have anything to add.
Yeah, we were thinking as we give the electronic links to your office for how to disseminate the survey, that we'll also have a media packet and a PDF of things that can be both posted to social media and printed out if you'd like. So there'll be multiple options to be able to get that information out to folks or just post it on bulletin boards and things like that.
Great. I appreciate that because, social media is can be a dangerous place sometimes. So sometimes just good old fashioned paper and, a pencil can get use the information in a safer, more fact-based way. So with that, good luck with the rest of your approach. I'm looking forward to hearing the feedback that we get back. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Koenig.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, staff, for this incredibly comprehensive outreach plan. I mean, I'd say faultless. We'll absolutely hear from a great cross-section of the community with this outreach plan. I think the important thing to keep in mind is that the answers we get are only good as the questions we ask. If we ask, and even a question as simple as, what county services do we use? I mean, maybe not the most useful, right? I mean, we can get that raw data just by looking at the number of people accessing each one of our services today. And that will ultimately be more accurate than through the lens of the survey responses. So I think if the survey data is going to be useful to us as decision makers, it should include a constrained choice option. How do you prioritize these county services? Whether, health, food access, childcare, et cetera, rate them, right? Those are the kinds of trade-offs that we have to make here, what we just made today. And that's the kind of information we need. Just having people say, yeah, we want it all. We get it, but we can't afford it all. And the other thing is, because we're doing such comprehensive outreach and are sure to touch people who use all of these different services, it would be great opportunity to get qualitative feedback about how we can improve each of those services that they are using, whether that's in terms of access or just making it a better service. Thank you.
And again, thank you guys for all your hard work that you have been doing on this item. I have to say, in South County, we do have a lot of young people. There's about over 30% that are under 19. So I think the voice of young people is also very important. I know that my staff is going to be working with Watsonville High and PV High to try to get some of those surveys out to some of the students there. So still got work ahead of us. Thank you. I'll bring it back to the board now.
I'll move the recommended actions.
Second.
We had a motion from Supervisor Cummings and a second from Supervisor Koenig.
Supervisor DeSerpa.
Aye.
Cummings.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
Koenig.
Aye.
And Hernandez.
Aye, motion passes unanimously. We are going to be taking not closed session, but we are going to be taking a lunch break at this point. We will be back at, well, it's 1:15 for the next item.
I think we could, 1 o'clock at the latest seems like we could get through lunch.
Okay.
And others, no.
1 o'clock.
We're gonna take a break.
We'll be back at 1 o'clock.
Recording stopped.
Okay, we will now begin the regular agenda. We are on item number 8. Hold a public hearing to consider whether to take jurisdiction of appeal of the Planning Commission action to approve coastal development permit application 241408. And we'll turn it over to Evan Ditmars, Development Review Planner, for the presentation.
Yes, good afternoon, Chair Hernandez and members of the board. Evan Ditmars, Development Review Planner with CDI Planning. Thank you for having me today. This item is a jurisdictional hearing, an appeal by the applicant, Maston Britton Architects, on appeal from the Planning Commission, requesting that your board take jurisdiction of the project, which was approved by both the zoning administrator and the Planning Commission. The project site is located on the seaward side of Opal Cliff Drive, just east of 41st Avenue. And the project would remodel the home to include a reconfiguration of the interior layout, adding a bedroom, modifying the roof line, expanding the garage, constructing an elevator, excavating a basement, and constructing a second-story ADU. The square footage totals of the proposed project are indicated on this slide here. In total, the project would add just under 2,000 square feet to the existing 2,000 square foot home. The permits required for this project include a variance for a stairway in the front yard, a coastal development permit, and a site development permit. This is some project background and timeline. Importantly, the project was approved by the zoning administrator on June 6th, and that approval was accompanied by a condition of approval to modify the scope of the project, and I will detail that condition of approval in just a moment here. The applicant appealed the zoning administrator approval to the Planning Commission, and on July 23rd, the Planning Commission unanimously upheld the zoning administrator's conditioned approval of the project. The applicant is now appealing that decision as indicated in their request to your board to take jurisdiction. So the condition of approval was to limit the extent of attached additions to the project to 1,012 square feet, which represents 50% of the existing structure. And that approval included an allowance for an additional 1,000 square feet of detached ADU to be constructed in the front yard. And that approval did not mandate whether the ADU was attached or detached to the structure, and it did not mandate that the applicant eliminate the basement. In other words, the attached additions are limited to 1,012 square feet, and 1,000 square feet of detached ADU would be allowed in the front yard. How the applicant chooses to utilize that 1,012 square feet is up to the applicant and the owner. The reason for including that condition is to conform with the policies for development in coastal hazard areas, where the county adopted objectives prioritize the mitigation of hazards through avoidance or potentially relocation through managed retreat. The staff report and the zoning administrator elaborate on these policies, but in the context of the project site, the technical reports submitted with the project anticipate this bluff to retreat about 90 feet over the next 100 years. And in these areas where subject to bluff retreat, new construction, reconstruction, and additions to structures are limited. The approval reflects compliance with the hazard mitigation policies adopted in county code. So consideration of this appeal for your board to take jurisdiction requires a determination that at least one of the following criteria on this slide are demonstrated. The appellant's letter dated August 4th, 2025, included in the packet for this item, details the appellant's grievances with the conditional of approval, but does not provide a basis for any of the required findings in this slide. The appellant has not brought forth any new information that wasn't already considered by staff during project review, that wasn't considered by the zoning administrator on June 6th, or that wasn't considered by the Planning Commission on July 23rd. The letter does not demonstrate that there was an error or abuse of discretion when the Planning Commission or zoning administrator approved the project. Both hearings were conducted fairly and rightfully considered the appellant's letter. And the late correspondence provided by the appellant prior to the hearing, as well as the appellant's testimony, were considered by the Planning Commission. No new evidence supporting an alternative decision was provided by the applicant. The additional material submitted by the appellant did not introduce new information or information that was not already considered. The letter also incorrectly cites the Planning Commission decision as a denial. It alleges that staff demand a detached ADU when the staff report and administrative record clearly disprove that, and argues against positions that staff have not taken. So staff are requesting that you consider the unanimous approval by 5 planning commissioners and a zoning administrator, as well as the multitude of planning staff who've collaborated in the preparation of the report to those hearing bodies. This approval is reflective of the adopted codes and policies, including the general plan and local hazard mitigation program adopted by your board and implemented throughout the county. So the staff recommendation is for your board to conduct the public hearing as is afforded by the appeal process in Chapter 18 of County Code, but to decline to take jurisdiction of application 241408. This is an approved project. The applicant may move forward into the building permit phase with substantially similar project as to that proposed, and a reconsideration of this project by your board at best might marginally advance the discussion of a broader land use policy. That discussion is already occurring. Later today, your board will hear a status update from OR3 pertaining to the local hazard mitigation program, which in its current version outlines both avoidance and relocation of structures as mitigations for coastal hazards, as well as the development of the sea level rise vulnerability assessment, which is currently underway. Addressing these policies at the countywide level or the macro level rather than on a project by project basis ensures consistency so that we're not continually adjusting policies in reaction to an individual project. That does conclude my presentation, and I'm happy to address any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you for that presentation. Again, this is a hearing, and we will then hear from the applicant for a total of 10 minutes.
Good afternoon, Cope Britton, Matson Britton Architects. This is actually a very important issue. It may not seem like it to you, but it is, and that's why I'm here. There are several procedural errors that occurred on this, ignoring the fact that the facts presented by staff are inaccurate and what were presented to the Planning Commission are inaccurate and are provable. Procedurally, they left out the letters from Richard Irish, former member of the appeals board for the County of Santa Cruz, the letter from Pacific Crest, from Eric Zinn, geologist, former chair of the licensing board. These are people with decades of experience. So ignore me, and in fact, I've been doing this 35 years. These are people that have no axe to grind other than to follow the code the way it's written and to follow it accurately. So procedurally, their letters were left out of your packet. You didn't have an opportunity to fully review those, nor has county staff provided a response to them. That's a procedural error. That means please refer us back to the Planning Commission. This is a dense issue. Going towards procedural errors, Planning Commissioner Nichols told me afterwards he didn't understand the code. He didn't understand the issue. This is a good planning commissioner. He should have abstained if he didn't understand. So, well, I only have 8 minutes to talk to you. What I'm hoping you'll do is ask questions so you understand what's in front of you. It took me a lot of time to get here, a lot of effort. I'd really appreciate that you want to hear what this is about and understand it. Third procedural error is Rick Parks, after the Planning Commission hearing, who's your county engineer who actually worked for the firm that worked on this project. Okay, so he said that staff is incorrect on their interpretation. I won't use the salty language he used. I'm using paraphrasing. That staff is incorrect on their interpretation of county code, specifically 1610. 1610 has 10 definitions of development. Any one of those can trigger the requirement for a geology and geotechnical report. That's what 1610 is about, is what it's always been about. So why that's in front of you is to try to simplify it, because I can explain it further for you. And Mr. Irish, the project engineer, is also here. This project is exactly the same situation. Ms. McDaniels may disagree with me, but once you establish the 100-year setback, whether it's through having a house in back of the 100-year, or the development behind the year, the new development, or you have a seawall, doesn't matter. That project was fought tooth and nail all the way to the Coastal Commission. Jan Butz was standing on her head to try to stop this project, to do anything to minimize what we were adding. It's a 70% addition. The reason why it was approved is because what I'm telling you is the fact that the definition of development that staff is using is a trigger. Back in the old days, people didn't know when they were going to have to provide a geology and geotechnical report. Our current codes have changed in 35 years, but back at the time, if you added more than 500 square feet or 50% of an existing structure, that triggered the requirement for the report. So I'm not a big fan of Tom Burns. He was a planning director at the time, but he knew that was the definition. I'm not a big fan of the county geologist, Joe Hanna. He knew that was the definition. This is how you did it. So what staff is mentioning is they're creating a policy. When you are the policymakers, you're the legislative body. They shouldn't be making changes without the rest of us not knowing. Yeah, so this is a change that occurred, I don't know when. Was it Kathy Prevasic? Was it Jocelyn Drake? I don't know. But let's talk about equity, but also talk about county staff keeps on using the LCP as this magical thing that means everything. Well, LCP is silent about this issue. It actually says that all you have to do is make sure you don't go beyond the 100-year with the new development. All of our development, all our new development is behind that line. This is not an LCP issue. And again, I hope you all understand this. In chapter 1610, the definition that they're using is exactly the same, whether you're in the coastal zone or out. So chapter 1610, if you look at the one version versus another, in or out of the coastal zone is the same. So staff may be telling you, oh, we're not going to use this in Bonnie Doon or Scotts Valley or Watsonville. We're not going to limit people with a 1,500 square foot house to 750 square feet because that's not a coastal zone. It's the same code. So no, the Planning Commission was not presented with the facts. They presented something else. And clearly, they also didn't understand what they were presenting. And then we go to ADU law. This is perfectly safe project. Project engineer, the geologist will say that. The existing house is perfectly safe. County staff might be coming up with policies. Mr. Cummings might agree that people can't protect their homes and property, but that's not the law of the land. So this existing home here is safe now. It will probably be in perpetuity until sometime somebody goes, we're going to remove these homes that are too close to the ocean. But that hasn't happened yet. So there's been first a trigger of misunderstanding code, not actually following the general plan, which says preserve existing homes, not following the actual LCP, because it's moot about this issue. And so this is where we have the issue that's been becoming with Baker Tilly and with the grand jury, where staff are moving ahead of the board and the public on decisions that really should be told to everybody, not just, oh, by the way, I was stunned. I've been doing this a long time. And they go, you only get 50%. I'm like going, that's absurd. It's still absurd. I mean, reading comprehension goes, that's a trigger. There's 10 definitions of development. We were already development already. I'm going to reserve my time to rebut, including staff, please.
We'll now take it out to the public to see if anyone would like to address us on this item.
Have a handout for the clerk and one for measures that get you all. My time has started. Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair. Supervisors, Mike Guth, live in District 1. I'm here again because I'm afraid you're going to believe some of this stuff, although having heard that presentation, I don't really think there was anything understandable to believe. We have policies that are good policies based in the public interest. We have codes that your board has approved that do their best to implement the policies. I don't have time to talk about the basis in this 2 minutes. And the staff does its best to filter on the projects through the codes that you've passed and the Coastal Commission has approved. They're not getting ahead of anything here. They're finally catching up to the policies and codes we've approved. Took a little kicking and screaming over a few years because we had to go to Coastal Commission and get shaky approvals overturned. And we saw that enough and we got an understanding what our codes really mean. That now we're doing the right thing. We've been doing it for years. A little bit of a shock to some of the developers, but there's good reason on what's going on here. Now, when I go to the handout that I showed you, that is not, page 1 is not this project. That is a different project that's going to be heard Friday by the zoning administrator with the recommendation for approval. Big, huge project on Opal Cliff, same street. Go to the next page. You can see another view of it, just so people can see it. Big project. Go to the third page. That's an overhead view. The cliff is on the right. You see the blue? They're cutting back some of their closest, most at-risk area, pushing it back so they have more addition they can do to be below the threshold for being considered development. Development threshold is at like this 50%. This is super generous. You can do a lot with a house on the bluff and not have it be viewed as development, maintain your existing structure status. Super generous, but if you're going to go above that, your whole house is considered development and it all has to move back. By this page, I want you to see is, okay, I got to go to the last page. I just want you to see on the last page, everything within green, all the green ones are ones that didn't hit the threshold development, got substantially redeveloped, but weren't development. The system is working fine. The only outlier is the one in red, the one referred to there. Anyway, the system worked. Right there.
I'll take
Chair, before I think as a process point, you should allow the remainder of public comment.
Yes.
Confirm that nobody else wants to comment either online or in the.
My apologies.
Yes. Is there anyone else here that would like to address us on this item? Seeing none, is there anyone online?
I see no speakers online, Chair.
No speakers?
No speakers online.
Thank you.
Got a little exercise there. So I'm going to just use 1 minute. We still go back to the definitions and remember that project went to the Coastal Commission. It went all the way to Mark Stone, actually liked the project. So yeah, we got it approved and they didn't come up with this idea and this is interpretation. It's a very recent interpretation. Mr. Guth may like it, but that's not the concern here. The licensed engineers, the engineers for the county, the geologist, the engineer for this project all agree that this is the wrong interpretation. There's 10 definitions of development. Staff picked one and said it's a cap, not a trigger. Those 10 definitions of development are all triggers. This one was triggered by the fact it was on a coastal bluff. It's development. It's all development. The cap makes no sense, logically makes no sense, and the code structure, but functionally makes no sense. It only allows 50%. Let's say we had a 1,500 square foot house. I can only add 750. I have a 5,000. I can add 2,500 square feet. It's absurd. Thank you. I reserve my time.
I'll bring it back to the board to see if there's any, oh,
I wonder if we want to hear from staff if they have any response.
I'm hesitant to respond too much, just given that this is a jurisdictional hearing, but I think the important thing that I would consider in light of this project, different project in a different location, included a seawall, so subject to different standards, and it was considered in the mid 2000s, 2005, I think. So we are not going back to reevaluate previous policy for establishing precedents. So even though I do think it's a different project and I have looked at it, I've listened to the audio transcript of that meeting, I still believe that we're applying the same policies that we applied at that time and that our recommendation is consistent with what's in code.
okay.
I think I still have rebuttal time.
Does have the 50 seconds?
Yep. The fact is both the project engineer, the county geotechnical engineer, and I all agree. Once you establish the 100-year line, it's established. It's irrelevant. The code hasn't changed since 2005, period. The interpretation changed, but without notifying you or the public. This is foundational change that technically applies countywide. And the county staff haven't replied to those stamped and signed letters specifically from licensed individuals. No specific answer. They're not presenting them to you, or they presented them today at the very last minute. So we've got a real procedural problem. I'm not asking you to approve this project today. I'm asking you to send it back to the Planning Commission and go, we want a response to this letter. We want you to understand, let Jesse Nichols understand what occurred. This is a far more important issue than this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I'll bring it back to the board.
Yes, thank you, Chair. A couple questions for staff. First of all, I do want to appreciate that, this is an appeal of an approval, and there's clearly disagreement by the appellant about the staff's interpretation of the code, but that ultimately staff was trying to outline a pathway for this project or a substantially similar project. So I just want to appreciate that this was not a no, this was sort of a yes with condition, and I just appreciate that approach by staff to the folks who are trying to improve their homes in our community. So the two sections of code highlighted in the agenda memo were 1610-040-19C and 1610-070-H1A. This seems like an issue here, the fundamental interpretation that I believe it's 1610-040-19C. Is that what staff is looking at to say that there's a limit of 50% of the existing structure that can be built?
Yeah, that's part of it. And actually, it's actually 1610-070, where it does reference in the initial sentences of that section that it does trigger geologic review. And in addition to that, all of the requirements of the following section must apply.
Mm-hmm.
And so it incorporates, the one sentence incorporates a broad set of conditions. And that is at the beginning of 1610-070.
Sorry, at the not the subsection within.
No, not
It's just in the
right.
opening portion. Okay. Okay. Does the property currently have a seawall?
No seawall currently.
It doesn't. And you did say that the findings are that the existing structure or the addition were within like the 90-year.
Yeah.
Or assumed that within 90 years those structures would be threatened.
Yes, the existing structure would be is seaward of that projected setback. So that's anticipating about 90 feet of bluff erosion over the next 100 years, and that'll run back all the way. And we're not disputing that the ADU that they're proposing meets the setback. But the way that the code is written is that you mitigate the hazard on the site before you begin developing the structure. And it gives you a ceiling for additions, 50%, 500 square feet to make additions. And we don't run into this all that often because most people are not doing greater than 50% additions to their house. A lot of the houses on Opal Cliff, they're simply demolishing them. They're, building substantial houses. If you go down there, there's a lot of development occurring. Those are all subject to that same standard. If they have a seawall, they're afforded that's a 25-foot setback because the seawall is protecting it. Without a seawall, they're subject to this 100-foot, and that's a projected setback. It's not a guarantee or an evaluation of this specific safety. It's just anticipated that the area between the current bluff and the setback will erode away over time.
Right. Okay. And in this case, the existing home is within that 90-year
correct. Almost entirely. Yeah.
But even though the ADU and the addition are not.
Correct.
Can you just point me to the section of code that says that, as you said, the hazards need to be mitigated and that the existing home is considered?
To be totally honest with you, I don't have that in front of me today. I can follow up with it. It is detailed in the report to the Planning Commission, but I wasn't prepared to discuss the policy basis for it. That's these jurisdictional hearings kind of get a little, off topic when we're considering whether or not we're going to discuss the policy. So I don't have that discussion in front of me now. I can follow up with it, or if you'd like me to take a moment.
I mean, it might be worth waiting. I feel like that's kind of the operational thing here. I mean, I see clearly that, within 1610, 040, 19C, the definitions of development that, if it's over 50% of the existing home, it will be considered development. I mean, I think I didn't see anything there that says that is a ceiling. It's just sort of a trigger to be considered development. But then, as was pointed out in 1610, 070, H1A, if it's considered development, it needs to meet those setback requirements. And so that also seems clear. What's not clear to me is the development considered just the addition, or if we're considering the whole house, and that seems to be the operative clause that, I'm willing to wait. I think it's probably more efficient of use of our time rather than sending it back to a planning commission for a whole separate hearing, or, so if staff wants to identify that section, or, we can use the time hearing from any other staff.
I don't mind. I have it. I just didn't have it on hand. I can go down to my desk. I'm happy to consider any other questions that the board might have if you want me to clarify it. I can.
We could also continue this item till later in the day. I mean, or unless county council has an answer. I mean, again, this just seems like that's the operative section, right? Or if you disagree, by all means.
Looks like Mr. Machado has something to add.
Well, good afternoon. What I was going to suggest, we have computers here. We could pull that code section up right there on the screen and look at it, because I think that's what you're asking for. Let's look at that that, you know, development trigger there, and does it development trigger there, and does it affect the entire structure or just the new construction? And we think it affects the entire structure, and I think we could pull that code section up pretty easily and then look at it together. If that's what you're asking.
That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, I think we should do that.
So while they look it up, I'll ask all the other board members if they have any questions or comments.
This is not my area of expertise, so bear with me. But and from where you sit, I don't know how long you've been with us, our department, but do you, or maybe Matt could answer this. Has there been a change in the county code, how it's interpreted? It seems like it was interpreted 20 years ago a bit differently than it's interpreted today. So, I mean, we've got an architect, we have very well-respected engineers and geologists. I mean, I know Richard Irish, I know Erickson, like these are very smart, well-respected people. So I'm just curious about what you can tell me.
I certainly don't have decades of experience, but this decision wasn't determined solely by myself. And as I mentioned, I went back and listened to that hearing where this project on Pleasure Point Drive was discussed. And they explicitly acknowledge in that meeting in 2005 that there are projects that have inadvertently exceeded this threshold and demolition or relocation was required. So at least back until 2005, there was a policy of this strict ceiling where there were occasions that development was compelled to be relocated or moved, and that is in the meeting transcript that was that was part of the Planning Commission and board hearings in 2005.
I asked to be heard respectfully.
Did we find the materials that we need to find?
Sure. So if we can scroll down just to D, there's a definition of development.
What Mr. Ditmars just said was untrue. Thank you.
Go up a little bit here. So under 2, so there's a definition for development, as Mr. Britton pointed out, that there's a slew of definitions that are considered development. And number 2 and number 3 talk about modifying 50% of the major structural components. And number 3 acknowledges the addition of habitable square footage to any structure where the addition increases habitable square footage by more than 50% or 500 square feet, whichever is greater, over a consecutive 5-year period. This allows a total increase of up to 50% of the original habitable space of the structure, whether the additions are constructed at one time or the sum of multiple additions over a consecutive 5-year period. So this puts the project squarely into the definition of development. Now the order of operation is to go down to, if we could go down to 070. It's the same page here, but if you can scroll down. Yes, yes. And so it's at the beginning, it says the recommendations of the geologic hazard assessment. Oh. Can you back up to the index? There's 2, scroll up. They're on the left, 1610 effective within the coastal zone. One up, there we go. So just for posterity, I just think we'll go back to the definitions just to show there's no difference between the definition. But if you go to definitions, please scroll down to D. So, okay, let's stop there. So the same definition, the addition of habitable square footage, 500 square feet. Now, if you'd please scroll to 070. Okay. And so at the beginning of this section, it says the recommendations of the geologic hazard assessment shall be included as permit conditions of any permit issued for development. In addition, the requirements described below for specific geologic hazards shall become standard conditions for development. No development, building, or land division approvals shall be issued unless such activity is in compliance with the requirements of this section. So now scroll down to H, I believe it is. And these are all subsections for various hazards in the county. So specifically here for coastal bluffs and beaches, the first principle is that for all development, and we decided that this project is development, you need to demonstrate that the site in its pre-development application for a minimum of 100 years, so that the site is safe for a period of 100 years. It's not, right? The geologic setback is retreating back within the building envelope. B, for all development, not new development, not additions, not there, including that is, which is cantilevered, the distance necessary to provide a stable building site over the lifetime of the structure.
Right.
And so the sum of these requirements mandate this, and it's a broad policy, and it's also informed by land use and hazard mitigation. This, I mean, is it refined and as clear as it could be? I would agree that it could be much clearer and more explicit about whether or not additions can be included. I think clearly the advent of ADUs were not considered, or exceptions for allowing 800 square feet to be credited. The code doesn't reflect that, but the policy basis is that when you have a hazard, you can modify and maintain your structure to an extent, but there becomes a point where you're compelled to address that hazard before moving forward with development. We established 500 square feet, 50%, 100-year setback. It could be any other hazard. No one can predict exactly when the hazard is going to occur, but the theory of it is that you have a hazard and it should be mitigated when you have the opportunity to mitigate it prior to a big development. And that is the basis for how we arrive at the requirement to relocate a structure potentially. Like I said, it doesn't come up very often, but that is the basis for how this code is crafted.
Yeah. Thank you. I think that is clear. It's clearly development as defined under 19C, and then under H1A, it's clear that the site is not safe in its current pre-development condition within 100 years. It's at risk within 90. So the options are, basically as staff suggested, stay below the definition of development, and
it's substantially the same project. They still have 1,000 square feet of addition, still a basement, still a front yard ADU, which is something different. We don't have a lot of those, but that the state has facilitated that. So in a way, we're facilitated by some of these state approvals. But that is a way that they can have a substantially similar project as what they're proposing. It allows us to approve it within what's permitted by county code, and we can move forward.
Supervisor Martinez?
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor Koenig, for the thorough review of what's before us as a board. The zoning administrator has weighed in on this. The planning commission has weighed in on this. I see no reason to do anything different, so I'm going to move the recommended actions.
Second. We have a motion from Supervisor Martinez, second from Supervisor Cummings. If we can take a roll call vote. Madam Clerk.
Certainly. Supervisor DeSerpa.
No.
Cummings.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
Koenig.
Aye.
And Hernandez.
Aye. Motion passes. Did I hear one no vote? Okay, from Supervisor DeSerpa.
They're taking an item out of order so that item 10. Or alternatively, just hear my public comment before you call it.
Board. Okay, I will move, can we move item 10 forward? Okay. We're gonna go with, item number 10, hold public hearing to allow the public testimony on the formation of Santa Cruz Mountain Wine Improvement District and the levy assessment winery. Turn it over to. I'm sorry. Next agenda item is number 10. Hold a public hearing to allow the testimony on the formation of the Santa Cruz Mountain Wine Improvement District and the levy assessments on wineries. I'll turn it over to Peter Deadlifts, Principal Administrative Analyst, Kelly Rankin, Project Manager and Team Engagement Director for Civitas, and Kiki McKay, Executive Director of the Santa Cruz Mountain Wine Association.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. This is Peter Detlefs, Principal Administrative Analyst in the County Executive Office. I am here today with Kiki McKay from the Santa Cruz Mountains Wine Growers Association and Kelly Rankin from Civitas. As you may recall, on August 5th, the board adopted a resolution of an intention to initiate proceedings to form a Santa Cruz Mountains Wine Improvement District and set a public hearing for today. Kiki and Kelly are here to provide a short presentation and be available for questions as part of the public hearing. And with that, I'll turn it over to them.
All right, good afternoon, Chair and Supervisors. My name is Kelly Rankin, Project Manager with Civitas, working alongside the Santa Cruz Mountain Wine Growers Association on the formation of the Wine Improvement District. So today I'd like to provide a brief update on our progress and clarify how the district works. So next slide, please. So far, too many? Perfect. Just one more. Thank you. Perfect. So far, we've received petitions representing nearly 60% of the total assessed value of the district. Of the 10 jurisdictions included in the district, we've secured resolutions granting consent to be included in the wine improvement districts from the local governing bodies consenting to join. Just a couple hours ago, we also received the resolution from San Mateo County, so actually making it 5. Therefore, we have the remaining 5 to go and must receive those ahead of our October 21st public hearing. Next slide, please. So here I'd like to provide a high-level overview of the mechanics and the characteristics of improvement districts. So once the wine improvement district is formed, assessed wineries are responsible for remitting the assessment. However, it's usually passed along to the customer. HDL, who actually already collects for wine districts in locations like Livermore, Amador County, and Santa Barbara County, is expected to manage the collection on the county's behalf. Funds then go to the Wine Growers Association, who administers them under the management district plan. Legally speaking, those assessment dollars must be spent exactly as outlined in our management district plan, which ensures transparency and accountability. Wineries will have input on these services, and an annual report to the county will show how funds were spent, revenues received, and projections for the coming year. The association will also operate under the Brown Act and Public Records Request Act. So with that, I will progress to the next slide, but Kiki will actually be taking over.
Hi, I'm Kiki McKay, Executive Director of the Wine Growers Association for Santa Cruz Mountains. This initial term is for 5 years. That gives us the time to ramp up, collect the assessment, and implement all marketing activities, which, as you know, take year or two to kind of get in the groove. It is proposed to be managed by the Santa Cruz Mountain Wine Growers Association with a 1% assessment fee. Beginning in year 2, this could be increased up to 2%, but only by a max of 0.5% per year. We have discussed dropping the ceiling to 1.5. The bid ensures that those who benefit the most or benefit from increased tourism contribute fairly to funding the marketing efforts. The shared investment model is it relieves individual wineries from shouldering the cost alone. So we're a district of very, very small wineries, and most of them cannot fund adequate marketing for themselves. Kelly, is this one yours? Slide 5. This is the wine district parameters. So this is the budget that we put forth in the MDP, our management district plan. We're estimating by year 2 that the revenues would be $575,000. That replaces our membership fees. So we would no longer charge membership dues. And this would be divided into these 6 segments, with the bulk of it going to marketing and brand awareness, some going to business improvement and special projects such as our wine district signs that I know many in this county have been wanting for a long time, but we cannot fund. Administration and operations, contingency and reserves, and then we do pay a administration fee. The key services, what we're really trying to implement here is, like I said, strengthening the visibility for all, developing the brand of the AVA, but that also impacts the region. It impacts Santa Cruz County, it impacts wineries that sit just outside the AVA. It's wine tourism supporting local businesses, restaurants, hotels, and jobs throughout the county. A stronger wine identity drives more visitors, which means more local spending, more tax revenue. And within that, what we're really trying to do that targets DTC or direct to consumer sales here is the wine trail signage, more participation in events and hosting events, large scale digital advertising, geo targeting in certain communities and subregions, the Highway 17 billboard, maybe more travel pieces within the Chronicle. More public relations, so bringing in more media into the region to tell our story more broadly. And I already kind of touched on the digital marketing campaigns. I think I'm back to you, Kelly, on the parameters.
Okay. So as I mentioned a little bit ago, the Wine Improvement District will include these 11 jurisdictions. So with Santa Cruz County serving as our lead jurisdiction, and the other 10 would need to provide consent in order to be included in the district boundary. We have been having many discussions with various wineries and elected officials and their staff with discussions to actually reduce this boundary upon our public hearing where revisions and reductions can be made. So we will likely be coming to you at our public hearing with a reduced version of this map. Next slide, please. So here's a high-level overview of our process and timeline, what we've been up to and what's coming up next. This process began with a feasibility study in August of 2024. This included surveys, open houses, and one-on-one meetings to engage in outreach, consensus building, and education about the district. With positive feedback from that, we advanced to drafting the management district plan and really engaging in the formation process. This began in February with our petition drive occurring in May. We had nearly 60% support as of August, and that allowed us to move forward with this public hearing process. So now we're working on securing the remaining jurisdictional resolutions of consent, so all requirements are met before our October 21st public hearing. And that concludes our presentation.
With that, I'll take it out to the public and see if anyone would like to comment on this item.
Thank you so much for accommodating me. I really appreciate it. Good afternoon. My name is Erin Murphy Broadus. I have met some of you, and some of you, this is the first time that we have met in person. Nice to meet you. I am the co-owner of Anatom Winery that is located in South County. I want to emphasize that the proposal before you is inviting legal challenge. The referenced petitions fall far short of the requirements of the Streets and Highways Code. The board packet originally said that 42 petitions were received, but in response to a Public Records Act request that I made, only 30 were produced. Of those 30, only a fraction included the required information. One of the petitions was from a winery that isn't even on the list of those proposed to be assessed. Petitions lacking required material simply cannot count toward the statutory majority threshold, and yet they were counted. Second, the claimed 57% and now claimed 60% Support rests on undisclosed calculations using confidential sales tax data. The law requires assessments to be based on direct to consumer gross sales, not sales tax data. Neither the wineries nor the public have been able to review how those numbers were derived despite requests. That petition process makes this entire process not transparent and I believe legally vulnerable. The winery list itself contains duplications. Our winery is on there twice. One winery is on there 4 times. This list is at best sloppy, but more likely does not give adequate notice to the wineries of which will be assessed. I've requested underlying information and correspondence regarding this proposal and was told by the county and that my correspondence would not be responded to until January 2026. That's next request 25499. Why would this board approve a proposal sooner than the public can even know the full story? Formation of this district with flawed record is very so much, and I appreciate.
Is there anyone else here that would like to address us on this item?
Thank you. If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. Together we will succeed. I'm Jim Cargill. I'm the president of the Wine Growers Association. I'm a wine grower, a winemaker. I'm giving up my duties as winemaking today. I'm hours behind because I'm dedicated to this process. I will go back and I'll work till late in the evening to catch up, but that's my dedication. Winemaking in the Santa Cruz Mountains started in 1850. The Civil War had not been fought. Lincoln was a junior congressman, freshman congressman, I think, in the House of Representatives, and California had just become a state. We certainly hit some road bumps and had hard times over this, but we will persevere. That's what we do. The wine improvement district is the next evolution in this process. And people have spoken about this, the process. It has been very transparent. I have spent hours of my time in conversations, and I'm happy to spend hours more to help explain this process. It's complicated. It's taken lots of my time and dedication, which I do not get paid for, to really understand this. And I understand it at a high level and understand how this needs to move us forward. We are simply asking for the permission from this governing board to try this experiment, to try this process. If we don't try, we don't know if we're doing the best thing. We may not. There are exit ramps for this that we can get out, but we are stronger together. We're a stronger collected voice. We make world-class wines here in the Santa Cruz Mountains, and the world doesn't know it today. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody online that would like to address us on this item?
Yes, Chair.
Okay.
Big Basin Vineyards. Your microphone's now available.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Yes, this is Bradley Brown. I'm the founder of Big Basin Vineyards, and I currently serve on the board of the Santa Cruz Mountain Wine Growers as well. I feel really strongly that this proposal needs to be given a chance to go forward. It's been a struggle as a winery from when I started 25 years ago, and it's not an easy business. And that was made all the more difficult as we were the most impacted winery by the CZU lightning complex fires, which devastated a lot of our facilities. And not to mention caused huge uninsured losses in grapes and wines that we made and subsequently had to destroy. We've also, as Kiki said, we do not have the kind of funds to support big marketing efforts. And I witness, I go to places over the hill in San Jose or Cupertino, and I'll go to tastings, and people have all heard about Livermore. Like Livermore has definitely achieved a higher level of awareness in the Bay Area due to the increased marketing that they've done since they've formed their assessment district. So I've seen it actually work very effectively, and I believe we really need to give it a chance. We've also invested in our taste room and tapas bar in downtown Santa Cruz and in the south of Laurel district, betting on the come. And we really need to bring increased awareness to the Santa Cruz Mountains and not let some people not invest in that process, which is what is happening now. And they're benefiting from all the largesse that we provide via the association dues that we pay.
Thank you.
Chris, your microphone's now available.
Good afternoon, board. My name is Chris Broadus. I'm the owner and winemaker at Anatum Winery. From our perspective, as a small family-run winery, this proposal would hurt rather than help businesses like ours. Our winery makes 100% of its sales direct to customer. Under the proposal, every single dollar of our revenue, not profit, revenue, would be taxed at 1%, and it could raise to 2%. Larger wineries, by contrast, sell most of their wine through wholesale channels that aren't even subject to the assessment. That would create a regressive burden. Small wineries like ours pay disproportionately more, while other players barely feel it. On top of that, the assessment includes wineries located outside the Santa Cruz Mountains AVA. They can't legally use Santa Cruz Mountains on their labels, yet would be forced to pay into a district branded around that AVA. That's inequitable. We've built our business around making quality wines affordable for our community. We've sacrificed profit margins to adapt to a landscape of reduced wine sales and consumption. This proposal would push us towards raising prices and making us less competitive. There is no problem that this proposal solves. There's already a voluntary system in place, the Wine Growers Association, that wineries can choose to join if they see value. For example, we use the Pajaro Valley Chamber, and we proudly pay our dues to them. The proposed assessment would feed more money into the association, who has no new ideas, forcing all of us into a mandatory assessment that isn't necessarily necessary and isn't fair. I urge you not to approve this proposal in its current form. Thank you.
Tim, your microphone's now available.
Thank you. Yes, this is all new to me. It's interesting. Initially, I was inclined to be supportive, but I'm not sure. I think I need to hold off and talk to my friends, my neighbor, that's the Silver Mountain Winery right behind me, because I just don't know. I don't want to say the wrong things. On the surface, improvement districts, from my experience up in the Tahoe Basin lately, it's pretty poor. So I'm leery of them. And I do understand the concept and the potential for driving out smaller, wineries, which are incredible here in the Santa Cruz Mountains. And so I don't want to do or say or support anything that might hurt them. So in that context, perhaps, folks should just pull back a little bit. And I'd like to see a larger amount of support and more communication going out to all the wineries to make sure, because I'd like to see basically a situation where 90% of the wineries are all on board, small and large. So that's kind of how I feel about it right now. Anyways, thank you so much for all your hard work. You take it easy.
I see no further speakers online, Chair.
Thank you. I'll bring it back to the board. I just want to remind folks too that this is a hearing to get in from the public today. All right, I'll bring it back to the board. Supervisor Cronin.
Yeah, thank you. All right, hi Kiki. A few questions for you. First, just to make sure I understand the process. So there's not sort of any other voting process other than this petition process, right? And it's sort of either people sign a petition in favor or they register their opposition, but then ultimately the formation of the district is the decision of this board based on the sort of statutory minimums of number of petitions.
Yeah.
Okay. And then, you mentioned like 59.7 approval based on sales records within the AVA. Do you have any sense of like what percentage of that is those sales are within Santa Cruz County?
I believe, and so the way that it works with HDL is to keep it 100% confidential. You can only request an update once you get another batch of 5 petitions. So we've had additional petitions, but we haven't met that threshold of 5 to get our numbers. We can request for Santa Cruz County only. Last I had heard for Santa Cruz County only, and Kelly, you can correct me, was in that 60% mark as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think that would be helpful. I mean, while ultimately, we care about health of the whole region, our constituents are within Santa Cruz County. And of course, we're dealing here with, a proposed district with an AVA that has like some, 800-pound gorillas in the room, right? I mean, those folks that are closer to Santa Clara Valley, like Ridge and Eden, which, have probably, I mean, I don't know what percentage of that sales, but I would imagine large.
And the way that it works with the legalities, and it was set with the weighted to make it so that the larger get a little bit more of a voice, but they don't because they do so much more wholesale. So their voice in this case is actually shrunk. So when apples to apples, and I don't know people's sales data at all because I can't, but we have similar size people here, Windy Oaks, Alfaro stores, that sell equitably in DTC as, Mount Eden or Ridge. Mount Eden actually has a very, very small DTC production. And Ridge is only based, there's some misnomers out there, but Ridge's numbers are only based on their sales of DTC at Montebello Winery. So not their wine club, not sales in Sonoma.
Okay, the data that's being looked at was there any? I hear what you're saying that they actually have a reduced voice because more of their sales are, wholesale. I mean, arguably, what we're hearing from the small wineries like an Adam are that 100% of their sales are direct to consumer, and so the tax will impact them sort of disproportionately. Are there any other approaches to how to levy the tax that
believe this is the legal framework for a business improvement district. And again, I'd have to let Kelly chime in there, but I don't truly believe it's disproportionate. If you're producing 400 cases or you're making $200,000 per se, yes, that's a $2,000 assessment that you're paying in. But if someone larger has 10,000 cases and is doing, $3 million a year, they're paying significantly more, $30,000 in. And then once the assessment is paid or the assessment district is formed, all voices are equal. So they don't get a larger disproportionate voice in actions or determining the path of the programs.
Right. Or modifying the expenditure plan, for example.
Exactly.
Right.
It's
So
one for
can
one.
you, you kind of mentioned some of the marketing activities that would be undertaken. Can you kind of discuss which of those activities in particular you think might help to uplift some of the smaller wineries?
Yeah, I mean, I think a large portion of what we're looking at is for smaller wineries. It is for DTC. The majority of our wineries are in the world of California, micro wineries. They don't have marketing managers. They don't even have a marketing team. It's just them doing Facebook and maybe joining a chamber and doing some outside events. So what we're trying to do is tell that story for everyone. We publish a regional map every year. We distribute it out to wineries, hotels, downtown associations, restaurants. We'd like to do that broader. We are in the process of putting a digital online map on our website. We would curate that every year. It's interactive. It's a trip planner. More brand marketing, print marketing, digital marketing, the wine trail signs. We've all been wanting to do for 6-7 years and keep running into roadblocks, and especially with funding. We were so close last year. It just kind of didn't cross threshold when everybody, I mean, the wine industry has been struggling over the last 2 years. Hospitality has. So, to ask a winery to put in another $1,300 to $1,500 for wine trail signs, it was a big burden. We'd like to maximize tourism spends, working more with the concierge, creating premium visitor experiences. We'd like to do, more in-depth shelf talkers or co-branded terroir posters for restaurants and shops, training key sommeliers and retailers as AVA advocates. We would like to do more paid partnerships with wine enthusiasts, other consumer events, just all things to build our awareness of who we are. So when you see on a bottle Santa Cruz Mountains, that that it's quality. And, I understand that we have tasting rooms in Swift Street. We have wineries in South County that aren't quite in the AVA, or they source fruit from out of AVA and they would be included. Michael Stones is one of those, and he is a supporter because he sees us telling the story of the greater AVA actually helps him, because people can't discern Santa Cruz Mountains versus Santa Cruz County on a label. We're elevating Santa Cruz, to be perfectly honest.
Right. I mean, that's the kind of the core brand that's being invested in, right? It's the Santa Cruz Mountains AVA. We heard the concern from Anatom that they're outside the AVA and therefore sort of would not be able to put that on their lip. I mean, can the AVA be expanded, whatever it is?
Expanded. I, hesitate to join these two topics because I don't want it to be like a incentive, but that we are actually in conversations right now of adjusting some of the boundaries because they were made in 1981 and climate has changed. We've also expanded where we can plant. I mean, the AVA is 450,000 acres. It goes from Woodside to Gilroy. It goes from Saratoga over to this site. Like, it's huge. And there's only 1,500 acres planted. How do we get bigger? We can only get bigger by growing a little bit more. And we're not growing really inside the AVA. We have the most protected lands within a wine AVA in the nation because of all our parks, which is amazing. Like, nobody wants to clear cut and plant vineyards. So the only way to kind of recognize that there's Santa Cruz Mountain fruit being made elsewhere is to slightly adjust those boundaries, whether that be Corralitos and a small adjustment down there, whether that's in Portola Valley to capture a few on that side. We are being very careful with that and judicious because we want to make sure that the terroir, this AVA was founded on geology and botany and not on geopolitical boundaries. And so we don't really want to mess with that. So we don't want to just go all the way through Watsonville and it's not the same.
Who ultimately makes that call? The American Viticultural Association or something?
It's the TTB.
Okay.
Yeah. So we're in the process of redrawing some map lines right now and then submitting to the TTB. It's about a year.
What's that acronym stand for?
Tax and tobacco.
New ATF.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so ultimately, how will you demonstrate success? I mean, are you going to look at total sales within the AVA? Are you going to look at sort of higher price per ton prices for Santa Cruz Mountain grapes? I mean, can you just...
I think the best way right now is through sales growth. We have partnered. We have a CDFA grant that we're working on right now that expires in 2027. But part of that grant is to partner with a data collector called Community Benchmark. And we have about 17 wineries participating right now, and it tracks their sales on a monthly basis. They operate up and down the state in Washington, Oregon as well, and they give reports showing kind of sales increases. So that's a huge tool for us. We are currently underwriting that for anybody that wants to join on within the membership. We would expand that obviously to the district stakeholders. So that's the number one way that we can track sales data in a neutral, confidential way. Grape tonnage is a little iffy with how, we're we have a lot of growers right now that are having a hard time selling their grapes, so they might be dropping their price, and that has a lot to do with just the economic climate.
Okay. The last thing I'll say is it would be helpful if this board could receive something to help kind of clarify some of these concerns around like data integrity. I mean, at the end of the day, we don't want to approve something that then is vulnerable to a lawsuit. I mean, just because we want,
Yeah, so the 200 original list of 200 addresses are because those are all the addresses on file with the ABC and TTV. And so we can't just strip those out, even though, I tried to condense everything down for a packet to show, look, this is without all double addresses removed. But we have to notice every one of those addresses because they're still on file. We don't have no idea why an address hasn't been removed from a database. So in that, yes, we started with 200 addresses that we've been noticing, and we still notice them regardless if they come back. And we've pared it down, like I said, to about 134. Of those 134, and this is all entire district, 80 of those are in Santa Cruz County. Of the 80 in Santa Cruz County, 30 of those addresses are people that hold an O2 license and pay the annual fee to the ABC to keep their O2 license viable, but they don't actually make or produce any wine. Or they might produce 50 cases because they're a grower and they have somebody make that wine for them, but they want it legal so that they could sell it to their neighbor. So it really brings us down to like 80 viable commercial businesses in Santa Cruz County. And I'll repackage that again for you guys. But again, on a legal standpoint, you're always going to start with the first list that has 200 addresses, and it has Kissed by an Angel on there 4 times. And it has addresses of people that have closed, that don't exist and non-operational anymore.
Yeah. All right. Just one last technical question. So did I hear you say that the boundaries of the assessment district could be modified?
They can, the fringes?
Yeah, at the fringe. I understand. We're not going to cut something out in the middle.
Modified at the fringes, and they have to, though, modify according to the Streets and Roads Act. So you don't just go through the woods willy-nilly. But yes, you can carve out at the fringes.
And that can only be done before the formation, or?
I believe that at the formation, we can maybe in discussion. I know that we're going to come to you in October with a slight modification in San Mateo and a slight modification in Santa Clara.
Okay.
So I think you could even modify Santa Cruz at the meeting. Again, Kelly would need to answer that.
Yeah, and I'll just chime in there. So the law does allow us to make revisions or modifications or reductions to the district as it's written right now. We just can't make any additions or increases. So what we would do is we would bring a brand new management district plan to you with those boundary areas kind of shaved off so that we can reduce the boundary at the public hearing. So any other discussions or modifications that are requested at that public hearing could also be implemented.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions.
I have to say, I've heard that changing those ADA lines is one of the most political endeavors that you can enter into. So let's definitely keep those two separated. Supervisor Martinez?
Thank you for the presentation. Just to be clear, there isn't any action that's required of our board at this juncture, but I do want to acknowledge the good work that's gone into getting us to the state. I think we all know that we have an amazing wine growing industry in this community and really are the envy of a number of communities as it relates to the tourism potential here. And yeah, I look forward to seeing how this continues to progress, modify, and improve as you listen to the feedback of all the impacted stakeholders. And if a majority of our local winemakers want to create a mechanism to promote their industry, I'm glad that there's going to be an option available for them to pursue. So thank you.
Thank you. I do want to say that there were 5 supporters here earlier that just couldn't stay past 1 o'clock.
Yeah, I've seen some of them. Supervisor Zerba?
Thank you. Thanks for that great presentation. I appreciated to your partner here on the screen explaining some of the legal aspects. I wanted to also say I'm very sorry about the Santa Cruz Social. Yeah, we all feel very sad that that closed. So thank you for all your work there. Multiple constituents who have wineries have emailed us. I think all of us. I've overwhelmingly gotten nothing but support for this idea. So when it comes back, I will be supporting. Thank you. Thank you.
Supervisor Cummings.
Thank you. Hi, KK again. So just want to appreciate you all taking the time to provide your presentation today. I do think it will be a little bit more helpful next time when you all bring this back, really clearly identifying like this is going to apply to and who this doesn't apply to, because I'm still confused with growers versus tap rooms versus, like who are like, how does this apply? I also think it'd be good to break down the votes, having the raw votes and then the weighted votes so that we can clearly see, what were the percentage of, like if we were to not take into account sales tax and we're just taking into account, owners of businesses, like what would the percentage of votes be in favor versus what the weighted percentage would be. I know I was able to get from our CEO's office, I was able to get a form that showed the different businesses and which ones opted in first to move forward. And since the weighted percentage isn't there, it's really hard to tell, but it looked like the percentage, at least in Santa Cruz, well, across the board, was fairly low in terms of the percent of people who voted in favor. But obviously, since it's weighted, that's going to make things different. But I guess, I want to make sure that we have plenty of transparency around voting. And I also wanted to ask, because I think with the current structure, it sounds like there are businesses that can opt out of being a part of the wine district or the wine association. And I think what we're hearing from some of those folks is that, they maybe at one point in time were a part of it, or maybe they are a part of it, but then they don't like this structure because it doesn't allow them to opt out if they wanted to opt out. I mean, there is concern, as you mentioned, wine industry is hurting, people are hurting. And if this were to put a burden on, a company, then if they have no way to opt out, it's like we're also making a decision then that's actually hurting, people in our community and businesses. So I'm just wondering if you can comment on that, because that's my concern right now is that, yes, I've gotten emails in support, but then I'm also getting emails in opposition, some of whom are people who operate businesses within my district. And that's, I think, what we all have to think about too is, if there are constituents of ours who are not supportive of this, I get the legal pathway, but at the same time, like we're, selected to represent them and their interests. And it's putting us in a very difficult position if we have to prove something that people who are in our district are opposed to. And it seems like there's something now that already exists that allows them to either be a part of this group or not be a part of this the group. So
yeah, so let's start at top. Who's included is all 1720s, which is a wholesale distributor, winemaker that has somebody else make their wine, and all licensed O2s, which are winemakers. If you're a grower only, you're not included. However, many growers have an O2 license, so they're noticed and allowed and part of the group were they to sell wine, which kind of, so no tap rooms, no retail stores, no wine bars. It's purely bottle sales, DTC, direct to consumer. But that O2 piece, if a grower has a license to make wine, but doesn't exercise it, which like I said, there's 30 odd of those in our county. Let's see if I have this. We have 80. We have 20 of the 80 in our county are inactive. If you were looking at the numbers purely like, oh, well, there's only 40 in support, but you have 80, you're at 50 or maybe you're less. It's unfairly counting the weight of those 20 that just don't make wine. So there's that piece. On the opt-out, yes, that's an unfortunate consequence of a district. I don't know any district. I mean, that's the point of these districts. They're a legal entity that has this mechanism for opt-out. Part of the reason why we're doing it right now is, like I said, and we've discussed, is the wineries are under a lot of pressure. We need to be able to scream at the top of our voice about who we are. We're really concerned about going the way of Monterey, and as things contract and people no longer pay dues, it could be that in 2027, we're shelving the association as we know it. And it's going back to an all volunteer run association. That literally just happened to the Monterey Association 3 weeks ago. So what is built in as mechanisms for people to kind of Jim's point, we could try this. We try this, yes, for 5 years. We discussed, maybe shortening it to 3, but that's a very quick up ramp to get to somewhere where you're already back into having to do formation again. But every year at the anniversary of the formation, the wineries have the ability to basically pull the ripcord. If 51% say we don't want to do this isn't working for us, every year they have the opportunity to do that. Also at end of 5 years, we have to go through this whole process in this entirety once again. And if people are like, look, we've been through it and it really didn't work for us, we can stop. And then to go back to this opt-in or out, I think what for me makes it more palatable with this district is it's not like a downtown association or a property district where that assessment is on you and you're paying it. We have that ability. Every one of the wineries has that ability to pass it through their customer. Yes, that's another fee to them. And the customer, some have expressed that maybe the customers are bulk, but they don't have to increase their price. And what we found surveying all the other regions, this has gone in, doing customer surveys. We've got a lot of wineries that have been asking their customers. Most 90% are like, we don't get any pushback on passing this through the consumer. When you're buying a $50 to $60 bottle of wine, 50 cents is not the deal breaker. Was there one more question there?
No, I think that's mostly
Okay.
it. And I guess, again, and maybe staff's listening to this, but I think when this comes back again, kind of what you've just broken down for us with licenses, like I hear it, but I think that if it was incorporated
If I put it in writing.
presentation, it might actually help
Yep.
for us to be able to better, for those of us who are like very far removed from the wine industry itself, because then it really just helps clarify things. And then again, around the weighting of votes. And I will say I still have, I think we got a few emails today of folks who are expressing concern, and I still share some of those concerns that are being brought to us. So I'm hoping that between now and then, there's an opportunity to do outreach to help address some of the concerns that we've heard here today, what we're receiving in the letters, because, at the end of the day, I think our hope is that we're going to have a program that people overwhelmingly are going to be okay with. And then if there's concerns that are being brought up, those concerns are addressed so that we have the least amount of impact as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. I do want to reiterate that today there is no action other than to accept and file the report and the hearing, of course. But I just wanted to ask also too, do we have plans to work with like the tourism board, the restaurant associations to try to get the bottles inside the restaurants, local bottles, local restaurants, the hotel associations to put those printout cards that has like the South County Wine Trail or, Corlitos, those kinds of things, and working with business councils, chambers.
We're active with Visit Santa Cruz. We're active with the Los Gatos Chamber, with Visit San Jose. We, like I said, produce about 10,000 regional maps every year. We distribute it to all the chambers. We don't have currently the bandwidth or the staff to develop a huge concierge program, but that's one of our goals. We drop them off at select hotels. We were much more active before COVID, but with kind of the impetus of this was watching all of our budgets shrink. My whole staff is part-time. I'm part-time. There's only so much we can do, and everybody wants a lot. We want to do sommelier training programs. We want to go into restaurants and do a lot more education on Santa Cruz Mountain wine. What we can do right now is a fraction of that. And so that's ultimately our goal, is to really push on all those programs that we've been doing for a long time.
Thank you. You know, I visited a few of the wineries in my district. Well, they're actually not in my district. They're in Supervisor, the surplus district. I only got like 2 or 3. But you know, I've heard a lot of anticipation and excitement about this from some of the folks that I've visited. I do want to visit some of the folks, if there's any in the South County region, that, you know, I do want to contact and see what we could work out. What are alternatives or options that we have to move forward so that everyone is, we compromise so that everyone's happy, right? Or everyone's not happy. Either is good. But I think that, again, this is a hearing just to hear the public. And I hope that we can work out some of the snags that we have had. I'm willing to, you know, talk to folks and see what we could do as well. So keep that in mind. But I think that it's a great opportunity. I know the highway signs are you know, great, especially for South County as well. The 2 exits that we have are actually just the best exits, probably Freedom. But I think that, you know, illustrating that with those pamphlets that I talk about, the ones that have all the wines in a certain region list, so that hotel goers, people from Power Dunes can go visit these wineries. I have people that are occasional wine drinkers in Wattsville that I've talked to that don't even know that there's wineries in the area. And so, you know, I think that that's one way to address that as well. So with that, I'll bring it back to the board.
So we can just move on. That concludes the public hearing. We can just move on.
Yes. Do we need to accept and file the report or? Okay. All right. Now we're going back to number 9. Was it 9? Consider the Women's Commission recommendation priorities as a convention on the elimination of all forms of discrimination against women, CDA, county, and take all related actions. I'll turn it over to Catherine McGrew, Commission's Manager, Susan Doty, Women's Commission Co-Chair, and Paige Gordon, the Women's Commission Co-Chair, for the presentation. And sorry for the delay.
Yes, I was going to start by saying good morning. However, that's gone. Thanks for letting us talk to you today, Chair Felipe Hernandez and Supervisors. I'm Suzanne Doty, Co-Chair of the Commission and the Women's Commission. My lovely Co-Chair Paige is with me. We're going to go through some background and overview. Oh, I guess I'm supposed to do this, aren't I? What am I doing? That one. Teaching an old dog new tricks. Background, an overview of what it means, the global significance, methodology we use, priorities and recommendations, and conclusion and next steps. Hopefully, you will, in the future, vote to adopt a CDA ordinance and further solidify your commitment to ensuring that everyone in Santa Cruz County is treated fairly and equitably. So on February 27th, 2024, the Board of Supervisors reaffirmed Santa Cruz County as a CDA county, and the Women's Commission was directed to identify priorities and develop recommendations to advance gender equity in both county government and the broader community. The urgency of this work has unfortunately increased immeasurably due to new federal executive orders and legislation restricting our core values of reproductive and gender affirming care, diversity, equity, and inclusion programs, and protection for immigrants. These actions disproportionately affect women, trans people, women with disabilities, immigrants, communities of color in Santa Cruz County. So what is CDA? And everyone else, they go, CDA, what is that?
Well, it's a UN treaty similar to the Kyoto Protocol, often called the International Bill of Rights, and it stands for International Bill of Rights for Women. And it stands for the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women. It requires those governments who have ratified the treaty to take steps to eliminate discrimination against women in all areas of life. In other words, to put a gender lens on health, education, employment, political participation, and safety. So the US status, it was signed by Jimmy Carter, may he rest in peace, in 1980, but it was never ratified by the Congress. And we are now in the esteemed company of Iran, Sudan, Somalia, Palau, Tonga. The Holy See is not on this list, but they are part of that. And South Sudan actually voted to ratify it in 2015, so they shouldn't be on this list. But in spite of what's happening at the federal level, counties and cities can adopt CEDAW principles to fill gaps and to ensure that gender equity regardless of national action. Maybe we can get Governor Newsom to do something with us. A new tweet, perhaps. So in our methodology, we are all volunteers. As you know, we have our fabulous staff person who staffs about 20,000 commissions for you. But we went with a high level approach. We wanted to draw on existing data, and there is good data in Santa Cruz County, local reports and community knowledge. We took a gender lens and considered alongside race, disability, income, geography, and immigration status. So you can put a gender lens on everything, actually. And each area was assigned to a commissioner with relevant backgrounds and community connections. But we focused on actions within the county's authority to ensure that recommendations are practical, actionable, and impactful. And I think that's pretty critical. So our first priority is gender pay equity in the county. On June 10th, 1963, that's 62 years ago, President Kennedy signed the Equal Pay Act, prohibiting arbitrary discrimination against women in payment of wages. He considered the practice of paying women less than men for the same job to be unconscionable. Now, we're grateful to have good data on gender within the county workforce, but the salary information is missing from the data. And in Santa Cruz County, the gender pay gap exceeds both state and national averages. Women in equivalent roles earn an average of 35% less than men, underscoring a persistent disparity despite ongoing efforts to achieve pay equity. And I'm just really tired about having to deal with this stuff for 50 years. Persistent wage gaps undervalue women's work. They contributed to long-term financial insecurity, especially for women of color, women with disabilities, and single mothers. White women will earn anywhere between $1 and $2 million less than men in their workforce life. Women of color, significantly less than that. So our recommendation is we direct the overworked county executive, Palacios, to commission an independent consultant to conduct a comprehensive gender analysis of county workforce compensation to identify pay disparities and recommend solutions. Now my lovely co-chair will continue.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Paige, like she said. I just thank you for appointing me. Today's been so much fun and educational, like beyond. This is really fun sitting here, so thank you. So we're going to go over the other recommendations that we have for you guys. The next on our list is priority of OB/GYN shortages in South County. 25.5% of Santa Cruz County women report significant barriers to timely healthcare as compared to 17% of county men. And in our research, county health service staff have identified a critical shortage of OB/GYN providers in South County, particularly. which is certainly contributing to these barriers, limiting access to essential reproductive care and disproportionately impacting low-income women, farm workers, and women of color. And this speaks to CDA Articles 12 and 14. And our recommendation is to establish a task force with County Health Service Agency staff and community partners to examine the root causes of what's going on there and why that is, and address those systemic root causes, like, as we know, provider competition, the cost of living, and the lack of affordable housing. Next, for our recommendation, and our priority is protecting access to reproductive and gender affirming healthcare. So we've talked a lot about the federal government today. The federal executive orders and legislation are actively attacking reproductive and gender affirming care, which disproportionately harms women, trans people, and low-income communities by threatening access to essential services. And this speaks to Article 12. We're recommending that the board adopt a resolution affirming the county's commitment to protecting these rights, that they create a health equity fund to support providers and CBOs offering reproductive and gender affirming care, and also that they direct Health Service Agency to prioritize contracts with providers who maintain these services despite external threats. The next recommendation that we have, and there's 11 total, I think, is addressing prenatal substance use disparities. So again, in our research, we've heard that County Health Service staff reports significantly higher rates of prenatal substance exposure in Santa Cruz County as compared to the California average and most other counties, impacting maternal and infant health and perpetuating cycles of trauma and system involvement for local women. And this also speaks to CDA Article 12. So our recommendation is to support policies and programs that address Santa Cruz County's disproportionately high prenatal substance use affecting women and fetuses, and also allocate additional funding to the Health Service Agency behavioral health budget to address this. And our next one, federal government, mitigate federal funding losses due to DEI restrictions. So this is timely. All these things are timely. The rollback of federal funding to organizations and agencies with DEI initiatives threatens critical programs to support women, particularly those facing race-related, economic, or health-related disparities. And this speaks to quite a few articles, 5, 10, 11, 12, and 13. And our recommendation is to direct County Executive Officer to work with county departments to assess which programs and funding vulnerabilities we have related to this DEI situation, and try to identify some alternate funding sources. I'm trying to say that seriously. And next would be convene a community task force to evaluate which community safety nets services for women and children are most at risk and identify alternative funding sources. Okay, this one's interesting. The next recommendation is gender-specific trauma-informed support for incarcerated women. So Susan Green's 2017 study, Gender Matters, a profile of women in Santa Cruz County jails, reports that women in jail are more likely to have experienced trauma, abuse, and mental health challenges, yet the facility is really set up for guys. And it's structured around the male needs and behaviors, making it really difficult for women to have addressed their specific needs. So this speaks to Article 15. And our recommendation is to direct the Sheriff's Office, Corrections Office to revisit Ms. Green's recommendations to evaluate how they're doing there since it came out, and see where the gaps are, basically. Additionally, we're recommending that the district direct the Sheriff's Office, Public Defender's Office, and Probation Department to implement and fortify gender response, trauma-informed policies, and reentry support programs. Okay, next is expanding affordable housing for women-led households. So as we all know, Santa Cruz County housing costs are among the highest in the country, combined with a known wage gap that we talked about earlier, which is double the national average, almost. County women are more likely to struggle to secure stable housing, just period. Single mothers are particularly impacted, and these disparities highlight the importance of examining housing policy through a gender lens and prioritizing affordable housing for women-led households. And this speaks to Article 13. Our recommendation is to direct the Housing for Health Division to conduct a comprehensive analysis of housing trends and identify any disparities disproportionately impacting women, particularly unhoused women, and women-led households, and implementing housing programs that prioritize and support for women and families. This one's really near and dear to my heart because I have a 1 and 3-year-old. The next one is expanding affordable childcare access. So childcare costs in Santa Cruz County, they're just really expensive. They exceed both the California average and most other California counties. These costs have steadily risen over time. The data here that we were able to pull has it a little over $20,000 a year, but this was back in 2021 for an infant. I just pulled the rate sheet up last night for where my child goes to school in Live Oak, and full-time for an infant is $32,000 a year for 5 days a week for one child. So the burden of caregiving falls disproportionately on women, and the high cost and limited availability of childcare often forces them to reduce work hours or leave the workforce, deepening pay gaps and economic insecurity for women-led families. Like, all this stuff is connected, that combined with the wage gap and the housing situation, and this isn't on here, but our aging population, we want these people working. We want women working. This speaks to CDA Articles 11 and 13, and our recommendation is work with Human Services departments to expand funding and identify new grant opportunities for affordable childcare targeted to the needs of single-income women-led households. And next this is also timely. Our recommendation and priority has to do with women in immigration enforcement. So women impacted by ICE often face family separation, economic instability, and heightened vulnerability due to exploitation. And in today's climate, with everything that's going on, immigrant women and their families are at increased risk of detention, deportation, and systemic injustice. And this speaks to Articles 6, 9, and 15. And our recommendation is to establish a task force to evaluate support for justice-involved immigrant women, including legal defense funding, tracking of deportation impacts, and system navigation support. And I think this is the last one I'm speaking on, but okay. So the next one is gender disaggregated data collection. Say that 5 times fast. So my understanding is for the past 5 years, our commission has recommended to the board that you adopt a county policy requiring that all data considered to the county policymaking be disaggregated by gender as appropriate. And from my understand, a lot of it is. So we're doing well there. However, it's not a formal policy, and so some of it still isn't. What this requirement would do is it would ensure consistent use of an intersectional gender lens in policy decisions, even when disparities are not anticipated, to ensure gender equality in county policies, programs, and legislation. And this speaks to all of the CEDA articles. And so our recommendation is require all county departments to collect and report relevant gender disaggregated data in all submissions to the board to support gender-informed budgeting and policymaking. Thank you.
And our last priority is to enact a CEDA ordinance. So a formal ordinance ensures long-term accountability and elevates gender equity from a resolution to enforceable local policy. And I think that's the key word, is enforceable. Other California counties, and I come from Santa Clara County, where we had CEDA for many years now, includes San Francisco, Los Angeles, San Diego, and Santa Clara. They've all adopted CEDA ordinances requiring gender analyses, I guess, the departmental action plans, annual reporting, and integration of gender equity into budgeting and services. So our recommendation is to draft and adopt a CEDA ordinance to further formalize the county's commitment to gender equity and enhance accountability, transparency, and alignment with community partners to ensure ongoing commitment to gender equity goals. So our conclusions, these recommendations highlight urgent challenges facing Santa Cruz County women, particularly those in marginalized communities. They're designed to be practical, locally actionable steps that the county can take to advance gender equity and safeguard the health and safety of county women. So in our next steps, the Women's Commission respectfully requests that the board consider implementing these recommendations. We stand ready to monitor the county's progress in advancing gender equity and to provide input and consultation if requested. Remember, we are all volunteers. With county leadership, implementation of these recommendations can help to make the CEDAW resolution actionable and drive real change for Santa Cruz County women. Thank you.
Thank you for the thorough presentation. I think some of those things we've already done, so I think we can work on these things. But let me take it out to the public first to see if there's anyone in the public who'd like to address us on this item. Seeing none, anyone online?
Yes, Chair. Tim, your microphone's now available.
Hello, I'll be real quick. I just wanted to say I'm supportive 100% of CEDAW. Anyways, thank you very much for your presentation and you all have a very fine day.
Short and to the point.
We have no further speakers online, Chair.
I'll bring it back to the board. Supervisor Koenig.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, co-chairs Dottie and Gordon, for coming to present to us today. Hopefully you are, in fact, as excited about the opportunity to present. As you say, I understand it was a long time to wait. So I appreciate your patience. When this board asked the Women's Commission to look at opportunities to strengthen CEDAW in our community, that was back, as you said, in February 2024. And it seemed like a nice thing to do, and now it seems a little bit more like an urgent thing to do, given the changing political landscape, the repeal of Roe versus Wade, and just all of the challenges that we're seeing, particularly for women in our society. And so it's also wonderful that at the same time we now have 2 women on this board, and a little bit better representation for our entire community on that front. And certainly as someone who now has a daughter, feel the urgency of addressing these issues as well. A lot of the recommendations that you've got do involve some kind of financial commitment, because after all, that's what really moves the needle, is how we allocate resources. I think it'd be difficult. I mean, as you heard earlier today, we're struggling with how to allocate scarce resources. And so it's sort of difficult to, I think, move forward with any of those specific recommendations today at this meeting. It's certainly a lens we can take forward into future budget discussions. I would hope that the subcommittee looking at core funding integrates some of these recommendations, certainly around, like, for example, childcare. I know both myself and others on this board have expressed concerns that we didn't allocate more money towards childcare in the last round of core. So yeah, I think overall that's a lens we can take forward into future resource allocation discussions. I think 2 things that we could potentially move forward with today, looking at this, are: one, we could ask the Human Resources Department to look at the first recommendation, gender analysis of county workforce compensation, whether that's, that they can actually do an analysis of the data that sort of begins to give us a clearer picture, or they could develop a cost estimate for a consultant to develop a comprehensive analysis. They could reference some of the policies and procedures that we use to try to ensure that there is equity, or any other relevant information. So that's one piece I think we could, that is actionable today. Another, and also this is related to the previous agenda item around outreach and the county strategic plan 2032, would simply be to ensure that we are collecting gender disaggregated data as we undertake a very comprehensive outreach effort and make sure that when we look at that and what's important to county residents and how they're utilizing county services, that we are able to look at how that experience is different for both men and women in our community. So I think that's something else we could direct is to ensure that the county strategic plan 2032 is collecting gender disaggregated data, and that perhaps as part of that, we also develop a policy to ensure that all relevant county public outreach going forward collects gender disaggregated data. Thank you.
Supervisor Martinez.
Yes, I want to start just by thanking all the members of the Women's Commission for their work on this. I know that at one point this came before the board as a consent item, and I think it was Supervisor Cummings who asked for it to come forward as a regular item. And I'm grateful for that because it gives us an opportunity to give this item the attention that it deserves, because you called out a lot of really important things. And I think really your energy and your initiative is the type of support that I like to see from advisory bodies and commissions. And hopefully as we continue to expand the role of our commissions through the Santa Cruz Like Me project and Diversify Voices, we'll have even more engagement from volunteer members who are helping our county guide the direction of our policies and our priorities moving forward. I agree with my colleague, Supervisor Koenig, that a number of these items do come with cost, which makes them hard to move forward immediately. But I was looking in the same direction of the strategic plan and really would like to ask representative from the CAO's office, perhaps Assistant CAO Coburn, really how you think we could potentially incorporate some of the priorities called out here in both the development of the strategic plan and the operational plan as attached.
Yeah, happy to. Nicole Coburn, Assistant CEO. We are going to be collecting data throughout the community. We are, as we're getting responses, we're going to be getting demographic information in our survey, and we'll have that as part of our other efforts. So we can look at what the feedback we're getting and how it might differ based on gender and take that into account. I would invite Sven Stafford to come up if he has other ideas, but some of these recommendations feel very specific, and I would suggest that we look at our budget and our operational plan to really figure out what we can resource in any given year and to try to come up with SMARTY objectives that to try to move forward this work. So I think at a high level within the next strategic plan, we can definitely consider how this might fit in, and then going forward with the operational plan, trying to figure out what objectives make sense in the next 2-year period. But I'll open it up to Sven too.
Yeah, thanks, Nicole. And I think the other thing that we can do is we're happy to come to the next Women's Commission meeting and present. I think because this has been at a high level and there are high level recommendations, the question might be, where can we work together to dig deeper into a particular issue that might have the biggest impact in terms of moving the needle for women? And I think, as in all of our other outreach, we want to do that in collaboration with, not in isolation from, the people that it impacts the most.
Thank you. And so really what that tells me is that the timing, would love to have done it 50 years ago, glad that we're doing it today, and that really the timing is good for some of the priority setting being done at the county and the community engagement being done at the county with our strategic plan, and look forward to seeing this good work incorporated into that. So thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Cummings.
Well, thank you all for your presentation, and thank you for being willing. Well, and also thank you for your patience for sitting through this entire day. I know you all probably thought we were going to present earlier, but
Yeah, I thought I'd be home by 11. So.
Yeah. But glad that you were able to stick it out and you're able to present for us today. I really just want to start by appreciating all the work that the Women's Commission does, and the recommendations you all have worked so hard on to bring to our attention today. I do agree with some of my colleagues here that I think that while there are some items that do have kind of dollar signs attached to them, I do think that, incorporating some of it into the strategic plan makes a lot of sense. I also have been advocating that, there's a lot of documents and recommendations that are being produced by our commissions that have been produced over time. And this is an example of one that's been recently produced right as we're going into the strategic plan, and that these recommendations should be incorporated into that plan. So, I understand that we're going to be getting feedback from the community, but this is also a big source of feedback that's coming from one of our commissions. And I think we should be leaning into our commissions even more so as we're moving through the strategic plan process. But I do think that there are probably a couple things on here that we can move forward with outside of the strategic plan process. And I'm also interested in seeing if we can have something come back where we can get some analysis from staff on like what it would cost to implement some of these recommendations and what might be some acceptable alternatives. Like, for example, if there's a recommendation of a task force, well, maybe we don't need a task force, but because it would cost so much, but maybe there's a way that we can move forward on some of these priorities as well. But before that, I guess for item number one, this is the recommendation around getting an independent consultant. Is there any opportunity for us to, similar to Supervisor Koenig's point, have our HR do like a racial and gender analysis, or is there concern that was brought up by the commission for us not to move in that direction?
As I mentioned, I've been involved in this discussion in Santa Clara County. It is considered by all who are on this process that an outside analysis is the most effective and the most gives you the best data, because they're not, you're not worrying about talking to somebody from HR, and if you have something you need to share or whatever. So it's always better to use an independent one. I do have some contacts in Santa Clara County, and I can give them to your staff. I'll give them to Katie. She can share them with you, because there's at least one man who is so committed to CDAW that he drops his rate to do this work. And doing the gender analysis in Santa Cruz County is considerably different than having to do it in Santa Clara County. 260,000 versus over 2 million. So, that's I imagine his fee would be a lot lower than what they would have seen. So any of the resources that I have, of course, I'm willing to share. And I think that's the biggest one, because that is an outside person. Everything else is really within your purview within the county agencies and things.
Right. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess when the time comes, I have some language prepared for a motion for us to consider. But before that, I would say that if of all the things on here, I do think that moving forward with drafting a CDOT ordinance seems like something that we could implement now and we could start moving forward with. If staff can do that along with the Women's Commission. So what's developed is kind of based on other ordinances that already exist. That'll help, reduce some of the work time. And then working with you all, we can have something that comes forward that would be acceptable and recommended by the Women's Commission. So I think that's something today that we could likely move forward with and start working on. And that'll be a new project for the Women's Commission to work on as well. And so
in our spare time.
So when the time comes, I have some recommendations maybe that we could adopt.
Thank you, Supervisor Serpa.
Thank you. And thank you both again for being here such a long time today. I know this is very important and dear to both and to all of the commission and the people who worked so hard on this. So I really appreciate you being here. Can I ask a couple of questions about how these recommendations were made? So under number 2, where it says OBGYN care shortages in South County, I was just on the phone yesterday or Monday with my own GYN, and she's the only one left in all of Dignity Health. Like there's one.
Yeah.
Right. So she's not serving necessarily South County. She's serving mid and north for the most part.
There's 2 that we discovered in South County.
At Salud para la Gente, right? Correct? Yeah.
This one was the one that I did the research on, so I probably didn't speak. But I interviewed, I don't know if it's appropriate to say the person at Health Services I interviewed, but she's a health equity officer, and she did acknowledge that there is a shortage for OBGYNs just generally within our county.
It's countywide.
It is countywide, but she said it's a lot worse. If she had to it's critical in South County.
Yeah, the Dignity Group has 7 certified nurse midwives providing, just basic care in the clinic and some deliveries too, but they have literally 1 OBGYN surgeon. So, and that's a difference than years ago where they had an entire, building.
And you
full.
have a lot of women, for example, the immigrants and the farm workers and things who don't have access to the same kind of healthcare that we do. And when you're pregnant, you need more services. And that's critical.
Right. So I think I think you've already named many of the systemic root causes, right? It's expensive to live here. We did have, nobody really was having children actually during the COVID times. I feel like there's a baby boom happening now. So that I think the need is greater. I still work at Sutter. I'm a social worker that sees patients in the hospital there. But the majority of births happen down in Watsonville and at Sutter. So so that's it's a good one. We do have upcoming, hopefully, a cohort of young people who will be heading through the UC Davis UCSC collaborative. So that
I just read about that. That's awesome.
Yeah, so that we can build our own healthcare professionals here in our community. So I'm really excited about that. I also wanted to talk about prenatal substance use disparities. So for many years, we've had a really unbelievable cohort of services for women that are substance use and pregnant. We have Janus Perinatal, which is, devoted to having mom and baby couplets. Like other counties just don't have that. They don't. I worked in Monterey County the last 5 years and they don't have anything like that. Oftentimes the Janus Perinatal beds are not completely full and they could accept moms and babies from other counties. And so for some reason, even though CCAH covers both counties, there's contract issues and the Monterey County moms aren't allowed to come to Santa Cruz, which I think is really a shame because I think it's one of the ways that it could actually make that program more robust is if they had all the beds full. So I'm wondering if we could look into that a little bit. The other thing that we have here that other counties don't is we have also a robust public health nursing program, which, I can make a referral to a public health nurse for any mom that is in need because of maybe domestic violence, young age, being a teenager, having substance use disorder, whatever the issue is, I can make a referral and that mom can get picked up by a nurse who can partner with her throughout her prenatal care. That doesn't happen in other counties either. So I feel like that's a very robust program that we run here. So thank you for continuing to fund that program. The other one I want to just call out for a second is childcare, because I went to a presentation from the state that the AAUW put on probably about 7 months ago. And the state had come down to talk about childcare access, et cetera. And what was pointed out is that 50% of the vouchers for childcare go unused in this county. And I'm not sure why. So yeah, and I don't even know where to start with that, but I do feel like we need to publicize that vouchers are available or they have been available and potentially how to access those on behalf. We also have through our school districts, through Encompass, through Pajaro Valley Unified, very robust Head Start and those types of programs that provide absolutely no cost preschool and TK. And those are things that don't happen in other communities.
It's part of what makes us so different here and so wonderful.
It's a special place, Santa Cruz. And what you're doing is also very special. So thank you for your work. I'm very happy to support many of these recommendations. And so hopefully we'll have some ideas about how we can do that on our very limited budget in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Sipa. And thank you guys, of course, for all the work that you guys have done on these recommendations. I always say that our commissioners are our front lines, and you guys are doing that work. So thank you very much. With that, I'll bring it back to my board for direction. Supervisor Cummings?
Yeah, I just had a question for Supervisor DeSerpa because I'm going to try to incorporate some of the concerns you had about the childcare vouchers being underutilized. And so are those specific state vouchers or what's?
I believe they are.
Okay, I'll see what I can do. Okay, so motion I have is to direct staff to analyze each recommendation and return with options for the board to consider for adoption and implementation, including costs for implementation by no later than the second meeting in November. Direct staff to draft a CEDA ordinance in collaboration with county partners and the Women's Commission and return to the board with a draft for consideration by no later than May 2026. And then I might need some help on this one, but direct staff to determine the reason why state childcare vouchers are going unutilized or underutilized in Santa Cruz County and bring back recommendations to help improve access to those vouchers.
I'll second it. I want to see what our assistant CEO thinks of the timelines. Are those attainable? The May and the, what was it, November?
Yeah, I think that just developing a work plan for if that's what you're asking for the November, second meeting in November, I think we can do that. We'll have to coordinate with a number of departments. And then the May return for the ordinance, I would defer. I think that's plenty of time. And then was there a date back for the vouchers or was that just?
We can have that, no later than November as well. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, we'll just incorporate it into our information in November if that sounds okay. Great.
And I can help with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
And again, I think that'll give us an opportunity to really break down of all these programs, like, which ones can, for example, as we're discussing changes to core, what we can incorporate there, as we're discussing the strategic plan, what can be incorporated in that process. If there's some that we can fund easily, then I think we should move forward with it. But I think having that information come back to us in November will really give us a sense of how we can move forward.
Okay, so we have a motion from
Supervisor Cummings.
Supervisor Cummings and a second from Hernandez.
Can I just offer a friendly amendment? Sure. Which is sort of concerning the strategic plan. It sounds like there's some elements already being considered, but for the CEO's office to collect gender disaggregated data as part of the county strategic plan 2032, to analyze public input based on gender data and develop a policy that would apply to all relevant county public outreach going forward.
Fine by me. I'd also add racial in there too, because I think as we heard earlier, breaking down by gender also, just the disparities that women of color getting paid even less than women who are white. I think it's important that we disaggregate that as well. So,
yeah, sure.
Cool.
Okay. Can we take a roll call vote?
Supervisor DeSerpa?
Aye.
Cummings?
Aye.
Martinez?
Aye.
Koenig?
Aye.
And Hernandez?
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Congratulations.
Just 40,000 a year.
Next, we move on to item number 11, consider an update on the development of the Santa Cruz County Multi-Jurisdictional Hazard Mitigation Plan and take all related actions. I'll turn it over to David Reed, Director of the Office of Response, Recovery, and Resilience, and Claire Peabody, Emergency Services Analyst.
Good afternoon, Chair, Board. We appreciate your time this afternoon to take a brief tour of our first multi-jurisdictional local hazard mitigation plan process. I'm going to hand it over to Claire Peabody here in a second, but just want to appreciate her efforts to secure this grant and to bring along 5 new districts and special districts in the city of Scotts Valley into this process. That'll be the first multi-jurisdictional hazard mitigation plan that they've ever had. So it'll afford them the opportunity to apply for a new source of grant funding. So we're excited to be bringing on these 6 new agencies and partners in this process. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Claire Peabody.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. My name is Claire Peabody. I'm an emergency services analyst working with David Reed in OR3. And we're here today with an informational update on our county's, as Dave mentioned, our first multi-jurisdictional hazard mitigation plan, or MJHMP for short. Some background on this project. This project began with ORT3 solicitation for a FEMA hazard mitigation grant to fund this effort back in the fall of 2023. We applied in partnership with several local cities and special districts with the intent to make the county's next local hazard mitigation plan update, which happens every 5 years, to maintain eligibility for some of FEMA's largest grant programs focused on mitigation. And our intent was, with the support of grant funding from HMGP, to make this a multi-jurisdiction partnership with cities and several local special districts and water districts. Just to frame the conversation, when we talk about hazard mitigation planning, hazard mitigation entails reducing long-term risks to life, property, and infrastructure. And so the focus with developing a hazard mitigation plan is to identify strategies that offer those long-term reduction in repetitive damages. So projects like fuel reduction, flood control, seismic retrofits. We have pictured here a shot of Reach 6 of the Pajaro Levee project, obviously run by PERFMA, but an example of building local hazard mitigation capacity in our county. And this is as opposed to emergency response or repair of damages, which is a framework through which we view much of our work right now. The intended outcomes of this partnership are to reduce duplication of effort and lower costs for repeat HMP updates over time. Currently, the county, the city of Watsonville, the city of Santa Cruz, and the city of Capitola are the 4 jurisdictions that have HMPs in place. We all have been on different cycles and updating our plans every 5 years in accordance with FEMA requirements. And so by slowly joining our planning cycles, we can use this as an opportunity, not just to lower our costs to repeatedly update these plans over time, but also to build shared awareness and coordinate our planning efforts, understanding that hazards do not respect jurisdictional boundaries. So with the grant secured in summer of 2024, we worked to procure a consultant team to support this effort, including some of the public engagement and stakeholder coordination with 10 participating jurisdictions and many more agencies involved in the development of this plan. So dynamic planning and science was selected in late fall of 2024, and the planning process launched in January of this year with our partners. Listed here are the formally participating jurisdictions to this plan. What I mean when I say formal participants is these are agencies who have elected to develop formal annexes that will go forth to be adopted by their governing bodies and is a requirement for checking the box of grant eligibility when you go to apply for FEMA's mitigation grant programs. So these bolded jurisdictions, Santa Cruz, Capitola, Watsonville, and actually Cabrillo College, I failed to mention, all had local hazard mitigation plans in place. And as Dave mentioned, we have the city of Scotts Valley joining us and 5 additional special districts joining us in this planning effort, which means we have a broader eligibility net in our county of agencies who can go forth as individual applicants for this FEMA grant planning cycle. We're nearing the end of this planning process, which kicked off in January of this year. We hosted 4 stakeholder meetings that included participation from all 10 agencies, plus outside agency partners such as fire protection districts and CDOs. Our consultant team worked to aggregate our hazard data, critical infrastructure data, and conduct a formal risk assessment really in line with FEMA guidelines that dictate what we're supposed to do during a hazard mitigation plan update. And all the while, we've been conducting a public survey and attending in-person outreach events to publicize this survey and working closely with community-based organizations to publicize across the community and solicit feedback to ensure that mitigation strategies are aligned with public input in mind. So we're nearing the end and approaching the public draft release phase, which is why we're coming to your board now. The public survey closes this Friday, September 12th. So this represents our last week to get the word out there about this public survey. And on September 29th, we'll be releasing a public draft of the plan, which includes a county-wide base plan as well as annexes specific to each of the participating jurisdictions. So that is something to look forward to on September 29th. As I mentioned, this isn't just limited to those participating jurisdictions that were listed earlier. Within each jurisdiction, we had wide representation across different departments, from public works to planning to human services, water resources. And then outside in the community, this also includes other stakeholder groups who maybe weren't developing a formal annex, but nonetheless are important implementation partners. So that could include private utility companies, education and school districts, fire and law, as well as community-based organizations. And where possible, we're really trying to leverage existing partnerships. So partnerships like the Climate Action and Adaptation Plan Project Working Group, the CAP Working Group, and our Integrated Regional Water Management Forum, especially given the participation of multiple water districts in this process, has been extremely important to make sure that we're not reinventing mitigation strategies, and we're trying to align and draw from other established planning mechanisms. We have many regional partnerships to leverage here in the county. So public and stakeholder engagement, as mentioned, we have the public survey out through this Friday. Really, we're trying to make sure here when we update a hazard mitigation plan that the hazards that get profiled in our plan are aligned with public priorities, that strategies reflect public priorities, and we're drawing from wide participation in the community. As of now, we have over 400 survey responses, but still looking to grow that this week. We hosted, in partnership with our consultant team, multiple one-on-one stakeholder interviews where additional input was needed from fire districts, our local fire safe council, and others. Hosted wide group breakout meetings with attendance of over 75 representatives from around the county, as well as additional breakout meetings with each city and water district to get additional detail at the local level. These are the hazards that were selected for prioritization, and each hazard will get its own chapter detailing FEMA elements that are required in our hazard mitigation plan. So for each of these hazards, you'll see chapters that profile its expected population impacts, critical infrastructure that lies within each hazard footprint. And the reason that we have to update this plan every 5 years is because our hazard landscape changes with changing development, with climate change. And so the objective of revisiting this every 5 years is to capture all those changes within a community, as well as mitigation actions that we've successfully implemented that have changed our risk and exposure over that time period. So what else has changed since the last update? Obviously, this is taken from a March budget presentation, but our county disaster financing is shaped by disaster damages over the last 5 years alone. So I think we included this just to highlight both a challenge, a barrier, as well as an opportunity of hazard mitigation. Our current financial situation makes proactive risk investment even more challenging and perhaps even more important. But is something that we have to incorporate into the lens of how we allocate limited resources for things like mitigation. And the funding landscape itself has changed. So over the last several months with this incoming administration, we've seen the cancellation of one of FEMA's largest grant programs, BRIC. That's the Building Resilient Infrastructure and Communities grant program. And we've seen direct impacts in terms of lost investment to our community with our phase 2 of a BRIC project managed by OR3 focused on wildfire resilience. And so That's a part of this changing landscape that we're trying to adapt to with this planning cycle, and in partnership with other agencies is redirecting focus on hazard mitigation projects towards state and local funding sources. So as far as next steps, as I mentioned, the public survey is open through September 12th and still trying to up those numbers through this Friday and get the word out. We'll have a public draft going to the board and to the entire community on September 29th. That will be open for comment for a period of 2.5 weeks, I believe. We'll be submitting to Cal OES and FEMA for required review by the end of October. And that's so that as we get some of these cities aligned onto a single timeline, we're trying to respect everyone's timeline and minimize eligibility windows for cities who have their plan expiration dates coming up soon. So that'll happen at the end of October. We hope to get that review wrapped up within the stated 3-month ideal window for review from the state and FEMA, and then it will go back to the board for final review and adoption proceedings. And it's that adoption proceedings that gives us the stamp of eligibility to apply to FEMA's grant programs. After that, plan implementation and maintenance and really maintaining these partnerships that we've worked to build over this first MJ HMP cycle will be our objective for the next 5 years. So thank you all, and we're open to questions.
Thank you. I'll start off by going to the public to see if there's any public comment from the audience. Seeing none, is there anybody on the phone? Yes, thank you.
Tim, your microphone's now available.
Cool. Thank you so much. I like large trees, huge. And right now I'm seeing this logging, these trees going out that are redwoods. So I'm a little worried. I'd like to see here with all of this is a plan put in place that would manage logging and would encourage our generation and future generations to create old growth forests in the Santa Cruz Mountains. It takes about 1,000 years. And you have a large tree every 50 feet. Now, what that would do for mitigating hazards for Santa Cruz County is it would help with holding land in place, for instance, during large rain events. And also, it would protect your aquifer during droughts. Because as you all know, that when all the forests were cut down around here, the water table fell. And you know about the history of Kilimanjaro over in Africa, where they got the bright idea to cut all their forests down, and all of a sudden the water table dropped and the streams disappeared. So for mitigating hazard for drought, fire, for everything, and creating a cooler environment that's beneficial to everybody, it would be nice to see satellite data presented to our community showing the before and after our cutting that's currently going on, and that the county would be able to oversee this and make sure that these logging operations are done in such a way that defend us far into the future, where you create an old growth forest every 50 feet. And it's hard to do with human beings because we don't live that long, but it would be amazing to have, say, 4 generations from now point back to us and say, wow, we have these really large trees because of the people here in Santa Cruz County today. Anyways, thank you so much. Take it easy.
I see no further speakers online.
With that, we'll bring it back to the board. Supervisor Cummings.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you all for your hard work on this and for your presentation today. I mean, convening a bunch of, local jurisdictional partners isn't always the easiest thing, but it's great that you all have been able to have this wide group of partners who've been able to come together and engage on this. I guess the one question I did have is I didn't see UCSC on there, and just given the amount of land that they have in the county, just curious if there's any reason why they weren't a part of the mitigation plan process.
Yes, they weren't listed as a formal participant. UCSC is actually covered under the state hazard mitigation plan as a FEMA applicant when they go to apply for grants. So they were a participating stakeholder because of their role as a large land manager.
Got it. And then I guess the other question is, was there any engagement with some of the local tribes on these plans at all in terms of stakeholder engagement?
We included we casted a wide net initially in terms of local CBOs and partners that we invited to the table. And ultimately, I don't think we had any tribal participation in the large group planning meetings, but we did include them in the initial invitation.
Okay, great. Those are all my questions. Just looking forward to, we have to update this every 5 years. So this is something we've got to do. And so just want to thank you all for your work.
Okay.
Supervisor Martinez.
Thank you. Thank you to OR3 for leading this conversation and moving this project forward. For such a small county, we've had our disproportionate fair share of disasters. And so we know how important it is to be prepared for wildfire, severe storms, tsunamis. We even had a tornado, which I didn't see listed. It's a disaster. And really, it's striking how vulnerable we are to the impacts of climate change, living so close to the ocean and in the mountains and along fault zones. I'm also glad that the report calls out efforts underway to align hazard mitigation strategies with priorities identified under Measure Q and other projects like with the CAP and the Bahara resilience processes and things like that. And it's important that all of our regional efforts are aligned, which is, part of making it a multi-jurisdictional plan as well. Just a question about the districts involved. I saw the SLV Water District isn't included, but they are a stakeholder. Why were they not? Is it a timing issue, or why were they not included?
Yeah, so interestingly, they after the 23 disasters, they applied for their own grant to get funding to develop their own plan. So they were kind of just ahead of us. That process took place after, we actually applied on their behalf for some grants, for some hazard mitigation grants. And so it's an example of how when each of these agencies is able to have their own plan, they're able to take that initiative themselves, but we helped them by applying on their behalf, but they've got their plan kind of almost done, I think.
Yeah. And then local fire districts, do they usually have their own plans? Are they eligible for this type of grant? Or are they just more of a stakeholder because they're emergency response partner?
Around the state, there definitely are multi-jurisdictional plans that have annexes specific for fire protection district. With this being our first update, the first sweep was focused primarily on water districts. We also, I think following board direction, actually invited the Port District to the table. But with that, primary focus on infrastructure. And I think in the future, that's definitely an opportunity for expansion. Right now, our focus was on those initial sweep of local public agencies, which manage infrastructure and also have actively managed this category of hazard mitigation projects.
The other thing I'd add too is that the Resource Conservation District is a partner in this, and they really are moving squarely into that space of supporting kind of these large scale projects. So we're super excited that they're a part of this process. They're helping in many avenues in that regard. So I think from the wildfire risk reduction space, we've got great representation with the RCD.
Right. And then finally, when the draft report comes out, what level of detail could we expect related to estimated costs for actually implementing the mitigation factors and who's responsible for carrying those costs? Will that be in the report?
I mean, we definitely, our shared goal and that of everybody is to try and make the strategies as actionable as possible. Some of them may have further, have kind of not listed in the plan, gotten further kind of down the pipeline of us knowing kind of what that may cost. But we'll start to try and do that, especially in the context of Measure Q conversations in the future, where we now know we have this funding source and trying to access Prop 4. We need to figure out how we prioritize the work in the plan. Is going to be a big part of it as well, because we know, as has been discussed multiple times today, limited resources internally. So how do we prioritize the work, and how do we get external funding to leverage Measure Q or other sources?
That's helpful. Thank you. That's the end of my questions. So thanks again for your report.
Supervisor Serpa?
Thank you very much. What a great report. You did a great job. Go Mariners. So I just this week got notice that my homeowner's insurance is canceled as of December. The people on either side of me were canceled about 2 years ago, so I felt sort of fortunate that it hadn't happened yet, but we were waiting. So here we go. So now almost everybody on my road does not have access to fire insurance. That's a huge problem, right? And it's so expensive. Most people cannot afford the FAIR plan, right? I mean, my neighbors, I think, are paying $6,000 for their policy, and then they have to have another policy too. So there's 2 policies they're paying for. So that's sort of one thing that I'm concerned about in terms of hazards. And then the other thing is, and Dave, you know this because I called you all upset because PG&E power going out all the time. And those of us that live in rural areas don't have access to any credible connectivity in the backwoods when the electricity goes out. I know that we have a new like 911 system with towers and things going up. Do you think any of those towers that are going up in different places around the county could then be used for extra connectivity? Because that feels like a huge risk for those people that are living in the back who, if there was some kind of horrible earthquake or wildfires, I mean, none of us would get any phone calls, TV, Wi-Fi. I mean, nothing at all kind of goes out unless you have a battery backup or some type of backup. I don't know if that's a part of this plan, but I just want everybody to be thinking about like actual.
We have identified a strategy in the plan that speaks to communication, because we recognize how important that is, both from a first responder standpoint, but also us as the emergency management organization communicating to the public. So I think we have at least one strategy that looks at that kind of communication backbone.
Okay, because those are my 2 big issues, are making sure that not just that we have this sort of hazard mitigation plan, but that if something horrible were to happen, that we are able to communicate with people in this county that live in the rural areas. Thank you.
Okay, I'll bring it back to the board for direction. Supervisor Koenig?
I think we're just receiving the information today. I mean, I'll move the recommended actions.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion from Supervisor Koenig and a second from Supervisor Martinez. If we could take a roll call vote.
Supervisor DeSerpa.
Aye.
Cummings.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
Koenig.
Aye.
And Hernandez.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. That noise. All right, next we have item number 12, consider approving in concept the ordinance adding chapter 7.160 to the Santa Cruz County Code of prohibiting the sale of or distribution of nitrous oxide and take all related actions.
Thank you, Chair Hernandez, Assistant CEO Coburn, and Jason Heath, and our very small audience. This is I think our last item for today, so I'll try to get through it quickly. Today, I'm asking you to consider adopting an ordinance that would prohibit the retail sale and distribution of recreational nitrous oxide in unincorporated Santa Cruz County. This ordinance is about protecting public health and public safety. As many of you know, I'm a clinical social worker with 30 years experience. I've helped countless clients and patients access substance use treatment from the ER, from maternity units and clinics. I've additionally served for years on our regional tri-county collaborative called Central Coast Overdose Prevention, which includes professionals from San Benito and Monterey County. In the spring, shortly after taking my seat, I received an email, and you might have too. I'm not sure if everybody got it or not, from a person in early recovery who said, "Hey, I'm in early recovery, but I just want you to know that nitrous oxide is readily available at gas stations, in head shops, in tobacco shops. Essentially, it's everywhere and it's low cost. And I'm wondering if you could help do something about banning it." And I thought, okay, that's a great idea. So here we are today. Nitrous oxide is not new. It has a legitimate industrial, medical, and culinary use. But due to low cost and availability over the years, it has rapidly become a drug of misuse and abuse. Documented health risks of recreational use include vitamin B12 inactivation. And that might not seem like a big deal, but that is a big deal because it causes very serious and significant neuropathology, spinal cord injury, brain damage, dose-dependent peripheral neuropathy, impaired coordination, cognition, and balance, and then in just people's mental health can cause psychiatric symptoms and paralysis, and it's not good for you. Often underestimated by users, harms can be lasting without early intervention. Current California law, possession or being under the influence of nitrous oxide for intoxication is a misdemeanor. The Penal Code says it's unlawful to furnish nitrous oxide devices to minors with explicit exemptions, and the challenge, retail sales to adults are not categorically banned. Proving intent to inhale is difficult at the point of sale. Why this matters in our county? This matters because this is both a public health and a public safety issue. Nitrous misuse causes what I've already said: nerve damage, anemia, impaired cognition, and in severe cases, death. Chronic use can lead to paralysis, long-term brain damage. And on the public safety side, we are already seeing the risk of mass distribution and impaired driving in our county. So you might remember this story. This just happened in May of 2025 that the UCSC Police Department responded to a tip reporting the presence of several tanks in a wooded area. Upon arrival, the officers located and seized 40 large nitrous oxide tanks, which appeared to be recently staged and unused. If distributed as individual hits in a party setting, the estimated street value of the tanks exceeded $40,000. So that was something. Next page. We also saw CHP respond to a crash where a driver was found under the influence with nitrous canisters inside the car. According to the CDC, nitrous inhalation can cause unconsciousness and even death, especially behind the wheel. So that was May 30th. So we're just seeing more and more of it. Here's another one. This was just last month when CHP pulled over and arrested somebody with nitrous tanks in his front seat. He was driving erratically, and as you can see from the social media post, it was because cautious drivers called 911 and said, "Hey, this guy's driving erratically." And just yesterday, this picture was taken, we tried to blur out the face, but you can see that in this guy's hand, he has a yellow balloon. And when the person actually saw him, it was big. This is on Highway 17, by the way, in stop and go traffic. The balloon was big and he was sucking in what we think is nitrous, but who knows? It's sort of a rampant problem. So next slide. This is courtesy of our Santa Cruz County sheriffs. The California Penal Code prohibits possession or use for intoxication, but it does not restrict retail sales unless intent to misuse can be proven. This gap leaves enforcement powerless where retail shops openly sell nitrous. These are examples of what's on shelves locally, from handheld whippets to scuba tank sized containers. It's also flavored and unflavored and sold with these things called crackers for inhalation. So it's marketed not just to adults, it's really targeting youth, especially with the flavors and the colors. We had another slide that we didn't put in here. We actually took it out for time's sake, but it showed a lot of very brightly colored different sizes and with different names and different flavors on there. So this photo is from the Santa Cruz County Sheriff's Office search warrant. These aren't hidden in a back room. These are on full display, and we'll talk about that in a second. And I should say these were seized up in Felton. So during the summer recently of 2025, so I had already been working on this for a number of months, and I was talking to Lieutenant Nick Baldridge about this, and it just so happened that he also knew about some of these issues in our community. And so we started talking about it, and this is why you have pictures here today. During the summer of 2025, the Sheriff's Office was contacted on their tip line about nitrous being sold at a store in Felton. The tobacco compliance officer investigated, because we have a tobacco compliance officer who goes out to these locations and makes sure people are actually not selling tobacco to minors, et cetera, et cetera. What she found there in that gas station is that there wasn't any tobacco at all being sold in that store. The only thing that was being sold was nitrous oxide, and it was shelves and shelves and shelves. Later, a compliance officer was able to purchase, like a decoy went in and was able to purchase nitrous without any ID. And that's a violation of Penal Code Section 381E. The retailer also did not keep records of nitrous purchases, which is required by law. You're supposed, when you sell some nitrous off the shelf, you're supposed to keep somebody's name and address, and they hadn't kept any of that. This information on the slide was pulled from the purchase records of the store, so they were able to supply purchase records after a search warrant was issued. The retailer sold over 900 units in 4 months. That's enough for 235,000 doses. At that pace, more than 700,000 doses would be sold annually from just one store. This is not small scale. It is industrial level distribution for recreational abuse. Next slide. So take a look, you guys. This is a fire extinguisher on the floor just for scale, and next to them are big canisters of nitrous oxide. Our local YAY team, that's the Youth Empowerment and Action for Help, also visited numerous stores throughout the county and found nitrous readily available. Their goal was to conduct preliminary nitrous oxide assessments of retail landscapes and found nitrous for sale throughout our county, except for District 3, since their retail outlets are all within the city limits. I'm not sure they went to the Santa Cruz City. Other counties like Orange County, Humboldt County, and San Mateo County have already banned retail sales. At least 10 cities across California are moving in that direction. We should not wait until harm escalates further here. My colleagues in the city of Santa Cruz, Watsonville, and Capitola, and on the Monterey County Board of Supervisors are eager to match our ordinance, creating a regional approach to increase safety for youth and the public. So the proposed ordinance includes prohibition, unlawful to sell, offer, distribute, to provide nitrous oxide or devices to dispense, administer for recreational use or inhalation. Exemptions, so food propellants, if you're a chef and you need to use nitrous to propel whipped cream in a restaurant, that's still legal. If you're in medicine or in a dental office, it is still legal to have nitrous oxide there. And in the automotive industry, sometimes it's used as a propellant for tires, is still legal. What we're trying to do is ban the recreational sale to people in our community. The penalties and remedies, as you can see, misdemeanor up to 6 months in jail or $1,000 fine. Anticipated community benefits include reduced youth access, fewer health harms, cleaner neighborhoods, safer roads, by discouraging in-vehicle inhalation and impaired driving, consistency across jurisdictions, and clarity for retailers. In conclusion, nitrous oxide may appear harmless on the store shelf, but in reality is being abused on a large scale, putting youth, drivers, and our community at risk. By closing the loophole in state law, we protect public health, help support people in recovery, help support law enforcement, and prevent avoidable tragedies. I urge you to adopt this ordinance with me today in concept and move it forward for final approval on September 30th. Thank you very much. And I also want to thank our CHP partners, Officer Israel Murillo, Dr. Lisa Hernandez, Tara Leonard, Nancy Willard, Lara Young, Sophia Sterlazzi, and the Santa Cruz County Public Health Department, who looked over the first few iterations of this ordinance. Also to Sheriff Clark, who looked it over and approved it, and thanks us for our work. And I have Lieutenant Nick Baldridge here in the audience, who is actually on vacation and came in on his day off and got all dressed up to answer any questions that you might have. Thank you very much. He's worked with me lockstep on this. And also Amber Williams, who's the Executive Director of Janus of Santa Cruz, is here in the audience. And so, and Corinne, you're here from Public Health as a manager. So could you three come up maybe to the podium? If anybody here has any questions that you'd like to ask, we have three experts here in the audience who can help me with kind of round out the report. Thank you.
Really quick, Supervisor Serpa, you mentioned tire shops, dentists, but did you mention bakeries and pastry shops?
Yes, culinary use is legal. Yeah.
I guess we can do public comment. You guys can pick your.
Just, Janus of Santa Cruz, especially during National Recovery Month here in September, absolutely supports a ban. We're seeing people come into withdrawal management. It's extremely hard to treat. We're seeing, what we know is I did reach out to our peer mentors who have like word on the street. And basically they're whippets, they're called. And they do this thing called, they inhale it. It creates what they call a fishtail, where they almost black out, go into like a miniature seizure. And then it only creates a high for minutes and they're reusing it. So the sale and use is going to continue to increase in our community. We're seeing, I've heard of 2 youth in our community that have gone to treatment from high school. I'm talking under 18 youth, gone to treatment. And it's just extremely challenging to treat. So the more we can ban it and get it out of our community so we can actually treat the other issues we're already, dealing with in substance use disorder services, the better. So in full support, no better time than Recovery Month for this to hit the floor. Thanks, Kim, for having us. And if you need any information medically, we can provide that too from our CMO and our team internally. So thank you, Supervisors and Chair.
Good afternoon. I'm Corinne Highland. I'm a Senior Health Services Manager with Santa Cruz County Public Health, and I oversee our Healthy Communities branch, which includes substance use disorder prevention. And policies like this are just exactly what we're looking for. We want to prevent youth for using this type of thing. And as we're seeing, as Supervisor DeSilva mentioned, these are at like head shops, tobacco shops. This is and flavored. This is clearly being marketed to youth. And so this sort of policy is just the prevention strategy we're looking for. So.
Good afternoon. Nick Baldridge with the Sheriff's Office. Thank you to Supervisor DeSilva for bringing this forward. Even to go back and bring a history into this, 30 years ago, the FDA approved the non-addictive OxyContin. And we now see what the ramifications of that are. And that was built on the backbone of marketing and taking advantage of addiction. And we now are feeling the ramifications of that. If you look at the photos that we saw of this nitrous, that is marketed towards abuse. That is not marketed for your whipped cream. And so there are some regulations with the state that allow us to enforce the pieces of use and abuse on that, but the retail sales is really where that loophole lies. It's very limited in what it allows us to enforce, and this will just allow us to help keep that off the street, help keep our community safe, and take that enforcement action to keep it out of our retail shops in this county, to try and limit that access for our youth. This is with many things. We have an opportunity here to make that stance in this county. Hopefully, maybe that goes further and it gets banned at a higher level. But at least here it can help protect our community and look at what other avenues we may have. This is one step. I'm hoping that Kratom is not far behind it, because we're seeing a significant amount in the retail sales and these wholesalers and these manufacturers taking advantage of abuse. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, anybody online?
Yes, Chair, we have a caller. Tim, your microphone is now available.
Cool. Wonderful presentation. Very informative. And, I had no idea that this concept even existed. So I think what you folks are doing is fabulous for our community. And I'm 100% supportive. It's very interesting. Anyways, thank you so much. You take it easy.
We have no further speakers, Chair.
With that, I'll bring it back to the board for recommendation. Supervisor Cummings.
Thank you, Chair. And just want to thank Supervisor DeSerpa for bringing this forward. I know that there has been, based on these pictures, like growing, and seeing this elsewhere, like a growing trend in the marketing of nitrous. I feel like whippets have been around for a long time and they weren't really a problem, but now we're starting to see bigger and bigger tanks with graffiti style writing on there that's really targeting youth, and hearing more and more about how youth are using this and just the challenges and the concerns around that. So I'm 100% on board. I actually was one of the people I served with on the Coastal Commission was the supervisor who brought this forward in Humboldt. And so I see that it's kind of moving its way across the state. I do think as this moves forward, I think there's some concern around, within the food industry, because that was my big question is for example, I've gone to plenty of restaurants around here and they make their own whipped cream. And so they have whippets that they're using, and just really trying to ensure that for the restaurants that use this, that they're still able to. It doesn't sound like they're going to tobacco shops to buy their whippets for their, the culinary, to prepare their foods. So it does make sense in the context, but I just wanted to make sure that we are, taking that into consideration. I also know that for like airbrushing, I know that's not as popular as it used to be in the 90s, but some of their propellants as well use nitrous oxide. So I just also want to make sure that if people still are using it for the purposes of art, that can be included in here as well, so that we're not, taking those types of products off the shelves. But yeah, overall, support the direction that this is heading in, and hopefully we can just track it over time. And I think it would also be, I guess this is a question for Mr. Baldridge. So is there any data currently out there that's been tracking, that we've been able to collect through law enforcement, about how much the proliferation and sale of this has changed over time? Because I'm just hoping that through this action today, if it has been a problem, we can see how that problem has changed with the implementation of this ordinance.
Not with the exact numbers, but yes, we do have data into cases that have been investigated with the sheriff's office. Everything from the misuse and the inhaling of it, all the way to thefts and robberies associated to the user stealing it. Or we even had cases recently that utilized stolen credit cards to go straight to a head shop to buy nitrous. So we do have some of that details that we're able to pull from our report system.
Great. I think it would just be good at some point, whether it's mid-year budget or, probably mid-year budget, but if we have that data, just being able to pull that data together and have it come forward so that, a year or 2 years, we can see how it's changing. Because if it's not changing, I think one of the things that's going to show is a need for further action at the state level. Because I think another concern that may arise is, okay, you can't get it at a head shop, but you can maybe buy it online, right? And so really trying to make sure that we're cutting off kind of all angles in terms of how this is coming into the community. So just want to put that out there as a recommendation for us to consider.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. And then I guess this is kind of somewhat of a silly change, but looking through devices, I know I saw balloon in there, but then I'm just wondering, like, so if it's illegal to sell balloons, I mean, I guess that's not the intention of this, but is that, I mean, could that actually be an interpretation of this ordinance? It's considered a device and there's specific exceptions to when these devices can be sold, but balloons are now included as a device, and it's saying it can only be sold under certain circumstances. Does that mean that this would then prohibit the sale of balloons?
Do we have a balloon prohibition in our county to begin with?
No, but that's included in this.
Also has a Mylar one, but not.
Yeah, because the Pajaro Unified, we outlawed having any balloons. Well, not just Mylars, all balloons are no longer allowed on campuses because of the litter factor, right? It's bad for the environment. So I don't know if, I mean, I'm happy to take balloons off of there if we need to.
Sure, and then I think if we want to have a balloon ordinance, I think.
Yeah, maybe I'll bring that one back next time,
Yeah.
If I can answer specific to that. So in this recent search warrant that we served, these weren't packages of balloons being sold on the across the counter. These were individual. This was a bag of balloons that was there when you bought your nitrous. You got a balloon to go with it. So it's totality of the circumstances versus just the looking at it objectively too. If there's a bunch of balloons being sold hanging on a row of items, that's something different. These were individual. You get a balloon with your nitrous.
Oh. Yeah. Well, I'm happy to, again, we can evaluate and see how it goes. And as a first, opportunity to move forward, I just wanted to highlight it because I was just a little concerned with people who may want to have parties and have balloons, but also if it sounds like there's balloon ordinances, to prohibit the sale of balloons and for environmental purposes, happy to have that discussion as well. So I'm happy to move the recommended action. I don't know if there's any more.
Supervisor Martinez?
Thank you.
Do you have a motion? Are you going to
I
second it?
will. Oh, is this a motion? Did you
Yes.
make a motion?
I was just, there's a lull in the conversation.
Sure. I'll second the motion. And I'll also ask another question to Lieutenant Baldridge, which, it states that, let's see, the penalties, you shall be deemed guilty of a misdemeanor and punished by a fine not more than $1,000 or imprisonment for a period not more than 6 months. Can you just clarify how that is applied? Like if somebody is selling 50 units versus 50,000 units, it's a misdemeanor either way?
Unfortunately, that is the way that the 381 of the penal code is designed. Is 2 of them versus 5,000 of them are going to be the same misdemeanor.
And then with the $1,000 penalty, I mean, do you think that's enough if a local gas station can make $40,000 selling it, but it's a $1,000 penalty? Do we think this will discourage them?
I think that each offense, so separate days, each offense would then come with it that fine. It would also include us taking product and seizing that as a violation of that crime. So there are multiple impacts. I think that this is just more of a way to gain the compliance. And it may be one of those where some of our local vendors don't have the knowledge of what this is actually being used for, or they're just not wanting to have the knowledge of what this is being used for. But it gives clear guidelines to what they can and cannot sell.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Supervisor DeSerpa, for bringing this forward and doing all of the heavy lifting. Thank you to our community partners for your help, and I'll be supporting this motion.
Thank you. We have a motion from Supervisor Cummings and a second from Supervisor Martinez. If we can take a roll call vote.
Hang on, I have one more question. Sorry. So I guess second reading, sure, or to county council actually. So we'll have a second reading the next meeting, and then it's 90 days.
30 days. It goes into effect the 31st day after the second reading.
Okay, so then I guess the next question is, and maybe this is for Jen Baldridge, what will be the outreach and engagement process to notify retailers? Just because, I kind of feel like if people have these products, we should let them know when this is going to take effect. I mean, not really so they, it's like you don't want them unloading it in the community. However, you want them to know so that, if somebody, if they don't know the that this has gone into effect. Somebody shows up at the shop and they're like, I had no idea that this was illegal now. And now they're getting, having fines imposed. So I don't know if that it's worth us having some kind of, warning within the first 90 days or in the plan for outreach and engagement. But I'm just wondering if you can speak to.
Yeah, it's one of those where we do have our tobacco and alcohol compliance officer. Most of these retailers that are selling nitrous are also selling one of those products. So we do regular engagement and education with those retailers. And so we would just prioritize the retailers that have the nitrous, which we have most of them documented, that we would make that education piece ahead of the actual enforcement. And even to the point of doing an education piece, even if we get outside of that 30 days, doing the education piece if it's our first time being there to educate them and have them remove the items before we take that enforcement action.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
Supervisor Koenig,
Aye.
DeSerpa,
Aye.
Cummings,
Aye.
Martinez,
Aye.
and Hernandez.
Aye, motion passes unanimously. So before I adjourn this meeting, I just want to make a quick announcement. The mosquito vector control assessment has issued ballots that are arriving in your mailbox. Please, everybody, do their civic duty. And with that, I'll adjourn the meeting. And our next meeting is going to be at 9 a.m. Tuesday, September 30th at Watsonville City Council Chamber, 275 Main Street.